Report? Lord Flame Disaster, this guy has a shifty look on his face and doesn't look like a good person at all. Yes, after lurking around the mansion for ages, we finally caught them. He's definitely a thief trying to steal something. Lord Jin, just kill him. Bang! Ron felt like he'd been slammed onto the cold ground like a rag doll, the impact making him see stars. Then, the blindfold was roughly ripped off, the light so bright he had to squint. He looked up, and an extremely imposing figure instantly filled his entire field of vision. Black wings, a mask covering the entire face, and a fiery red divine fire burning silently behind it. The ultimate beastly signboard, Yin, the wildfire? Ron's heart sank to the bottom. Oh no, how could we run into such a final boss level character right at the start? Having been transported to this damned Wano country for less than half a day, and before he could even figure out how to use his useless treasure-digging fruit, he was captured by a patrol of beast swarm minions who mistook him for a spy. All struggles and explanations are in vain. At this moment, the only thing he could clearly feel was the gaze sweeping over him through the mask, so cold it almost froze his soul. Jin glanced at him coldly, his eyes showing no interest in interrogation, only impatience at seeing an eyesore. He didn't even bother to speak, directly delivering his verdict on the gifters escorting Ron. Get rid of it. If you waste my time with this garbage again, you'll all be buried with me. The two tax collectors were terrified. They had thought they would receive a reward for capturing a spy, but they never expected to almost lose their lives. Yes, yes, yes. We'll take care of him right away. How dare you? Ron's heart pounded, but a powerful will to survive forced him to calm down. He shouted at the top of his lungs, I am of immense value to the beasts pirates. I have come here to become your fourth calamity. You dare to attack the fourth calamity. He'd gone all in, no matter what. He had to survive. Only by living could he have a future? The fourth calamity. Yin finally looked at him directly, his gaze like a tangible ice pick, stinging Ron's skin. What makes you think you can? Yin's voice was low and flat, carrying a hint of condescending mockery. Just because you look like, even worse than a grunt. Upon hearing this, Ron felt reassured. The first step was a success. Having piqued their curiosity, you won't die. Next, all you need to do is fully demonstrate your value. I can find the treasure, right here, on this ghost island. The reason I'm here is because I saw the treasure buried here. He stared intently at Jin, trying to catch a glimpse of a softening in that cold mask. After a brief, suffocating silence, Jin slowly raised his hand, gesturing for the two gifters to step back. He took a step forward, and the shadow cast by his tall figure completely enveloped Ron. Proof. Jin's words were concise and to the point, each word carrying immense weight. If you waste my time, death will be your only wish. Ron quickly gathered his thoughts, looked up at King, and said, I need to see Lord Kaido. This matter is of great importance. There might be a priceless treasure buried below. He pointed to the ground not far away, his tone certain. There, a blinding golden light shoots straight into the sky. It's definitely extraordinary. Jin looked in the direction he was pointing and saw only an ordinary wasteland. He frowned and asked, Golden light? Where is there any golden light? Upon seeing this, the surrounding henchmen began to shout. Lord Jin, this brat is spouting nonsense. There was no golden light at all, he's lying. Just execute him directly. Faced with the crowd's outrage, Ron remained calm. My life was in your hands anyway. Since I'm going to die either way, why not give it a try? What if I'm telling the truth? Jin remained silent for a moment, his sharp gaze lingering on Ron's face for a long time, before finally making a decision. All right, I'll take you to see Lord Kaido. But you should know, if you're lying. His voice suddenly turned cold. Lord Kaido's temper will make you regret ever being born. We'll see when we get there, Ron replied calmly. So, Yin took Ron deep into Ghost Island. Soon, in the main hall of Onigashima, Ron finally met Kaido. Simply standing before the other person made him feel breathless. The savage aura emanating from that massive body, and the invisible pressure created by the innate conqueror's haki, were almost suffocating. This is the power of the world's strongest creature. Jin succinctly explained the situation. After listening, Kaido leaned forward slightly, his massive body scrutinizing the tiny human beneath his feet with great interest. The fourth calamity. His voice, like muffled thunder, echoed through the hall. Boy, you are indeed arrogant enough. Before Ron could respond, he took a swig of his drink and continued. However, the more fearless someone is, the more I like them. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Hearing this, Ron finally felt relieved. He met Kaido's gaze, his tone resolute. Thank you. This will be the best decision you've ever made. The first step was a success. His life was saved. Please come this way, everyone. I'll be digging for treasure right here to prove myself. Ron then turned and went out first. Kaido and King exchanged a glance and also went out carrying their wine gourds. He wanted to see what treasures were still in his little corner of the world. Walking outside, Ron took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling somewhat emotional. Arriving here defenseless, every step he took was a gamble with his life. Fortunately, he made the right bet. One day ago, he was transported to the world of One Piece, only to find himself in the famine-stricken Wano country, where he expected to starve to death like other refugees. But an apple appeared out of nowhere and rolled down in front of him. Then the patterns spread, its shape changed, and it finally became a devil fruit. His survival instinct led him to devour the indescribable fruit, and the information that flooded his mind filled him with ecstasy. Treasure hunting fruit? Treasures from around the world will randomly appear around him? He thought his fate had been reversed, until the dazzling golden light of the first treasure appeared and pointed directly at the door of Jin, the chief of all beasts. At that moment, his scalp tingled. But it was precisely this desperate situation that made him understand everything. Going it alone, he will eventually die because of his possession of a treasure. Only by relying on the strongest force can he safely unleash his full potential. Moreover, aside from his devil fruit powers, he was indeed completely powerless. So he devised this insane plan, to deliberately expose himself, use King as a stepping stone, join the beast's pirates, and become the true treasure scourge. The truly terrifying aspect of his abilities goes far beyond simply unearthing treasures from the outside world. Another use for it can unearth the treasures within a person. However, using this second ability requires special conditions. Thinking this way, they arrived at their destination. Lord Kaido, this is it. Lord Kaido, this is it. The group stopped in front of a desolate clearing. The ground in front of them was bare, without even a weed, let alone any trace of treasure. Treasure? What treasure could there be in this place? One of the subordinates couldn't help but sneer. King and Kaido exchanged a glance, their eyes also full of doubt. This place certainly didn't look like a place where anything could be hidden. Ron ignored their reaction and simply stood there calmly. Jin waved his hand, signaling his men to go forward and dig. Wait, Ron began, their digging is useless. The treasure here will only reveal itself after passing through my hands. Jin was taken aback, he had never heard of such a rule before. Interesting. Kaido's booming voice broke the brief silence. Then let you come yourself? Let me see what you can uncover. Ron said no more, stepped forward, and plunged his hands into the hard ground under everyone's gaze. A strange thing happened, the ground, as hard as iron, was easily broken open by his hands as if it were tofu. He. Interesting. Kaido laughed upon seeing this. Looks like you weren't lying, these hands really are good tools for digging for treasure. Jin nodded slightly, the extraordinary scene before him was undeniable. A flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes beneath the mask as he began to anticipate what might be unearthed from the ground. The men who had been scoffing around him all held their breath, not daring to make a sound, and stared intently at Ron's every move. Just then, boom! A blinding golden beam of light suddenly burst forth from the ground that Ron had dug open, instantly illuminating the entire area. At this moment, no explanation was needed, everyone witnessed it firsthand. There really is treasure. Ron's lips curled up almost imperceptibly, and under the breathless gaze of everyone, he completely removed the golden object from the ground. As the light faded, the true form of the object was revealed to everyone, a strangely shaped fruit covered with spiral patterns. Quiet? A deathly silence enveloped the entire venue, which was then erupted into an uncontrollable uproar. Evil? Devil fruit? Are you kidding me? How could a devil fruit be buried here? Is this fake? Exclamations rose and fell, all the men stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. King's breath caught in his throat, even his mask couldn't completely conceal his shock. A devil fruit, coveted by countless people, was buried beneath his own dwelling? Lord Kaido? King immediately knelt on one knee, explaining urgently, I knew absolutely nothing about this. It was definitely not something I kept. He. Kaido's loud laughter interrupted him. He patted Jin's shoulder forcefully. Get up, Jin, we've been brothers for so many years. Would I doubt you? Jin breathed a sigh of relief and stood up again. Their eyes met, and then, without prior arrangement, they both stared intently at Ron, who was holding the fruit. At that very moment, detailed information about this treasure instinctively surfaced in Ron's mind. Ron's breath hitched. Another heaven-defying fruit? At this time, Kaido leaned forward, his massive body pressed against the fruit in Ron's hand, his voice filled with barely suppressed urgency. Kid, what kind of fruit is this? The patterns on it. I've never seen anything like it before. Jin observed intently, then slowly shook his head, his tone grave. I have never seen this form recorded in the encyclopedia before. All eyes immediately turned to Ron. Ron, feeling the information clearly emerging in his mind, slowly nodded, meeting Kaido's burning gaze. I know. He spoke calmly, but his voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. Zoan type cat fruit, mythical Zoan type, white tiger form. Mythical Zoan? These three words seemed to possess magic, causing time to stand still throughout the entire space. A mythical beast, one of his subordinates screamed, nearly collapsing to the ground. No way, that legendary. Another voice trembled, filled with disbelief. Kaido's pupils contracted sharply, and even his breathing became heavy. He understood better than anyone what a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit meant. It was a peerless treasure that surpassed even Logia-type fruits, a cornerstone capable of creating a top-tier powerhouse. Its value is simply immeasurable. Even the usually composed Yin was completely stunned, his face beneath the mask filled with absurdity and shock. I dug up a mythical beast from under my own yard? Is there anything more outrageous than this? Holding the devil fruit that had caused such a sensation, Ron calmly looked at the towering Kaido and added in a clear tone. From the perspective of the fruit's own rank and potential. He paused deliberately, drawing everyone's attention to what he was about to say. This fruit is on the same level as Lord Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, Azure Dragon mode. Boom! These words struck like a thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's minds. And Governor Kaido's abilities are on par.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Invincible? Another invincible ability is about to be born. Our beasts pirates are about to experience a great rise. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in cheers. All the pirates were flushed with shock and ecstasy, their excitement overwhelming them. With 2 top-tier mythical Zoan-type devil fruit users, the beast pirates are destined to dominate this sea. A flicker of fervor flashed in Kaido's eyes as he looked at the mythical Zoan devil in Ron's hand, but it quickly turned into a serious expression. A true god-level fruit, he said in a deep voice, his voice carrying a rare hint of struggle. The look in his eyes behind the mask was equally complex. He clenched his fist, his tone filled with deep regret. It's a pity. If I hadn't eaten the fruit, I would have fought tooth and nail to obtain it. The rule that one can only possess one devil fruit in their lifetime is inviolable. Kaido pondered for a moment, then made a decision. In that case, let's convene all the officers for an evaluation meeting. From the beasts pirates, select the most loyal, most promising, and most decorated member, and bestow this power upon him. Just then, Ron then made another startling statement. Actually, it's not impossible for Yin to eat this fruit. Upon hearing this, Kaido, who had just stepped out with his right foot, froze in place before retracting it and staring intently at Ron. What did you say? Faced with this oppressive feeling that could make an ordinary person faint, Ron remained composed and stated clearly, it allows you to extract devil fruits from others. Once they lose their original abilities, they can naturally eat new ones. At that moment, even the air seemed to freeze. Jin suddenly looked up, his pupils contracting sharply beneath the mask. His men around him were utterly dumbfounded, their minds practically blank. What had they just heard? Devil fruits can be extracted. This completely overturns the ironclad rules of this world. Kaido's enormous dragon eyes stared intently at Ron, and after several seconds, he let out a low growl mixed with shock and ecstasy. It can be like this. Ron met the incredulous gaze and nodded. My ability is the treasure-digging fruit. Everything in the world that has value is a treasure. This naturally includes the most precious devil fruit abilities possessed by humans. Kaido's massive body trembled slightly, and a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. His subordinates around him gasped, hardly believing their ears. Steal the ability. Kaido repeated those words under his breath, then burst into deafening laughter. He. If this is true, kid. His enormous finger pointed at Ron, his voice booming. Then you are my beasts pirates, the undisputed fourth calamity. I agree. Ash's voice followed, his gaze beneath the mask now burning with intensity. He knew better than anyone what it meant if Ron could actually do it. We have no objections. Absolutely agree. The surrounding pirates were so excited that their faces turned red, and they roared in agreement. Just kidding. If this were true, it would mean that they themselves might obtain god-level fruits in the future. Even if they don't get the best, inheriting the main character and the abilities of the adults like Flying Six is still pretty good. Then what are we waiting for? Kaido's booming voice carried an undeniable urgency. Let's begin now. Even the usually composed Jin nodded vigorously, his mask unable to conceal his impatience. This outburst was truly rare. I understand how you feel, Ron said calmly, gesturing with his hand, but please don't rush. First, we need an absolutely quiet, undisturbed environment. He looked around at the barren wasteland and shook his head. This place is not suitable. Easy. Kaido immediately roared at his subordinates, clear the nearest mansion immediately. All bystanders, disperse. Yes. The subordinates responded immediately and acted with great efficiency. Secondly, Ron looked at Yin, his tone turning serious. During my digging, Mr. Yin, you must completely relax and not resist in any way. The process may be accompanied by unimaginable pain, so please be patient. After all, this is the first time I've used this ability. No problem. Jin's answer was without hesitation, his voice resolute. I can endure any pain as long as we succeed. He. Good. Kaido burst into a satisfied laugh upon hearing this, waving his large, fan-like hand. Stop wasting time, lead the way. Just as everyone was about to leave, Ron spoke again, calling them back. Please wait a moment, there is one more crucial condition. Conditions. Upon hearing this, everyone paused, their faces showing confusion. There's an unavoidable prerequisite when my abilities are used on people. Ron's gaze swept over Kaido and King, and he slowly said, it requires a sacrifice specifically, a sum of berries equal to the target's bounty. Only after this money is sacrificed can I begin to extract the devil fruit power from his body. A bounty, an equal amount of berries. Kaido was also taken aback. Is there such a strange rule? Ron shrugged helplessly, his tone carrying a hint of something he himself couldn't explain. That's just how the rules are. As everyone knows, some devil fruit abilities inherently contain incredible rules. Surprisingly, Yin was the first to express his understanding. He said in a deep voice, equivalent exchange that sounds to be in line with some kind of law of the world. Great power inevitably comes at a corresponding price. That makes sense. Kaido pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. It's just berries? Our beasts pirates can afford that. King was also moved. That was 1.39 billion berries, no small sum. The group returned to Jin's mansion. Before they could even settle in, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the door. The Plague Queen, wriggling his obese body, and the Drought Jack, one after the other, burst in with a whirlwind of energy. Boss Kaido, what was that golden light just now? Quinn's little eyes darted around, and he said eagerly, something incredible has been born. Although Jack did not speak, his probing gaze also fell on Kaido. He, just in time. Kaido's booming laughter echoed in the hall, his enormous hand pointing at Ron. Let me introduce you to someone, Ron, the user of the treasure-digging fruit. That golden light just now was from when he dug it up from King's Yard, a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit in its white tiger form. A mythical Zoan. Quinn and Jack exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes flashing with a terrifying light. However, Kaido's next words struck them like a thunderbolt. And that's not all. Kaido's gaze swept over his three top lieutenants, his voice carrying an unprecedented solemnity. Ron's ability can even steal the devil fruit from other people's bodies. What? You dug up the fruit? Quinn's obese body trembled violently, and his sunglasses almost slipped off. Kaido stared at Queen and Jack, and made an unquestionable promise. I'm putting my words here. If Ron can successfully extract the power from King today, then he will be recognized by our beasts pirates as the fourth calamity, the treasure-digging calamity. After a brief silence, I support it, I must support it. Quinn was the first to react, his breathing rapid and labored, his face beaming with eager joy. Such a good thing. Wow, this is incredible. Jack nodded emphatically and said in a deep voice, I have no objection. They instantly understood the significance behind this. If Ron could really do it, then they would also have the opportunity to obtain more powerful devil fruits in the future. What reason is there not to support this? Kaido looked at Ron, his eyes filled with excitement. Let's begin, Ron. Ron took a deep breath, nodded solemnly, and turned his gaze to the motionless Yin. Mr. Jin, please remember this. Completely relax your mind and body. Do not resist in any way. Even the slightest resistance could lead to failure. Understood. Jin closed his eyes and responded in a deep voice, his muscles slowly relaxing as he entered a completely unguarded state. Ron said no more, stretched out his hands, and placed them on a pile of berries. Immediately, the berries seemed to be engulfed in flames, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Then, Ron's hands slowly pressed against Yin's chest. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Ron's hands seemed to lose their physical form, becoming like transparent crystals, and entered Yin's body without any resistance. What's going on? That's really expensive. Queen's sunglasses nearly fell off, Jack's eyes widened, and even Kaido narrowed his dragon eyes slightly. This ability to penetrate the body directly is simply unheard of. At this time, Ron was secretly delighted. It was a success. His devil fruit ability seems quite impressive. He then calmed his mind, and in his perception, he saw a completely different scene. His transparent hands, inside Jin's body, acted like the most sophisticated detection instruments, clearly seeing two of the most dazzling lights. The first group, its form constantly shifting, emanated a familiar power fluctuation, the very source of the devil fruit's power, the core of the Zoan-type dragon fruit in its pteranodon form, and not far from this ball of light. Another, deeper, more primordial, pure white radiance, burning eternally like a blazing star, captivated his entire attention. That light contained incomparably powerful vitality and adaptability, proof that Jin was a member of the Lunaria race, and the invincible physique that allowed him to survive in any harsh environment, earning him the title of the race of gods. This is it? Ron's heart pounded. Stripping away the pteranodon fruit was just a pretext. His real target was the Lunaria physique, which was comparable to or even surpassed that of a devil fruit user. He wants to dig up this unparalleled treasure and use it to enrich himself. Under everyone's gaze, Ron's transparent hands, like the most precise surgical instruments, were the first to touch the ball of light representing the pteranodon fruit. He focused his mind and carefully and slowly peeled it from Jin's energy channels. Throughout the entire process, Jin's body only trembled slightly and did not exhibit any violent reaction. Immediately afterwards, Ron's hand did not pause for a moment, reaching towards that more primal, pure white radiance, like a blazing star, the invincible physique of the Lunaria race. This excavation went much deeper, almost touching the very essence of Yin's life. As this power dissipated, the flames behind Ember visibly dimmed for a moment. After completing all this, Ron gently pressed the ball of energy he had extracted, which contained the power of the pterosaur form, onto the apple that had been prepared beforehand. A strange light flowed, and the ordinary apple quickly twisted and deformed, eventually transforming into a brand new devil fruit covered with spiral patterns. It's a success. Quinn couldn't help but exclaim. What no one knew was that while completing this ostensible task, Ron had silently introduced that more precious source of physical essence, representing absolute defense and environmental adaptation, into his own body through his transparent hands. A warm current instantly surged through his body, and he felt every cell in his body rejoicing, becoming more resilient and full of boundless vitality. He acquired the Lunaria race's almost superhuman defensive capabilities and adaptability, but cleverly avoided their most conspicuous feature, the divine fire burning on their backs. Perfect? Ron was overjoyed. At this moment, as long as he didn't launch an attack, his physical defense had reached an extremely terrifying level, practically invincible. This adventure was totally worth it. Just as the brand new devil fruit was fully formed, King groaned, his tall body swayed, and an unprecedented feeling of weakness swept over him. His most relied upon, formidable defensive power, comparable to steel, seemed to have vanished completely. My defenses. He subconsciously touched his skin, a hint of barely perceptible panic in his voice. It's all right, it's all right. Ron immediately spoke, his tone relaxed and reassuring, as if everything was under control. Mr. Jin, please rest assured, this is only temporary. The Lunaria race's powerful defense and the divine fire behind them are of the same origin, both innate talents. This minor damage will naturally recover after a night's rest, there's absolutely no need to worry. His explanation was reasonable and instantly calmed Jin's somewhat uneasy heart. However, everyone's attention was no longer on the weakened Yin. Their gazes, as if drawn by a magnet, were fixed on the newly born devil fruit in Ron's hand, which was still faintly glowing. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence, with only heavy breathing remaining. Immediately afterwards, boom! Like a volcanic eruption, extreme shock and ecstasy instantly engulfed everyone. It's a success. The ability really turned into a fruit. Am I dreaming? Kaido's eyes were also wide open, even he could not hide the overwhelming shock he felt at that moment. He stared intently at the fruit, his booming voice trembling with disbelief, echoing throughout the entire mansion. It actually worked. Incredible. Jin, take a look, is this the one you ate back then? Jin, barely managing to stay upright, kept his gaze fixed on the fruit in Ron's hand, its unique shape, its spiral patterns. It can't be wrong. His voice was slightly hoarse with excitement. This is the Zoan-type dragon fruit I ate back then, the ancient Zoan-type, pteranodon form. Boom! Yin's confirmation was like lighting the final fuse. EIO-. Quinn's obese body writhed wildly with excitement, his eyes wide behind his sunglasses. He really did it. He really turned his power into a tangible thing? This is insane. Even the usually taciturn Jack clenched his fists and growled, invincible. At this rate, our beasts pirates. Quinn abruptly took over the conversation, his voice sharp with extreme excitement, uttering the wild future that everyone was dreaming of. If we can get our hands on a god-tier devil fruit, then every single one of the top brass members of our beasts pirates will be a mythical Zoan. Kaido laughed excitedly, 100 mythical Zoan soldiers, just thinking about it gets my heart racing. Euro-ra-ra-ra. Kaido turned around abruptly, but this time, his eyes held no scrutiny or doubt, only undisguised admiration and fervor. His massive hand slammed down on Ron's shoulder, the force perfectly controlled. He. Good. Well done, Ron. From this day forward, you are my beasts pirates, the undisputed fourth calamity, the treasure-digging calamity. Roar dash. Treasure hunt disaster? Lord Ron. The fourth calamity. Kaido's personal investiture was like lighting the fuse for a celebration. Queen and Jack were the first to raise their arms and shout, and all the pirates present, regardless of their rank, went into a complete frenzy, roaring their new names, their voices almost lifting the roof off. Tonight, Kaido announced loudly, raising his sake jug high, a grand banquet will be held across the entire island. To celebrate our treasure-digging disaster. Oh, amidst the clamor, Ron was surrounded by a frenzied crowd. As he gazed at the bustling scene before him and felt the powerful force he had quietly gained from the Lunaria race, a subtle smile curved his lips. Things are finally getting better. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Ron spoke at the opportune moment, his voice clearly reaching Kaido's ears. Mr. Kaido, digging for treasure, especially with the intensity of today's digging, is extremely taxing on my stamina. I need ample time and a regular routine to recover. He needs to prepare himself for the 9-to-5 work schedule in advance. Is it physically demanding? Kaido waved his hand dismissively, offering what he considered the most direct solution. That's easy. I'll send you a team. Just point out a place and tell them what you need, and they'll dig it up. No. Ron shook his head decisively, explaining, the treasure appeared because of my abilities, and I must personally excavate it to succeed. Anyone else, even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, would ultimately find nothing. Having just experienced it firsthand, Yin immediately nodded in deep agreement, adding on Ron's behalf. These are rules unique to those with abilities. Just as one can only gain abilities by eating a fruit, this right to discover them belongs solely to Ron. After his explanation, Quinn and Jack immediately showed expressions of understanding. The rules governing devil fruits are incredibly varied, but this particular restriction is perfectly reasonable. Taking advantage of Kaido and the others' high spirits, Ron seized the opportunity to release his most crucial demand. Since sufficient time and a regular schedule are needed to ensure the efficiency and quality of treasure hunting, my working hours also need to be fixed. He surveyed the assembled dignitaries and said, word by word, from now on, I will get off work from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. sharp every day. The rest of my time is my free time. His gaze swept over Kaido, King, Queen, and Jack, his tone carrying a subtle warning. No one may interfere. 9 to 5? Do pirates need to go to work? When this was brought up, an eerie silence fell over the room. Kaido stroked his beard, staring at Ron, seemingly weighing his options. But when you think of the newly acquired mythical beast fruit and the grand plan for everyone to become mythical beasts in the future, this small matter is simply insignificant. Okay. Kaido's booming voice broke the silence. I approve. You decide your own working hours. That's only natural. Jin nodded first. In his view, it was normal for geniuses to have some quirks. EIO? No problem, Ron, you can focus on your work, Quinn assured him, patting his chest. Jack gave a muffled In the face of absolute value, all unreasonable rules become perfectly logical. Just then, Jin's body swayed violently as the intense weakness caused by the extraction of his physical essence surged up again, making it almost impossible for him to stand, and he was about to collapse to the ground. Ember. Kaido reacted incredibly quickly, grabbing him with his massive hand and simultaneously shoving the freshly made cat fruit, mythical Zoan type, white tiger form, into his hand without hesitation. Quick, eat it. Without the slightest hesitation, Jin forced himself to bite into the fruit. An indescribable, eerie taste exploded in his mouth, but what followed was an unprecedented, wild, and sacred power, like a prehistoric beast, that instantly washed over his entire body. Roar dash. A deafening tiger's roar replaced the pterosaur's cry. A powerful shockwave erupted from Yin, forcing Quinn and Jack to instinctively take a half-step back. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Yin's form underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally jet-black wings transformed into enormous silver-white wings that flowed with moonlight, their wingspan becoming even wider, sacred and majestic. The divine fire burning behind him also turned into a blazing and pure silver white, as if it could purify everything. His body was covered in magnificent black and silver fur, his muscles were full of explosive power, and his limbs were transformed into sharp claws that gleamed coldly. Its head resembles the majestic head of a white tiger, with a sharp silver stripe on its forehead. Its pupils are cold, vertical slits, radiating the terrifying pressure of the king of beasts with every glance. Flying white tiger? At this moment, Jin hovered in midair, his silver wings outstretched, divine fire burning, and his body surrounded by the power of wind and thunder, like a sacred beast that had stepped out of mythology, both holy and violent. This power is too strong. Quinn's mouth dropped open, and he forgot to push his sunglasses up his nose. Wow, so cool. This presentation is unbeatable, he couldn't help but scream. Kaido gazed at the transformed king, feeling the powerful aura that was in no way inferior to, and in some aspects even more formidable, King's, and burst into an extremely joyful laugh. He, good, excellent, this is the power worthy of the Beast's Pirate's top rank. The moment the power fusion was complete, the silvery white divine light surrounding Jin slowly receded. He landed steadily, the weakness he had felt from the loss of his abilities completely gone, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness and power. He clenched his fist slightly, feeling the white tiger power surging within him, a power that combined holiness and ferocity, far more profound and domineering than his previous pteranodon form. The steady burning of the silvery white divine fire behind him brings unparalleled defense and a sense of power. How do you feel, King? Kaido's booming voice carried obvious satisfaction. Better than ever before. Yin's voice came through the white tiger mask, tinged with barely suppressed excitement and a resounding strength. This power far surpasses anything before. EIO? Congratulations, Yin. Your appearance and strength have both improved significantly. Quinn wriggled his fat body, his tone full of envy. Jack replied enviously, congratulations. The other pirate officers also stepped forward to sincerely congratulate King. The entire hall was filled with a frenzied atmosphere. Everyone understood that King's transformation was just the beginning. To personally verify the power of this mythical Zoan devil fruit, Kaido laughed loudly, his massive spiked club already in his hand. Jing, with your newfound power, charge. Really? Kaido laughed loudly, stop hesitating, just fight. I want to test your strength. Jin nodded, he also wanted to know the current level of his strength. The white tiger is associated with killing and warfare, an increase in attack power will surely bring him a pleasant surprise. Excuse me, Mr. Kaido. The silver-white flying tiger that King had transformed into let out a low roar, its wings flapped, and its entire body transformed into a silver light that tore through the sky. Its sharp claws, wrapped in the power of wind and thunder, fiercely swung towards Kaido. Boom! The clash of claws and clubs unleashed a deafening roar and shockwave far more terrifying than any previous sparring match. The violent shockwave instantly sent the weaker pirates flying. Ugh! Kaido felt the astonishing power emanating from the spiked club. His dragon eyes flashed with a sharp light, but instead of being alarmed, he was delighted. Good heavens! This impact is more than 10 times stronger than before. At the very beginning, the attack power increased tenfold. Outrageous! After the attack, Jin fell back to the ground, silvery divine fire leaping behind him. He carefully felt the power still surging within him, his tone carrying a hint of excitement that even surprised himself. Not only that, this power is still surging forth, and I'm quickly adapting to it. My attack power seems to be increasing. Good, great. Kaido erupted in a deafening roar of laughter, another true top-tier warrior added to the roster. The day my beast's pirates dominate the world is not far off. Seeing Yin's completely transformed and incredibly powerful new form, Quinn and Jack's eyes turned red with envy, almost to the point of bleeding. The two men immediately surrounded Ron, their tone more enthusiastic than ever before, even tinged with a hint of ingratiation. Brother Ron? No, Lord Ron. Quinn rubbed his hands together, his chubby face beaming with a smile. Next one, can you dig one for me? EEO, I want a mythical beast too. Me too, I want it too. Jack said succinctly, but his burning gaze said it all. Faced with the combined attack of the two bigwigs, Ron helplessly shrugged and began to cool down the frenzied crowd. Gentlemen, please hold on. Although my ability is to find treasure, the locations and items that appear are completely random. He pointed to his feet, then to the sky, and continued explaining. To unearth a mythical beast here today is already incredibly lucky. After such a treasure is discovered, new treasure locations need time to develop and form, they can't appear one after another. Looking at the two men whose desire remained undiminished, he presented the most crucial restriction. Furthermore, based on my intuition, after unearthing this mythical Zoan, the probability of finding another devil fruit in the following days, or even longer, will become extremely low. Good things require time and luck to accumulate. These words were like a bucket of cold water, slightly dampening Queen and Jack's fervor to immediately exchange for the devil fruit, but also making them understand even more the preciousness and uncontrollability of the ability. He was the core of everything, and they had to maintain a good relationship and wait patiently. Upon hearing this, Kaido was not disappointed at all. Instead, he laughed loudly again. He, that's normal. There's no such thing as digging up god-tier fruits every day. You guys are too greedy. He waved his enormous hand, showing remarkable leniency towards Ron. You've done a great service today, it must have taken a toll. Go, Ron, get some rest. Recharge your energy. Having said that, he turned to Jin impatiently, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Jin, again? Let me experience the sharp claws of your white tiger. Just what I wanted. The next moment, the two transformed into two violent streaks of light, one blue and one silver, and collided violently. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Ghost Island seemed to tremble under the fierce battle between the two, with deafening roars like continuous thunder and violent shockwaves spreading outwards in concentric circles. Kaido's excited laughter mingled with King's battle roar, which was mixed with the howl of a tiger, and resounded through the sky. Far away, the ordinary pirate henchmen stared up at the terrifying scene that resembled a clash between gods and demons, their mouths agape, their faces filled with unparalleled shock and awe. Too powerful. Is this the power of the big boss and the governor? Our beasts pirates are truly going to be invincible. Night falls. Oni Island and Wano country were as bright as day, and a grand banquet swept through every corner like a frenzied wave. Kaido personally ordered a celebration for the birth of the treasure scourge and for King to gain new power. In this group-wide celebration, Ron was undoubtedly the absolute core. All members of the beasts pirates, from the lowest-ranking gifters to the various ranks of fighters, came to pay their respects to the newly appointed fourth calamity with awe and curiosity. When they heard from various sources about the mythical feats of the daytime digging out a mythical beast with his bare hands, stripping and recreating a devil fruit, and helping Lord Jin achieve god-level evolution, all curiosity instantly transformed into fervent worship and support. Lord Ron. Treasure hunt disaster. Support? Absolutely support. Cheers erupted everywhere. Everyone understood that this natural disaster did not represent destruction, but rather an infinitely possible future and power. Even the proud and arrogant Flying Six were gathered together at this moment, gazing at the figure surrounded by thousands of people from afar, their faces filled with undisguised shock. Hey, really, a devil fruit that can strip away abilities and recreate them. Page One's eyes widened, feeling his worldview being shaken. Whoosh, this is going to completely change the dynamics of the group. Black Maria exhaled a smoke ring, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, impressive. Even the most unruly Phosphord had to squeeze out this acknowledgement through gritted teeth. They exchanged glances, both seeing the same longing and burning desire in each other's eyes. When will it be our turn to have such a wonderful opportunity? In the following days, Ron strictly adhered to his 9-to-5 work schedule, familiarizing himself with the various subtle applications of the treasure-digging fruit while carrying out his daily digging work within the Oni Island. He realized more and more deeply just how powerful the lunar physique he had borrowed from Jin was. This body not only possesses incredible defensive capabilities, but also near-perfect environmental adaptability and inexhaustible stamina. Whether it's a steep cliff, a slippery swamp, or the edge of a scorching volcano, he can traverse it as if it were flat ground. His robust physique is enough to support him in long, high-intensity digging without feeling the slightest bit tired. This physique is simply born for treasure hunting? He mentally applauded his brilliant decision once again. This adventure had truly been a stroke of incredible luck. Naturally, two inseparable shadows appeared behind him, Quinn and Jack. Other cotters and even the 6 members of the Flying Six also tried to get closer, but they were all rudely dismissed by the two. Go away. Don't you understand queuing? If it's going to be a mythical beast, it'll be us 2 big shots first, not you, Quinn declared righteously, while Jack nodded in agreement with a fierce look. Ron was fully aware of their thoughts. Seeing their anxious expressions, he was about to say a few words of comfort and tell them to calm down. Just then, he instinctively looked up in the direction of the rabbit bowl in the distance, his pupils suddenly contracting. Beneath the sky in that area, a dazzling blue beam of light, visible only to him, was rising. There's treasure in that direction. Ron blurted out. Baby? Where? What kind of baby? Quinn and Jack rushed forward excitedly, craning their necks and straining to see what was special about it, but they couldn't see anything special and could only scratch their heads in frustration. Over there, in the direction of the rabbit bowl, Ron pointed to the soaring blue light. Rabbit bowl? My territory? EEO? What are we waiting for? Let's go, Lord Ron. Quinn was so excited that his whole body was shaking with excitement, and he couldn't wait to rush over there. At this crucial moment, pop 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 pop, click. Ron's specially made timed Den Den Mushy rang precisely on time, signaling the end of his shift. He expertly pulled out a Den Den Mushy, pressed the button, and then flashed an impeccably professional smile at the anxious Quinn and the seemingly composed but actually intensely focused Jack beside him. Sorry, you two. It's time to go home. Our treasure hunt is over for today. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around without hesitation and headed back to his residence. Quinn. His obese body froze on the spot, his expression instantly shifting from extreme excitement to utter bewilderment, as if his brain had stopped functioning. No, Lord Ron, treasure? There's treasure ahead. He snapped back to reality, pointed in the direction of the rabbit bowl, his voice trembling. Could you work overtime? Just a little bit? Just one little bit. Ron didn't even turn his head, he just waved casually, his voice carried on the wind. A balance between work and rest leads to higher efficiency. This is my personal time, I cannot accommodate you now. Quinn's outstretched hand froze in midair as he watched Ron's relentless retreating figure, leaving him completely bewildered in the wind. Several seconds later, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and shouted at Ron's retreating figure in a tearful voice. Then tomorrow? You absolutely must come to work early tomorrow, Lord Ron. Quinn breathed a slight sigh of relief when he saw Ron give him an okay sign with his back turned. Jack, who was standing to the side, finally spoke up in a muffled voice, his tone filled with doubt. Rabbit bowl, your territory. What's buried there? How would I know? Quinn scratched his head in frustration, then, as if suddenly remembering something, his eyes darted around. Jack, I just remembered I have something urgent to attend to, I have to go. After saying that, without waiting for Jack's reaction, he twisted his obese body and slipped away at a speed disproportionate to his size. Jack remained alone, looking in the direction Quinn had disappeared, then in the direction Ron had gone, his rugged face filled with confusion. Brother Luo leaving get off work, that's the rule. What could you possibly want? He shook his head, unable to understand, and left with heavy steps. Quinn rushed back to the rabbit hutch, his fat figure shuttling back and forth between the quarry and the prison camp, his small eyes wide open, not missing a single corner. He circled that area hundreds of times, almost wearing down the ground beneath his feet. The men looked at the behaving man, Lord Quinn, who was sweating profusely, and exchanged bewildered glances, their faces full of questions, but they dared not approach him to inquire. All of you, come here. Quinn abruptly stopped, panting heavily, and roared at his men around him. Have any of you seen anything unusual here? Like, something that glows? Or some valuable-looking treasure buried somewhere? The men trembled in fear, shaking their heads vigorously. No, Lord Quinn. There's nothing here but stones and prisoners. Useless? A bunch of useless trash. Quinn cursed irritably, waving his hand to tell them to get lost. He stood with his hands on his hips, staring intently at the land he knew so well, muttering to himself, nothing? How could it not be here? The Ron brothers were clearly pointing to this place. Could it be hidden too well? A bold idea popped into my head. Does he really have to dig it up himself? He stroked his chin, then shook his head vigorously. No, what if it's just ordinary treasure? Wouldn't it be a bonus if I dug it out myself first? Let's do it? Quinn rolled up his sleeves, and his modified robotic arm instantly transformed into a giant excavating tool. Get out of my way, all of you. He roared and began frantically digging into the ground he deemed suspicious. In an instant, dust flew and gravel flew everywhere. The prisoners and guards of the Rabbit Bowl prison were dumbfounded as they watched the big boss digging a hole in the spot like a madman. However, he dug a deep, large pit, panting heavily, but found nothing but rocks and mud. Outrageous? Where's my treasure? Eek! Where's my mythical beast? Quinn, enraged, kicked a nearby rock. Is he really the only one who can dig? This is bizarre. Final. Quinn could only gasp for breath, admitting defeat, looking at the ground he had personally dug into a wrecked mess. He waved listlessly to his subordinates. Fine, you guys fill in these pits. The men looked at each other, bewildered by the numerous craters on the ground, but dared not ask any questions. They could only silently begin this pointless repair work. Soon, news of the treasure found at Udon reached Kaido's ears. Does the rabbit bowl have a treasure? Kaido stroked his chin, quite interested. Even Quinn was so flustered, it seems the treasure Ron was referring to was no ordinary thing. Interesting? I'll go check it out tomorrow too. As he said this, his gaze swept over Jin, who was taking a short rest to the side. Kaido subconsciously rubbed his chest, where the pain from being torn apart by the white tiger's claws still lingered. He grinned and chuckled, cursing. You little brat, your fists are like diamond drills wrapped in domineering energy now, they still hurt like hell. Jin raised his hands, silvery white divine fire swirling around his fingertips. He carefully examined these hands that had brought him newfound power, a deep, satisfied laugh emanating from beneath his mask. I never expected that the white tiger form would enhance attack power so terrifyingly. It brings an extreme sharpness and penetrating power. He slowly stood up, his body once again radiating battle intent, his silver white wings unfurling behind him, extending an irresistible invitation to Kaido. Lord Kaido, have you rested enough? Let's continue. The news of the treasure's appearance spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the Flying Six as well. Oh, even Queen, the big boss, is such a treasure. Black Maria lightly tapped her pipe with her fingertip, a curious glint in her eyes. Looks like I'll have to see it for myself tomorrow. I love things that make Quinn look foolish. Altai laughed, seemingly eager to stir up trouble. Page 1 could only sigh helplessly. Fort Ford crossed his arms and snorted coldly. While I don't want to get involved, if it concerns new power, it's worth watching. Although Sasaki did not explicitly state his opinion, he was clearly concerned about the matter and decided to go together the next day. At the same time, Jack had also heard of Quinn's feat. He was taken aback at first, then a look of sudden understanding appeared on his rugged face, and he muttered to himself. So that's how it is. No wonder that fat guy was in such a hurry to slip away. He wanted to shake me off and go back to keep the treasure for himself. Having figured this out, Jack wasn't angry at all. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing and chuckled loudly. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. He wasted all his energy digging for nothing and exhausted himself. Ha ha ha. Ron's residence. Inside the room, Ron's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. His devil fruit ability, the treasure he identifies, can only be revealed to the world through his hands. This rule seems to be an ironclad law. He composed himself and focused his attention back on himself. As he further familiarized himself with and adapted to his new body, a crucial discovery made his gaze narrow slightly. He tried to direct his power towards speed, his body suddenly accelerating, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. However, as his speed increased dramatically, he clearly felt that the incredibly powerful invisible defensive force field around him, originating from the Lunaria race, seemed to weaken slightly. I see. Ron stopped what he was doing, lost in thought. Allocating more power to speed inevitably leads to a corresponding decrease in defense. This is entirely consistent with Yin's original physical characteristics, a balance of offense and defense, but unable to achieve the ultimate in any single attribute simultaneously. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a fat, anxious figure was already standing guard outside Ron's door. It was Quinn, who had been unable to sleep all night. Lord Ron, are you awake? Time to get ready for work, he called out softly, careful not to upset the master inside. Inside the room, Ron had just finished meditating and was oblivious to the noise outside the door. He leisurely washed his face and rinsed his mouth, enjoyed the exquisite breakfast that the servant brought on time, and then engaged in a period of calm meditation to adjust his state to its best. The whole process. For Quinn outside the door, each second felt like an eternity. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth around the doorway, yet he dared not actually break in. When the hands of the clock finally pointed precisely to 9 o'clock in the morning, with a creak, the door opened precisely on time, and Ron walked out looking refreshed. He gave Quinn, who was staring expectantly at him, a standard professional smile. Good morning, Mr. Quinn. Let's go. Great. Let's go right now. Quinn was so excited he almost jumped up, and hurriedly led the way. Along the way, Quinn was more attentive than ever before, showering Ron with concern and treating him like a fragile treasure. When they arrived at the entrance to the Rabbit Bowl restaurant, they found it already packed with people. Jack, and all the members of the Flying Six, not one was missing, they were all there. All eyes were immediately focused on Ron. Upon entering the Rabbit Bowl, as far as the eye could see, there was a patch of exceptionally new and clearly disturbed land, standing out starkly from its surroundings, the very work of Quinn's labor yesterday. A burst of suppressed laughter immediately filled the room. Quinn's face flushed instantly, but he forced himself to remain calm, coughed twice, pointed to the land, and explained in a serious tone. Ahem, well, the soil in the Rabbit Bowl is too hard. I was worried that Brother Ron wouldn't be able to work with it later, so I came to loosen the soil for him first? Yes, loosen the soil. This blatant attempt to cover up the truth only made everyone burst into laughter. But Quinn was clearly not one to shy away from shame. He immediately turned to Ron, his face beaming with a fawning smile. Brother Ron, the ground is loosened, do you think we can begin? Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive dragon shadow enveloped the crowd below. Accompanied by deafening laughter, the enormous blue dragon spiraled down, and Kaido's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He, looks like I've arrived just in time. I haven't missed a good show. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a majestic tiger's roar echoed from the horizon. Everyone looked up and saw a silver-white flying tiger spreading its wings, surrounded by sacred flames, descending with the majesty of a mythical creature. It was Jin. As soon as he landed, the silvery divine fire flickered slightly, and its powerful and sacred aura once again attracted countless envious and awe-inspiring gazes. They want that kind of mythical beast too. Ron stepped forward, not immediately taking action, but carefully observing the blue halo that only he could see. Raising an eyebrow, he addressed the group. This time, the light is different from the golden light we saw when we unearthed the devil fruit before. It's blue. I don't know exactly what it is. Perhaps it's not a devil fruit. Who cares what color it is? As long as it's a treasure? Ee-ho, Brother Ron, hurry up and get started. Quinn urged impatiently from the side, his eyes fixed on the ground. Ron said no more, walked to the position where the red light was most intense, bent down, and easily sank his hands into the ground as before. This time, the process seemed even more intense. As he dug, a dazzling blue beam of light suddenly shot up from the ground, illuminating the entire area into a blue sea. As the light faded and everyone could see what was before them, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Beneath Ron's feet, a huge hole had been dug out, but inside, instead of the expected treasure chest or fruit, there were dense, layer upon layer of dark gray crystals. These crystals shimmered with a cold, restrained luster in the sunlight, extending deep into the earth as if they were endless. What kind of ore is this? A color I've never seen before. The group looked at each other, completely bewildered. Quinn curiously stepped closer, and out of a scientist's instinct, he carefully examined the dark gray crystalline structure, even gently touching it with his finger. The next second, he seemed to be struck by lightning. His obese body shuddered violently, and he staggered back several steps, his face filled with extreme shock and ecstasy, his voice cracking. Sea stone. This color, this energy reaction, that's right. It's high-purity sea stone from a primary deposit? My god. Sea stone, a vein. The combination of these two words was like the most powerful thunderclap, exploding in the minds of all those in the know. Everyone present understood what this meant. Sea stone, the most precious strategic resource on this vast sea, is a powerful tool used by the Navy to counter devil fruit users, and was once the economic lifeline upon which Wano country depended for its survival. The core pain point of its industrial chain has always been, the source is extremely scarce and the purity of the raw ore is low, requiring complex and unique technology for purification before it can be made into finished products such as handcuffs and nails. And now, the suddenly appearing vein not only solved the most fundamental problem of origin, but judging from the unique energy fluctuations emanating from the dark gray crystals and Quinn's exclamation, its purity is unprecedented in history. This means that the Beast's pirates will instantly become the world's largest supplier of the highest quality sea stone raw materials. They could easily monopolize the high-end sea stone market, and even use it to hinder the Navy and the world government. Oh! Kaido burst into an unprecedented, earth-shattering laugh, his eyes gleaming with the ambition to dominate the world, his gaze fixed intently on the creator of all this. Ron, you little brat, you truly live up to your reputation as the treasure scourge. You're simply our Beast's pirate's lucky charm, a divine treasure. Even Jin, who had just gained immense power and was full of pride, was now shocked by the astonishing wealth buried deep underground. He gazed at the shimmering sea stone vein, then at the composed Ron, a low, heartfelt sigh escaping from beneath his mask. Is this the ability to find treasure? It's truly astonishing, repeatedly exceeding my expectations. He immediately grasped the key point, his tone carrying a hint of relief and anticipation. It seems that if we want to obtain a more powerful devil fruit in the future, at least we won't have to worry about the huge sacrifice cost anymore. You're right. Kaido's booming laughter echoed above the rabbit bowl, and he immediately gave the order. Quinn, mobilize all resources immediately and mine this vein as fast as you can. Turn it into a continuous stream of Baileys. Accumulate sufficient funds. Make thorough preparations for a future company-wide upgrade to stronger capabilities. EIO? Understood. Leave it to me, Boss Kaido. Quinn thumped his chest excitedly, his obese body trembling with elation. I'll arrange the best miners and equipment right away, and start mining immediately. This place will soon become a massive gold mine for our Beast's pirates. As everyone rejoiced over the discovery of the sea stone mine, Ron glanced at the triumphant Kaido. Mr. Kaido, there's one more thing I need to explain regarding my abilities. His voice was calm, yet it instantly drew everyone's attention. Although the creation of treasures is random, there seems to be some kind of cooling-off mechanism. After successfully unearthing a treasure on an island, the probability of that island producing another treasure of equal value within a short period of time will be significantly reduced. He raised his hand and pointed to the vast, boundless sea beyond the rabbit bowl. Therefore, I suggest taking the initiative and going to different islands to conduct excavations. His words possessed a captivating allure. Different environments, different lands, may hold different surprises. In this way, we can not only accumulate devil fruits faster, but perhaps, we can also unearth unexpected treasures like this mine, or even surpass it. He concluded, his tone carrying a hint of unfathomable meaning. After all, my ability is called digging. Theoretically, any treasure defined in this world, regardless of its form, can be dug up. What? Kaido's enormous dragon eyes contracted again in shock. There's such a thing? Digging on different islands is more efficient. Faced with Kaido's shock, Ron simply nodded calmly and firmly. Kaido stroked his chin, falling into a brief moment of contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of taking the initiative. Seeing this, Ron threw out another idea that could drive anyone mad. His tone was calm, yet it was like dropping a depth charge into a calm lake. Furthermore, no one can guarantee that on those unknown islands, they won't unearth some well-known devil fruits that have already appeared in the sea. Ron looked at Kaido and uttered that mind-blowing statement. After all, devil fruits, in the end, are nothing more than an aggregation of certain rules and energy. Since energy can dissipate, it can naturally also be reassembled and extracted. They can even dig up existing, known devil fruits. Kaido's massive body shuddered violently, and his breathing instantly became incredibly heavy. This possibility is even more enticing than randomly unearthing an unknown mythical beast. This means they can selectively obtain those already famous, powerful fruits with specific abilities. This isn't just a treasure hunt, this is a rebirth of a myth? Ugh. After the initial shock, Kaido's eyes burned with an ambition powerful enough to incinerate everything. He suddenly looked up, his roar shaking the entire Onigashima. No more waiting? Everyone, get yourselves ready today. Tomorrow morning, set sail. The next day, flags fluttered in the port of Onigashima, and several enormous pirate ships set sail with astonishing momentum. Led by Kaido, the core fighting force of the Beast's pirates, along with their treasure-hunting calamity Ron, sailed away from Wano country in a grand procession. The news quickly reached the general's residence. What? Kaido left Wano country with his main force. Upon hearing this news, Orokai was first taken aback, then his expression became uncertain, his brows furrowing tightly. What should we do? He paced back and forth anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. What if, at this very moment, those lingering remnants of the 9 red scabbards gather their forces and seize the opportunity to rebel? With only my warriors and the gifters I left behind, I'm afraid. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and the giant snake could no longer sit still. He rushed to Onigashima, hoping to meet Kaido and, if he couldn't stop him, at least request that more guards be left behind. However, he didn't even get to see Kaido. No sooner had they explained their purpose than a terrifying gust of wind, like a spiked club, swept in from afar. Roll. Kaido's roar, a mixture of impatience and conqueror's haki, exploded in his ears like thunder. Don't let such trivial matters hinder my treasure-hunting disaster as I dig for the world's treasures. The giant serpent, along with its guards, was blasted away like a kite with a broken string, landing awkwardly in the distance. Hateful. Orokai fled back to the general's mansion in a disheveled state, still throbbing with pain from the blow Kaido had delivered. Recalling that merciless attack, he was filled with lingering fear and resentment. That damned Kaido? He completely disregards my safety. He cursed through gritted teeth, but more than that, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Faced with the imminent threat of the Red Scabbard's revenge and the power vacuum left behind by Kaido's departure, extreme fear overwhelmed everything. He made a seemingly cowardly yet the most prudent decision. Huddle up. From that day on, the imposing gates of the general's mansion were kept tightly shut, and security was several times tighter than before. Orokai himself completely disappeared from public view, only claiming to be seriously ill and needing to rest, declining everything and truly staying indoors. This unusual move left many uninformed Wano country residents and low-ranking samurai bewildered, leading to a flurry of speculation. Meanwhile, the 9 red scabbards and their followers, who had been lurking in the shadows and waiting for their chance, were also caught in confusion and doubt. Orokai suddenly claimed to be ill and refused to leave the palace. Could this be a trap set by him and Kaido? Everyone frowned, not daring to make a move. Very likely, Denjiro analyzed in a deep voice, they want to lure us out so they can wipe us out in one fell swoop. This current calm might be the most dangerous moment. Such large-scale unusual movements by the beast pirates naturally could not escape the world government's extensive intelligence network. Soon, an urgent intelligence report was delivered to Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku put down the documents in his hand, his brows furrowed, and his fingers unconsciously twirled his beard. The beast's pirates have mobilized their entire main force? What exactly is Kaido planning? He muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over another description in the document that particularly caught his attention. There are also eyewitness reports stating that there have been several recent sightings of intense, unexplained, and strangely shaped lights in the direction of Onigashima and Wano country. These unusual signs, taken together, instilled a deep unease in the marshal, who was known for his wisdom and resourcefulness. A Yonko crew would never act collectively without a reason. There must have been some major change behind it, or they must have acquired something that could change the situation. We can't wait passively any longer. Sengoku raised his head, his eyes sharpening, and quickly issued the order. Immediately split into 2 groups. The first team will select elite agents skilled in infiltration to secretly infiltrate Wano country. Their mission is to find out why Kaido left, and the truth behind those strange lights, with a focus on investigating whether any new variables have emerged within the beast's pirates. Second team, coordinate with CP agencies, utilize all remote monitoring methods, and closely monitor the movements of the beast fleet to ascertain their route and final destination. I need to know, where are they going with such a large force? The order was quickly relayed, and the Navy and CP organizations began operating efficiently. The next day, a gentle sea breeze was blowing, and the weather was clear. The Beast's pirates fleet has already entered the Grand Line, following the guidance of the log pose, cutting through the waves, and heading towards Future Island. On the main deck, Ron leaned against the railing, watching Kaido drinking heavily in the distance, and the imposing king, queen, Jack, and others surrounding him. The magnificent view of the sea and sky merging into one did not completely distract him. He was weighing something of paramount importance in his mind. It's time to reveal part of the truth. He was well aware that he was deeply bound to the Beast's pirates. Their fates were intertwined. One's glory was the other's glory, and one's loss was the other's loss. The strength of the team is the best guarantee for his own safety. Currently, his only way to strengthen his team seems to be discovering devil fruits, but this relies too much on randomness and is inefficient. The best way to quickly and steadily improve the fundamental capabilities of the entire team is make reasonable efforts to explore the special physical qualities and potential of those powerful members. Yin's lunar physique is the best example. The benefits it brings are immediate. If these hidden treasures within the human body can be developed, the overall strength of the beast's pirates will experience a qualitative leap, even without new devil fruits. Once the thought arises, it can no longer be suppressed. We can't wait any longer. Instead of waiting indefinitely to collect the next devil fruit, it's better to take the initiative and expand into this more promising business. Thinking of this, a resolute glint flashed in Ron's eyes. He took a deep breath, turned around, and walked towards Kaido and the others. It's time to let the treasure hunt catastrophe reveal its deeper terror. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy smell, swept across the deck, and the main ship was filled with noise. Kaido was carrying a huge gourd of sake and drinking heartily with King, Queen, and the others. The spilled sake soaked their beards, which glittered in the sunlight. Seeing Ron approach, he looked up and laughed loudly. He. Ron, you've come at the perfect time. Let's have a drink. Ron waved his hand, his expression as calm as ever. No, Mr. Kaido, I don't like drinking. You all have a good time. Hey, Ron, your life is so boring. Quinn grumbled, wriggling his fat body as he downed a drink. Ron didn't reply, but simply walked up to them, his gaze sweeping over the core members present, and calmly stated, I'm here to share some good news with you all. Good news. Kaido paused in his drinking, his massive dragon eyes instantly sharpening, filled with undisguised anticipation. Could it be? He sensed another new treasure so quickly. His voice was loud and clear, which attracted the attention of many nearby crew members who pricked up their ears. Quinn jumped to his feet, seemingly sobering up considerably, his small eyes wide with surprise. Really? Where? What kind of treasure is it? Now it's my turn. Although Jack didn't speak, his bull-like eyes were fixed on Ron, and his breathing unconsciously became heavier. Even King, who had just gained new power and whose temperament had become more composed, cast an inquiring glance. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Ron slowly shook his head. No, it's not that a new external treasure has been discovered. He paused, successfully building everyone's curiosity to its peak, before speaking slowly and deliberately, his voice clear and distinct in everyone's ears. I wanted to inform everyone that my treasure hunting abilities, besides uncovering external treasures and, as I've demonstrated before, the ability to extract devil fruits. His gaze swept over Jin one by one, finally settling on Kaido's massive, mountain-like body. Similarly, we can uncover other treasures hidden within each of you, besides devil fruits. What? Quinn exclaimed, his mind not quite processing it. Ron didn't keep them in suspense, he dropped the bombshell right away. His tone was calm, but every word carried immense weight. For example, Mr. Jin's lunar physique, which is practically absolute defense and can adapt to any environment. For example, Mr. Kaido, your physique, hailed as the strongest creature in the world, possesses boundless divine power and potential, the physique of the Oni race. The moment the words left his mouth, it was as if an invisible thunderbolt had struck the deck. Click. Kaido unconsciously tightened his grip, and the gourd in his hand, which was strong enough to withstand immense force, was cracked, causing fine wine to gush out, but he was completely unaware of it. Its enormous dragon eyes shrank to their limit in utter shock, staring intently at Ron, as if recognizing this human for the first time. What did you say? A muffled, thunderous voice trembled with disbelief. My ghost race physique. Meanwhile, Jin, standing to the side, was struck dumb, frozen in place. Although the mask concealed his expression, his suddenly contracting pupils and the uncontrollable boom of the silvery white divine fire behind him, which shot up more than 10 feet high, revealed the turmoil in his heart. He recalled the strange weakness he felt when his powers were stripped away, and Ron's words of comfort. A thought he had previously ignored, or rather, dared not ponder, slithered into his mind like a venomous snake. Could it be that more than just the pteranodon fruit was taken back then? Are you kidding me? For the first time, Jin's voice lost its usual composure, carrying a hint of panic and utter absurdity. The constitution of a race, the origin of one's bloodline, this kind of thing, can also be dug out. The entire deck fell into a deathly silence. Everyone who heard these words, whether core cotters or crew members in the distance, gaped open, their minds blank. To explore the racial talents and bloodline origins within the human body, this has completely overturned their understanding of the boundaries of ability. Ron stood in the center of the deathly silent vortex, meeting Kaido's gaze that seemed to see right through his soul, and King's gaze that was almost burning with passion, and calmly nodded. Theoretically, yes. He gently raised his hands, his gaze falling upon them as if examining the most incredible tool in the world. In my view, everything of value is a treasure. And the blood flowing through your veins, the innate talents, their value, far surpasses that of ordinary devil fruits. After all, devil fruits have substitutes, but unique bloodlines and physiques are the true, irreplaceable treasures. After a suffocating silence, Kaido suddenly burst into deafening laughter, the enormous sound almost overturning the deck. He. Unbelievable? Absolutely incredible. His enormous hands slapped his knees, causing the ship to sway slightly, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of shock, ecstasy, and an almost absurd excitement. He abruptly turned to Ron, then pointed to Yin, who was still in shock and hadn't fully recovered, his booming voice carrying an undeniable interest. Since that's the case, Ron, you try it now. Dig out my demon physique and attach it to Yin. I want to see what Yin will look like if he grows horns like mine. He. Upon hearing this, a crack finally appeared on Ron's perpetually calm expression. He was visibly stunned for a moment, then his lips twitched almost imperceptibly, and a strong sense of speechlessness welled up inside him. This boss's thinking is so unpredictable it's hard to keep up. Is this the kind of appearance modification he's thinking about? King, whose name was called out, was completely dumbfounded. He imagined himself with a majestic white tiger head topped with a pair of thick, curved demon horns like those of Lord Kaido. Absolutely not. Jin blurted it out almost without thinking, and even the silvery white divine fire behind him flickered violently in protest. That's too ugly, Lord Kaido. It damages my dignity. He tried to find a reason, and even subconsciously touched his head. EIO? Ha ha ha. Quinn laughed gleefully from the side, his obese body shaking. Yin? A flying white tiger with a pair of horns? Just thinking about it. Pfft, ha ha ha. Jack chuckled quietly, clearly finding the scene quite amusing. Kaido laughed even louder at King's resolute resistance, seemingly finding it extremely amusing. After the laughter subsided, Yin quickly calmed down. His gaze, hidden behind his mask, sharpened again as he looked at Ron and asked the most crucial question in a low, serious voice. Ron, if your ability can truly excavate and transfer physical constitution, then, for those whose constitution is extracted, like me, will my Lunaria constitution disappear permanently, or? The question instantly silenced everyone. Even Kaido dropped his joking expression and stared intently at Ron. This is fundamental. If one's physical constitution is removed and permanently lost, the price would be too high. Ron met everyone's gaze, slowly shook his head, and gave an answer that surprised everyone. It won't disappear permanently. He explained it clearly, as if stating an established rule. Physical constitution originates from bloodline and is rooted in the essence of life. It's like a well, what I can draw from it is the water currently filled, that is, the physical strength you possess at this stage of development. But the well itself, the source of your bloodline, cannot be destroyed. He looked at Jin, his tone certain. Therefore, once I take away your existing physical constitution, you will temporarily lose all the abilities it brings and become weak. But your bloodline remains, and with the passage of time and the body's self-repair, this well will slowly fill up with water again. In other words, after a period of time, your lunar race constitution will naturally return to normal. These words were like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, instantly igniting the entire room. What? It can regenerate after being dug up. This doesn't mean. Quinn's voice became shrill with extreme excitement. He looked sharply at Yin, then at Ron, his fingers trembling. We can all take turns possessing Yin's insane defensive capabilities and environmental adaptability? That's invincible? This is simply invincible. Jack gasped, then growled, take turns, sharing, top-tier physique. Each one of them has a top-tier physique. This possibility is even more shocking than changing a devil fruit? This means that top-tier racial talents will no longer be the privilege of a few, but can become a strategic resource shared by the upper echelons of the Beast's pirates. Despite the volcanic jubilation and burning gazes of the crowd, Ron remained calm and nodded slightly, affirming the audacious idea. Theoretically, yes. But then, he abruptly changed the subject, throwing out that indispensable and equally weighty prerequisite, like a bucket of just the right amount of cold water, slightly cooling the frenzied atmosphere and bringing it back to reality. However, please remember the rules. His gaze swept over Kaido, King, Queen, and Jack, and he reminded them, word by word. To excavate and transfer this treasure hidden within the human body, a sacrifice is also required. A payment of berries equal to the target's current bounty is required as the price for activating this ability. Money is the key to unlocking all of this. After a brief moment of deliberation, Yin's deep, resolute voice came from beneath the mask. My lunar physique is no secret within the group. Since the Ron brothers possess this ability, there's no need to worry. He turned to Kaido, his tone filled with absolute loyalty and a hint of barely perceptible expectation. Lord Kaido, if this physique can truly be of use to you, even if only temporarily, please give it a try. It might add an extra layer of absolute protection to your already invincible power. Upon hearing this, a hint of emotion flashed in Kaido's enormous dragon eyes, but more so, it ignited a conqueror's ambition. He no longer regarded this as a joke, his massive body leaned forward slightly, and the oppressive feeling he brought made the air seem heavier. If it really succeeds. His voice was more serious than ever before, and his gaze swept over his core subordinates before finally settling on Ron. That means that the top combat strength of our Beast's pirates will no longer be limited by inherent racial talents? King's defense, my strength, and even the abilities of other rare races, may all flow and be shared among us. He seemed to already see that magnificent blueprint. Just imagine, when my ONI physique combines with the defense of the lunar race, and then add the power of a mythical Zoan. Who can stop us? Marine admirals? World government? What a joke. This is not a simple accumulation of power, but a true qualitative change. A pirate crew capable of flexibly deploying top-tier physical attributes based on the battle situation possesses potential and terrifying power far exceeding outside imagination. Quinn's fat jiggled with excitement, his eyes behind his sunglasses gleaming with the light of gold coins and power. Yay! This is awesome. From now on, if we don't like someone in a battle, we'll just equip them with the corresponding top-tier physique and beat them up? This is even more exciting than getting a devil fruit. Jack clenched his fist, his deep voice filled with power, invincible. Ron stood at the eye of the storm, feeling the ambition and anticipation that had been reignited by his words. He calmly spoke, pulling everyone's thoughts back to the practicalities of life. Since Mr. Kaido and Mr. Jin have both agreed, then we need a quiet environment, and prepare the appropriate amount of berry. At this moment, everyone realized that they should stop trying to extract Kaido's demon physique for now. This time, billions of pesos are too much for them to afford. Subsequently, Kaido waved his hand dismissively, issuing the order, return to the cabins immediately, prepare the best rooms. Queen, go and inventory the treasure we brought with us, and prioritize Ron's needs. EIO? Got it. Quinn seemed to be injected with unlimited power, twisting his fat body and rushing towards the vault below the ship at an astonishing speed. Jin took a deep breath, the silvery white divine fire burning steadily behind him. He was ready to face the excavation, which might be painful but would usher in a new era. All eyes were on Ron. This treasure-hunting calamity's abilities once again overturned their understanding and pushed the future of the beast pirates to an unknown height that even they themselves found terrifying. Before long, hurried and heavy footsteps could be heard on the deck. Quinn appeared, accompanied by several panting tax collectors, carrying several heavy chests. It was placed in the center of the deck with a few thumps. The box was opened, revealing neatly stacked, brand-new Pele banknotes that gleamed alluringly in the sunlight. Boss Kaido? Brother Ron? The money's here? EIO. Quinn wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, his tone eager and boastful, but then he added with a pained expression. Most of our available cash is here, probably a few billion berries. If we use up all the assets we brought on this trip, we'll really be short of liquid funds for the time being. Billions. Kaido's massive brows furrowed instantly, his voice booming like thunder. Where's the money? Where did all my money go? How could there be so little? The oppressive presence of his massive body made the gifted man carrying the boxes tremble. Queen looked distressed and spread his hands, explaining, Boss, our beasts pirates have always been this well-funded. Your usual drinking, weapon forging, and fleet maintenance costs are enormous. In addition, the initial investment in developing the Seastone mine in the Rabbit Bowl was astronomical. The mine has only been in operation for a short time, and the profits haven't been realized yet, so of course the cash flow is tight. Oh dear, even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. Mentioning the Seastone mine, Kaido seemed to suddenly remember it. A flicker of realization crossed his massive dragon eyes, then they sharpened again. By the way, who's in charge of the mine now? It's Master Yamato. Quinn answered quickly, blinking his small eyes. As soon as I mentioned I had an important mission, a crucial cornerstone for protecting the future of Wano country, young Master Yamato, well, she immediately became very enthusiastic, patting her chest and promising to watch over the mine and ensure nothing went wrong. Humph. Kaido snorted coldly, his tone tinged with complexity and dissatisfaction. That stupid son of a BCH, knowing that I've taken the main force and left Onigashima, with no one to keep an eye on him, he's probably running wild on the island right now, thinking he's Odin inspecting his territory. Although he said that, he was clearly concerned about the safety of the mine and immediately issued instructions. Quinn, remember to check on the mine's condition and Ghost Island's movements with the Teletubby every now and then. Don't let that kid really cause any trouble. Understood? Yes, I'll contact you regularly. Quinn assured him, patting his chest. Setting aside his family matters for the moment, Kaido's attention returned to the box of berries in front of him, a box of power-related items. He made a decision with a wave of his hand. The money problem will naturally be solved once the Seastone veins have a stable output. For now, prioritize strength. Continue. Yes. Quinn nodded emphatically, a renewed thirst for power returning to his obese face as he stared intently at Ron and the box of Baileys. All eyes were focused again. Ron stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the brand new Bailey in the box, and quickly estimated its value in his mind. He looked up and calmly stated the facts. The money here is probably only enough for 2 or 3 more of these system transfers. After that, we won't have enough funds. Upon hearing this, Kaido was not discouraged at all. Instead, he grinned widely, revealing a ferocious and unrestrained smile, as if he had heard something perfectly normal. Out of money? That's easy. When we need it, we'll just rob a wealthy kingdom or a clueless naval base. We're pirates, we roam the seas with strength. How can we let a mere belly hold us back? He. Ron's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. Yes, he almost forgot what kind of world he was in and what kind of lawless group he had joined. For the 4 emperors, plunder is the most direct and primitive way to accumulate capital. It seems I need to incorporate some of the professional qualities of a pirate into my stable 9-to-5 job. All right, let's begin. Ron composed himself, no longer dwelling on the funding issue. He took a deep breath and once again placed his hands over the pile of Pele's that symbolized equivalent exchange. A strange scene unfolded once again. A large number of Pele were burned as if by invisible flames, quickly turning into nothingness, leaving only a faint, lingering fluctuation of rules in the air. Immediately afterwards, Ron's hands once again became like transparent crystal, radiating an indescribable divine brilliance. He looked at Jin and said in a deep voice, Mr. Jin, relax. Jin was already prepared. He closed his eyes and completely let down his guard. Ron's transparent hands, like the most precise scalpels, effortlessly probed into Jin's chest once more. Having learned from his previous experience, he was even more adept this time, his consciousness quickly locking onto that pure white radiance that burned eternally like a blazing star, representing the invincible physique of the Lunaria race. Without hesitation, Ron focused his mind and carefully peeled the primal power, which contained ultimate defense and environmental adaptability, from Ember's life veins. Jin's body trembled slightly again uncontrollably, and the silver-white divine fire on his back visibly dimmed, even flickering, as if it might go out at any moment. A strong sense of weakness swept over him again, making him almost unable to stand. Fortunately, Jack reached out and supported him. In Ron's hand now lay a warm, solid energy body radiating pure white light, the very essence of the Lunaria race's constitution. The next moment, without hesitation, Ron turned around and placed the hand that held the unparalleled treasure on Kaido's massive, mountain-like body. The transparent hand slid effortlessly into Kaido's chest. In Ron's perception, Kaido's body was like a surging, violent sea of lava, filled with the barbaric, domineering, and destructive aura of the Oni race. He carefully placed the ball of pure white light in his hand on the shore of the sea of lava, letting it take root like a seed and attempt to merge with Kaido's own power. The whole process seems complicated, but it actually only takes a few breaths. When Ron's hands returned to normal and were slowly withdrawn from Kaido's body, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Kaido. Did it succeed? Or did it fail? What changes will occur to this world's strongest creature after acquiring the Lunaria race's near-absolute defensive physique? The surroundings were so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The only sounds were the heavy, suppressed breathing of the crowd. Ron watched quietly, awaiting the outcome. The moment Ron withdrew his hands, Kaido's enormous dragon eyes snapped open. Deep within his pupils, it seemed as if blue lightning and white holy fire intertwined and flickered. Ugh! He let out a suppressed, yet deep and powerful roar, like the calm before a storm. An unprecedented and strange sensation exploded within his massive body. It was as if a pure yet blazing white flame had been ignited within him, burning fiercely with a gentle yet unstoppable force, tempering every inch of his flesh and blood, every bone. His muscles, which were as knotted as a coiled dragon and contained destructive power, seemed to be infused with new vitality under the influence of this white energy. The fibers became denser and more solid, and the lines and contours seemed to become sharper. Beneath his bluish-black skin, there flowed a barely perceptible, warm yet indestructible luster, like that of jade. The most notable change has occurred. The pair of curved and ferocious giant horns on his head, symbolizing his identity as a demon, were beginning to turn slightly white at the base, as if they were being imbued with some kind of sacred power, presenting a strange texture of interwoven bluish-black and pale white, adding to his ancient and majestic appearance. Then, under the gaze of everyone who was practically staring into their sockets, boom! A burst of intense, pure, and sacred white flames suddenly erupted from Kaido's broad, ridge-like back and burst into flames. The shape and color of those flames were so similar to the silvery divine fire behind Jin, but when it burned on Kaido, it exuded a completely different aura. It lacked some of the holiness and etherealness of King, but gained more of Kaido's domineering, incomparably powerful, and crushingly violent and oppressive aura. Its pale blue-white dragon scales, its menacing demonic horns, and the raging white divine fire burning behind it. At this moment, Kaido seemed to have stepped out of ancient mythology, a demon god who wields the power of destruction and creation. Two completely different qualities, holiness and violence, achieved a strange unity in him, forming a kind of oppressive aura that makes one's soul tremble. This power, Kaido carefully felt the unprecedented fullness and power surging within him, and couldn't help but laugh wildly, his laughter like rolling thunder, shaking the surrounding sea and causing ripples to spread. He clenched his massive fist, powerful enough to shatter mountains, feeling the seemingly endless power contained within his muscles, and the formidable defense that covered his entire body, as if he were born with it. It's not just defense, my strength, stamina, even the flow of my domineering aura, all seem to have been tempered and enhanced by this power. Kaido's voice was filled with ecstatic joy and shock. So this is the constitution of the Lunaria race? Truly worthy of the name of a race of gods. He suddenly looked at Ron, his dragon eyes blazing with admiration and fervor. Ron, you little brat, you really are a monster? He, I'm liking you more and more. King looked at the white divine fire behind Lord Kaido, which shared the same origin as his own but was even more domineering. His expression behind the mask was incredibly complex, containing feelings of relief, shock, and a touch of indescribable emotion. His efforts seemed to have been worthwhile. Quinn and Jack were completely dumbfounded, their mouths practically watering. It's a success? It really is a success? Eeyo! Quinn screamed, wishing he could be next. The entire Beast's Pirates flagship was once again plunged into utter madness and frenzy due to Ron's incredible power. The name Treasure Hunt Disaster was now, in their hearts, no different from that of a god. On the other end, the Flying Six, who had been closely monitoring the situation, could no longer maintain their composure. Hey, you're kidding, right? Page One's eyes widened, his jaw practically dropping in shock. That's King's godlike physique. Even Kaido. Whoosh. Black Maria exhaled a long smoke ring, her alluring eyes fixed on the holy yet domineering flame behind Kaido, her voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Absolute defense, coupled with Lord Kaido's body, the strongest creature in the world. This isn't just about strengthening something, this is filling the last gap in its strength. Her words expressed the shock felt by everyone. It's no secret among the higher UPS of the beast pirates that Jin possesses the physical characteristics of the Lunaria race. As long as he doesn't initiate an attack, his defense is virtually unmatched, and his extreme adaptability to the environment makes him almost invincible. Now, this unsolvable trait has actually combined with Lord Kaido's already monstrous physique and terrifying attack power. Tisk, Ford said, arms crossed, seemingly calm, but the slight twitching in his eyes and his tightly pursed lips betrayed the turmoil within him. A dragon that destroys everything in its path when attacking, an indestructible god when defending. Who in this world can break such a combination? The images of the Navy admirals and the other 4 emperors even flashed through his mind, and for a moment he felt somewhat dispirited. Wow, that's amazing, that's amazing. Altai jumped excitedly, grabbing Paijavan's arm, her little face full of fervor. If we could have that kind of physique, wouldn't we be invincible like Boss Kaido? From now on, whenever we fight, I'll just stand there and let them beat me up. I'll exhaust them. Ha ha ha. Although Sasaki did not speak, the tight grip on his sword hilt and his burning gaze revealed his inner desire. Although the Flying Six are powerful and each possesses unique skills, who wouldn't crave such an absolute defense that is almost at the rule level? If even the proud and arrogant ones were like this, the ordinary crew members and gifted individuals further away were even more excited and unable to contain themselves. The clamor swept across the entire deck like a tsunami. Look, do you see that? The fire behind Governor Kaido? The same fire as Lord King's. Divine fire? It's divine fire? Lord Kaido has also gained the power of a god. Invincible? Lord Kaido is truly invincible now. Who else can defeat Lord Kaido? Not even a marine admiral could. Lord Ron? It was Lord Ron who did it. Treasure hunt disaster? Long live Lord Ron. Amidst the frenzied shouts, countless gazes, like the most intense searchlights, focused on Ron. His gaze was filled with awe, worship, and an almost frantic longing, a longing for power, for that almost miraculous transformation that could only be achieved through Ron's hands. The Flying Six exchanged glances, each seeing the same determination in the other's eyes. I must find a way, no matter what, to get Lord Ron's favor, even if it costs them everything, even if it requires waiting. They must obtain this power that allows them to share top-tier physical attributes. The power structure of the Beast's pirates is undergoing a dramatic transformation due to Ron's presence. Cool. Feeling an unprecedented power within his body, a power that seemed capable of shaking the entire world, Kaido's fighting spirit burned like a tangible flame. He desperately needed a battle, or at least a cathartic release, to test the limits of this new body. Glancing at Yin, who appeared weak from the stripping away of his physical strength, he boomed, Yin, you need to rest. Quinn, give Yin all the best nutritional supplements and recovery potions on the ship, so he can recover as quickly as possible. Got it. Quinn quickly replied, gesturing for his men to hurry and fetch the items. Having settled things with King, Kaido could no longer contain himself. His massive body trembled violently as he roared, let me personally test just how wondrous this god's physique truly is. Before the words were finished, his massive body was instantly enveloped in azure scales and mist on the deck. With a deafening roar, he transformed into a sky-covering azure dragon and soared into the heavens. However, unlike before, this time, the white divine fire he had just acquired, symbolizing the physique of the Lunaria race, suddenly went out the moment his dragon body took to the air. Huh? The fire's out, one of the men exclaimed. But the next moment, everyone understood why. Suddenly, the azure dragon in the sky increased its speed dramatically. Like a blue lightning bolt breaking free from all restraints, it drew dazzling trails in the air, and the wind pressure generated by its massive body even carved deep trenches in the sea. His speed far exceeded his usual performance. Speed, so fast. Jack exclaimed, tilting his head back, his voice booming with awe. Wow, it's more than just fast. Queen's sunglasses were practically sliding down to his nose as he shrieked. Lord Kaido's straight-line speed and agility in midair have increased several times over. Is this the effect of channeling all his power into speed? Just as everyone was marveling at the terrifying speed, the azure dragon in the sky suddenly circled and, facing an abandoned old ship used as a target below, adopted a dive attack posture. Just as he focused his attack intent, boom, that pure white divine fire, as if summoned by some rule, roared up again behind his enormous dragon. The sacred and domineering flames roared, making him appear like a god of destruction descended from the heavens. This time, everyone could clearly feel a thick, solid, invisible force field that seemed capable of isolating all harm, spreading out from Kaido's center. The already incredibly hard dragon scales covering his body seemed to be coated with an invisible, absolutely defensive armor under the enhancement of this force field. Kaido's physical defense was already at the level of the strongest creature in the world, and now, with the addition of the Lunar Clan's rule-level defense, his defensive power has reached a level that is incomprehensible and even despair-inducing. Roar dash. The azure dragon let out a triumphant roar, carrying the force of a thunderbolt and a suffocating defensive force field, and slammed into the target ship. No techniques were used, it was purely physical collision. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive abandoned ship, as if struck head-on by a meteorite, instantly disintegrated, turning into a shower of wood chips and fragments, leaving not even a slightly larger piece of wreckage behind. The azure dragon in the sky merely shook its head, as if it had only smashed a piece of tofu. The white divine fire behind him flickered slowly, and the dark blue dragon scales shimmered with a metallic and divine luster under the sunlight, completely unharmed. Gulp. Around. A series of distinct swallowing sounds rang out. Quinn and Jack looked up, mouths agape, at the azure dragon god in the sky that seemed to combine ultimate speed and absolute defense. The envy and longing in their eyes were almost palpable. Did you see that, Jack? Yo, did you see that? Quinn grabbed Jack's arm excitedly and shook it wildly, the perfect switching between speed and defense. When speed is needed, the divine fire extinguishes, and speed increases dramatically. When defense is needed, the divine fire ignites, making you indestructible. This is simply a dreamlike ability. Jack nodded emphatically, his voice booming with unprecedented fervor. I want it. I want it too. Not only them, but all the Flying Six who witnessed this scene, from the real fighters to even the lowest-ranking henchmen, had only one thought in their minds. They want that kind of ability too? Ron stood on the deck, watching Kaido displaying his power freely in the sky, listening to the tsunami of envy and amazement around him, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. He knew that the value of the treasure hunt disaster, after this perfect demonstration, had been deeply and unshakably etched into the souls of every member of the Beast's pirates. A few days later, the afterglow of the grand banquet had not yet completely dissipated when Jin, nourished by a large amount of tonics, had already recovered completely. The silver-white divine fire behind him burned steadily, and his aura was even more refined than before. This means that the treasure hunt based on physical constitution can continue. On deck, the atmosphere became heated and tense once again. Kaido was in high spirits, carrying his sake gourd, and boomed, hee. King has recovered, who's next? I'm really looking forward to seeing which of you will inherit this power. Me? Boss Kaido? It's my turn now. EIO. Quinn practically launched himself forward, his obese body instantly pushing to the front, his small eyes gleaming with an extreme desire for invincible defense, his face plastered with a fawning smile. My loyalty to the Beast's pirates and to Boss Kaido is as clear as day. However, he had barely finished speaking when a deep, thunderous voice interrupted him. No, the second one is me. Jack also looked at Quinn and offered her a condition that Quinn couldn't refuse. Unless, you don't want to have the physique of my merfolk in the future. He paused, then added. With this, you'll never have to worry about falling into the sea again. Quinn froze, as if struck by lightning, his smile frozen on his face. He fell into the sea? For those with special abilities, these 4 words are a fear etched deep into their very souls. If he possessed the physique of a fishman, he could completely overcome this weakness and become a warrior without any shortcomings. This temptation was too great for him. Quinn's expression shifted, his mind in turmoil. Ultimately, the fear of drowning overwhelmed everything. It's impossible to refuse. He slumped his shoulders and said dejectedly. Fine, you win, Jack? You're ahead of me in line. It's a deal, your merman physique has to be mine next time. Jack nodded emphatically, it's a deal. The order is now set, after Kaido, Jack is second. However, just as Jack was about to walk towards Ron, he did something that surprised everyone. He turned to Ron and said respectfully, Brother Luo, you should go first this time. These words shocked everyone present. Even Kaido cast a surprised glance at him, and Queen almost popped his eyes out. To willingly give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could fundamentally change one's strength? When did Jack become so generous and humble? Ron was also surprised and asked, Jack, are you sure? You're giving me this opportunity. He was indeed surprised. In the Beast Pirates, where strength reigns supreme, especially after witnessing firsthand the immense benefits of fusion, it's almost unthinkable that they would willingly relinquish priority to someone else. Faced with the puzzled looks from Ron and the others, Jack nodded and explained earnestly. Brother Luo, you are the calamity of our treasure hunting, the foundation for all of us to become stronger. Your safety is more important than any of our strength improvement. He pointed to the sea. In the future, when we go out to sea to dig for treasure, battles and accidents may happen at any time. In case you are caught in the crossfire of an enemy attack, or encounter any unexpected situation. With a physique like Brother Jin's, you at least have strong self-defense capabilities, preventing injury or even death. He looked at Ron, his eyes sincere. Your life is tied to the future of our entire Beast's pirates. Therefore, this physique should be used on you first. These words struck everyone like a heavy hammer blow. Even Quinn fell silent, forced to admit that while Jack might seem simple-minded, his words made sense and showed a long-term perspective. Ron's safety was indeed of paramount importance. Ron looked into Jack's genuinely sincere eyes, and his heart stirred slightly. He never expected that this usually taciturn, seemingly reckless man who only knew how to fight would have such a thoughtful mind, considering his safety and value to the entire pirate crew. He thanked him, saying, Thank you, Jack. I understand your kindness. But then he changed the subject, his gaze sweeping over Kaido, King, Queen, and Jack, and calmly said, However, I have my own plans and considerations, so you don't need to make excuses for me. He raised his hands. Each time I excavate and transfer your physical constitution or abilities, in the process, my body will be passively affected, absorbing a trace of their original power to nourish itself. Therefore, my strength has been steadily increasing in ways you can't see. I still have the ability to protect myself. There's no need to rush. There are such hidden benefits. Everyone was once again awestruck by Ron's unfathomable potential. Doesn't this mean that as long as he keeps using his abilities to help others, he can simultaneously become stronger? This isn't support, this is leveling up while lying down. Oh lol. Kaido laughed and slapped Jack on the shoulder forcefully. Did you hear that, Jack? It's good that you're so helpful, but now's not the time to be modest. Ron has his own path. He made a decisive statement. The order is set, no further discussion needed. The second one is you, Jack. Hurry up, don't waste time. I can't wait to see you all turn into monsters. He. Kaido's decisive blow sealed the deal, and Jack no longer insisted. He looked at Ron, his eyes filled with not only the original awe but also a newfound trust. He nodded emphatically. Yes, Boss Kaido. Brother Law, thank you for your help. All eyes were once again focused on the scene. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, the familiar process began once again. The large box of berries was turned into fuel by Ron, whose transparent hands precisely probed into Ember's body, stripping away the pure white radiance once more. Jin groaned, his divine fire dimmed, and a familiar feeling of weakness washed over him, but his eyes remained calm, for he was already prepared. But, I feel weak again. Immediately afterwards, Ron turned around and pressed the white ball of light, containing the original power of the Lunaria race, into Jack's body. Buzz dash. A strange energy fluctuation spread out. Jack's body trembled, his already bulging muscles seemed to be infused with a power, becoming even more solid, and a restrained radiance flowed beneath his tan skin. The most obvious change occurred in his enormous ivory. The already dazzling white ivory now appeared as if it had been washed by holy water and tempered by divine fire. It became increasingly crystal clear, exuding a warm yet indestructible texture, and even faintly reflecting the light of the white divine fire behind it. Now it's $1 billion bounty, $1 billion ivory? Boom! Just like Kaido before him, a blazing white divine fire suddenly erupted from Jack's broad back and burst into flames. This divine fire burned on Jack's body, and its aura was completely different from that of Kaido and King. It lacks some of Kaido's ferocity and domineering nature, and also lacks King's sacred ethereal quality, but it possesses a mammoth-like behemoth-like, imposing and majestic aura. Its imposing presence is as solid as a mountain, like that of a giant god. It's a success. Quinn pointed at the divine fire behind Jack and screamed, drooling with envy. That ivory, it's so white it's almost glowing. Paired with this divine fire, it looks absolutely magnificent. The surrounding crew erupted in a deafening cheer and murmur. Lord Jack has become a god too. Mammoths? And divine fire. Are we, the beasts pirates, really going to become an army of gods? Long live Lord Ron. Jack looked down at his hands, feeling the divine fire and power. He tried to control his thoughts, and the divine fire behind him suddenly went out. An unprecedented feeling of lightness surged through his limbs, making him feel that he could unleash even greater speed. Then, in a flash, it disappeared from the spot, and returned to its original position a breath later. This speed is several times faster than before. Jack looked up, his excitement barely contained, and clasped his hands in a deep fist salute to Ron. Thank you, Brother Luo. Ron nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, but he was also carefully sensing something in his heart. As he said, during this excavation, he did indeed sense a faint trace of the original power of the Lunaria race. Like a gentle stream, it quietly seeped into his body, further strengthening his physique and potential. Kaido looked at the addition of another powerful general with godlike physique to his ranks, and his satisfaction was almost overflowing. Good. Another one? Next up, Quinn. Get ready. EIO, it's finally my turn. Quinn was so excited he almost jumped up, rubbing his hands together and looking at Yin with eager eyes, hoping he would recover quickly. He then looked at Ron with such fervent eyes that it almost melted him. Just then, the tax collector, who was counting the money nearby, reported tremblingly. Quinn. Lord Quinn, the money in the box is not enough for next time. What? Quinn's ecstatic expression froze instantly. He then rushed to the empty box and examined it in disbelief. Gone? Just like that? My physique? My divine fire? Jack, with the composure of someone who's been through it all, said. Don't rush, Quinn. If you're broke, just rob us. These words, spoken by someone who had just benefited, were simple yet incredibly firm. Oh lol. Kaido laughed loudly. I was so happy I forgot about that. That's right, Queen, don't look so pathetic. I'll take care of the money. He glanced at Yin, who needed time to recover. Perfect timing, Yin needs time to recover too. Quinn, we'll talk about your body transplant after we find the money. Quinn, though unwilling, knew this was the only way, and could only nod tearfully. It's the only way. My life is so miserable. Having temporarily resolved the issues of funding and sequence, Kaido immediately turned his attention back to exploring for new power. His gaze burned as he looked intently at Jack, his fighting spirit rekindled. Come on, Jack. Attack me with all your might, in that same state you were in just now. Let me experience for myself just how tough this body, enhanced with Lunaria's defenses, really is. Really. Nonsense, hurry up. Yes, Lord Kaido, be careful. Jack replied without hesitation, his massive body slightly lowering, and the white divine fire he had just acquired on his back extinguished instantly. The moment the divine fire went out, Jack's already imposing and massive body seemed to be relieved of a tremendous burden, and his speed suddenly increased dramatically. He tore the air apart, creating a sharp whistling sound. For a behemoth like Jack, whose weight is astonishing, the increase in kinetic energy resulting from the surge in speed is terrifying. It is itself a devastating attack. Roar. Jack roared and leaped forward, using that explosive speed. He concentrated all his strength into his massive fist, powerful enough to shatter city walls, and without any fancy moves, struck Kaido squarely in the center of his muscular chest covered in bluish-black dragon scales. Boom! A deafening roar, so deep it was almost muffled, exploded out, like two mountains colliding violently. The violent shockwave spread out in a ring, causing the weaker pirates on the deck to stagger and fall. However, Kaido, who took the brunt of this terrifying attack, only swayed slightly with his mountain-like body, took a half-step back with his right foot, and then stood firmly on his feet. He looked down at the spot on his chest where he had been struck. The dragon scales there were still intact, without even a trace of white. That terrifying fist force, powerful enough to shatter a ship into pieces, was completely absorbed and neutralized by the invisible defensive force field on his body, as if it were a mud ox sinking into the sea. Ugh! Kaido carefully felt the feedback from his body and burst into laughter. He. It's nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's not even a tickle. Jack, you still need to work on your punches. He. This exaggerated defensive power sent chills down the spines of everyone who witnessed it, including Jack himself, who threw the punch. Queen watched this scene, his desire for that invincible defense burning like a ton of bricks, wishing he could immediately rob a celestial dragon's treasury to complete the sacrifice. Jack stared blankly at his fist, then at Kaido's chest, which was completely unmarked, and for the first time, a look of daze appeared on his face. This was a strike he put in with all his might, even taking advantage of the increased speed. Even if the opponent was Lord Kaido, in the past, at least he could make him sway and feel a real impact. But now, absolutely nothing happened? You can't even make Lord Kaido frown? Shock and a sense of powerlessness washed over Jack. He growled incredulously, Lord Kaido, do you have to be so insulting? This defense is simply ridiculously strong. Ron, standing to the side, nodded slightly, a knowing glint in his eyes. Witnessing firsthand how Lunaria withstood Jack's full-force attack unscathed gave him a more direct understanding of the defensive capabilities of the Lunaria race. Truly terrifying, he muttered to himself, a rule-level defense, living up to its reputation. The reaction of the Flying Six, who witnessed this entire scene, as well as all the officers and henchmen watching on deck, was even more exaggerated. Hiss! A chorus of gasps filled the air. Page 1 rubbed his eyes hard and muttered, Jack's full-force attack couldn't even break through his defenses. Whoosh! The smoke rings exhaled by Black Maria trembled, and she subconsciously licked her slightly dry lips. This is a nightmare for all offensive ability users. Fort Ford's fingers, clenched tightly around his arms, turned slightly white as he forced himself to remain calm, his throat bobbing involuntarily. He could almost see himself strolling leisurely across the battlefield after acquiring this physique. Wow, that's too strong, too strong. He just stands there and nobody can even scratch him. Altai excitedly grabbed Pagevan's arm, jumping and skipping, his little face flushed with excitement. Little Pei, I want it. I want it so badly. With this, I can curse anyone I want, fight anyone I want, and they can't hurt me anyway. Sasaki gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his knuckles turning white, his gaze fixed on the white divine fire behind Kaido, as if trying to etch the shape of that flame into his soul. Not only the Flying Six, but also the real fighters, gifted soldiers, and ordinary crew members stared wide-eyed, their mouths practically watering uncontrollably. Did you see that? Lord Jack's attack was so terrifying. Governor General Kaido didn't even flinch. Invincible? This is true invincibility. If only we could have that kind of physique. Lord Ron, please, you must find me next time. A palpable sense of envy and longing filled the deck. I'm drooling, I really can't control it anymore. Kaido basked in the envious gazes of the crowd, feeling an unprecedented surge of defense within him. Do you see that? This is power. Absolute power. Follow me, follow Ron, and each of you will have the chance to obtain this power. Roar dash. The entire beast fleet erupted in a frenzied roar once more, its morale soaring to its peak. After witnessing Kaido's display of such despair-inducing defensive power, Jack's shock quickly transformed into a strong anticipation of his own defensive capabilities. He shouted, My turn? Lord Kaido, punch me, let me test this godlike defense. Upon hearing this, Kaido chuckled, cracked his neck, and slowly clenched his massive right fist. As he gathered his strength, a terrifying and oppressive aura instantly condensed, as if the surrounding air had become viscous, and even faint black and red lightning-shaped domineering energy swirled around his fist. Jack's excitement froze instantly, turning into terror. He knew all too well the power of Lord Kaido's fist, especially this attack that clearly carried the force of Haki. He quickly waved his hand, completely dumbfounded. Wait, Lord Kaido, have mercy, don't kill me with that punch. I'm still young. Jack is 18 this year, Quinn called out for him from the side, just turned 18. 18 years old? That's ridiculous. Don't worry. Kaido laughed wildly, but the power of his fist remained undiminished. I know what I'm doing, get ready, Jack. Before the words were finished, the gigantic fist, wreathed in terrifying power, had already torn through the air and was hurtling towards us. The speed wasn't fast, but the power it contained seemed to pierce through the void. The compressed air pressure struck Jack first, making him feel suffocated. In Jack's horrified eyes, a devastating fist landed squarely on his chest. Boom! A deafening roar, far deeper and heavier than Jack's previous attacks, exploded out. Jack's massive body was struck by the immense force, his feet leaving the ground as he flew backward. Rumble! Jack smashed through more than a dozen huge wooden barrels filled with fine wine that were piled on the deck. Wine and sawdust flew everywhere. Finally, it slammed heavily against the sturdy ship's railing, denting the metal railing before finally coming to a stop. In a short time, the deck reeked of wine, yet was a mess. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the pile of rubble. Quinn couldn't bear to look at Jack's miserable state. However, in the very next moment, with a whoosh, Jack jerked to his feet from the pile of broken barrels and spilled liquor. He instinctively and quickly groped his chest and abdomen, his face filled with disbelief. Doesn't it hurt? It doesn't hurt at all. Aside from the feeling of being thrown away by the impact, the part of me that was directly hit by the fist didn't feel any pain at all. Even the sensation of blood and chi surging was barely perceptible. The Lunaria tribe's absolute defense isolated, dispersed, and neutralized most of the destructive power from Kaido's fist. Are really okay. Jack looked down at his unharmed body, then looked up at Kaido in the distance. After the initial shock came immense joy. Ha 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 ha, it's alright, Lord Kaido, I'm really alright. I'll take your punch. Jack laughed. That defense is incredible. They were stronger than he had imagined. Witnessing Jack withstand Kai's multiple punches unscathed, the envy and gasps on deck reached a new climax. Quinn was so envious he was practically pounding his chest. Make money? We have to do it now, right now, make money. At this time, the lookout at the top of the mast shouted. Island spotted ahead. The island the save pointer is pointing to has appeared. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered at the bow of the ship to look out. On the horizon, the outline of an island gradually became clear. Unlike ordinary islands, from a distance, the island appears to have faint outlines of some uniquely shaped, technologically advanced buildings, their metallic sheen reflecting the sunlight. Ron's gaze sharpened slightly, and he asked, what about that island? Igorard, the island of the future. Quinn adjusted his small sunglasses, his tone tinged with disdain, yet also laced with barely concealed jealousy. That old Vegapunk guy is out there doing his research right now. Snort? He's just relying on the unlimited funds and support the world government gives him. If I had the same resources, I, Quinn, would have surpassed him long ago and become the world's #1 scientist. Future island? Vegapunk? Ron's heart stirred slightly. He had been so busy with survival and integrating into the Beast clan that he had hardly had time to think about what year it was. At that moment, some details he had overlooked suddenly connected. Among the members of Flying 6, former Navy Rear Admiral X Drake was not present. This means, Naval Infiltrator Drake has not yet arrived in the New World as a pirate. Or rather, he hasn't followed the original storyline yet, infiltrating the Beast's pirates to become one of the Flying 6. So, what time is it exactly now? Has Wang Luffy set sail yet? Did the Marineford War occur? These key events will directly impact his future plans and treasure hunting strategy. Thinking of this, Ron turned to Quinn and asked casually, Mr. Quinn, speaking of which, I've been so focused on treasure hunting that I've become a bit fuzzy on the exact timing. So, what year is it in the sea calendar now? Not 20 years. Quinn was taken aback by Ron's sudden question, then counted on his fingers for a moment, and nodded firmly. That's right. It's 1520. This year is destined to be the year our Beast's pirates flourish and dominate the seas. He immediately moved closer to Ron, rubbing his hands together eagerly, and said, Brother Luo, you heard that? This is a good omen, so you absolutely have to mind my physique. Once I have Jin's defense, plus my invincible technological power. Ron interrupted his pledge of loyalty and made a promise. As long as Jin recovers and the funds are available, it can happen anytime. Very good. Quinn became excited, and then his gaze became intense as the future island drew closer. Kaido laughed upon hearing this. He, that Vegapunk guy, as the world government's chief scientist, must be rolling in money, right? If we rob him, the money problem will be solved. That's right. Robbery. Jack agreed, having just gained new power and filled with fighting spirit, eager to find a strong opponent to test his strength. Seeing these big shots devise a simple and brutal plan storm Future Island and rob Vegapunk in just a few words, Ron immediately felt a headache coming on. These guys, their thinking is way too linear. This is the epitome of mindless recklessness. The other party is a key figure under the world government's full protection. How could their base not have robust defenses? If you just go in with a basic attack like that, you're probably going to get your head smashed. Seeing that Kaido was preparing to order his fleet to land and launch a full-scale attack, Ron had no choice but to speak up again. Mr. Kaido, hold on. The core area of Vegapunk Island isn't on the ground, but in that suspended device in the sky called the brain. Ron paused, then emphasized the most crucial point. And the energy shield protecting that brain, as far as I know, contains extremely powerful energy, capable of piercing through anything that tries to force its way in. A blind assault would likely result in heavy losses. These words instantly calmed Kaido and the others down considerably. An energy shield? It can pierce through everything. Kaido narrowed his eyes, gazing at the sky. His ferocious aura subsided slightly, and his expression became solemn. Jack asked, somewhat unconvinced. My defense, isn't it pretty strong right now? It can even block Lord Kaido's punch, so how could it not withstand that energy shield? Ron shook his head, even the strongest defense is still within the realm of flesh and blood. The energy shield releases a highly condensed, extremely penetrating special laser, the principle of which is closer to decomposition than impact. In theory, it is capable of penetrating and disintegrating the structure of most known matter. He looked at Jack, then glanced at Kaido and Queen, emphasizing, trying to withstand that kind of thing with your body is tantamount to suicide. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Jack gasped. Then we still can't just try to steal it by force. He may be fierce, but he's not stupid. In a short time, everyone on deck fell into deep thought. A direct assault is too risky. Are we going to return empty-handed? Seeing a mountain of gold within reach yet being unable to seize it was an unbearable temptation for the pirates, who were used to plundering. Just as the atmosphere was becoming somewhat somber, Ron spoke again, his voice still steady. Since a direct assault on the core area is not feasible, why don't we try a different approach? He pointed to the waters surrounding Future Island, a smirk playing on his lips. Vegapunk and his island crew still need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Their research requires a constant stream of funds and supplies. The world government will never cut off supplies to this place. We can conceal our fleet in the surrounding hidden waters and patiently wait for supply ships arriving from the outside, responsible for delivering provisions and funds. His gaze swept over the crowd, whose eyes were gradually brightening. Then, we'll wait in ambush, lay in wait, and plunder these supply ships. They'll surely have the parietes, food, meat, and possibly even some valuable experimental materials that we desperately need. In this way, we can obtain funds without risking attacking the dangerous energy shield, and we can also weaken the island's long-term supply lines. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Quiet? After a deathly silence, EIO- Quinn was the first to scream, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Brother Ron? No, Lord Ron, you're a genius. Stealing the supply ship? How come I didn't think of that? Jack wholeheartedly agreed, great idea. Safe? And we can still make money. Even Kaido stroked his chin thoughtfully, then burst into laughter. He. Not bad. Really not bad. Ron, you're not only good at digging for treasure, you can even dig a hole like this? No wonder you're called the treasure digging catastrophe. Your brain works really well. As expected of Lord Ron. A master of treasure hunting? He can even dig a hole. Following Lord Ron means meat to eat and money to rob. The entire deck was instantly filled with cheers. Ron's strategy of besieging the enemy's stronghold and ambushing their reinforcements, while simultaneously plundering their supplies, was exactly the style of pirates, yet it avoided enormous risks. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Sengoku put down the latest intelligence that the CP agency and infiltrators had risked their lives to transmit back to him, his brows furrowed and his expression becoming deeply etched. The document in front of me contained several bizarre pieces of information. In the Onigashima region of Wano country, intense golden and dazzling blue lights of unknown origin and strange nature have appeared one after another. Preliminary confirmation indicates that the beast's pirates have unearthed a high-purity sea stone vein in Udon. Appendix, the giant black serpent is unusually withdrawn, and the general's mansion is under heavy security. All of the above anomalies and mineral veins are related to a new member of the beast's pirates, the fourth calamity, the treasure-digging calamity Ron? Treasure hunt disaster. Sengoku muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. A new natural disaster has actually appeared, and its ability is treasure hunting. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Garp, who was sitting opposite him, happily devouring a bag of senbei, rice crackers, couldn't help but burst into laughter, nearly choking on the crackers. Treasure hunting disaster? A natural disaster specifically designed to dig up treasure. Where did Kaido find such a character? He's really something else. Next time we meet, should I ask him what good stuff he dug up today? Ha ha ha. Sengoku glared at his old friend, annoyed, and ignored his joke. He said in a deep voice, Carp, this is not the time to laugh. The important thing is, he struck sea stone? A high-purity vein? You should know what that means. Garp's laughter subsided slightly, and he nodded, his gaze becoming more serious. He certainly understood the strategic significance of sea stone. Just then, Sengoku's adjutant hurriedly delivered another urgent intelligence report. Sengoku quickly glanced at it, his expression instantly becoming even more grave, even showing a hint of disbelief. Furthermore, based on the risky observations of our undercover agents and the blurry images captured by long-range Den Mushi, the abilities of King, the Beast Pirate's top lieutenant, appear to have undergone a fundamental change. What? Garp also stopped eating his senbei. Sengoku read out the intelligence report word by word. The flames behind Jin have changed color from flame to white. And some witnessed a dramatic change in its appearance. It was no longer a pterosaur. Instead, it transformed into a gigantic white tiger form capable of flight, with silver-white flames burning on its back. White tiger. Garp suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with astonishment. You must be mistaken, Sengoku. Isn't Jin's ability an ancient Zoan-type pteranodon? How could he turn into a white tiger? Flying is understandable, but a white tiger, could it be a mythical Zoan? This guess caused the air in the office to freeze instantly. If Jin really did change his abilities, and to a more powerful and rarer mythical beast, how did he manage to do that? Where did the ancient species' abilities go? The hidden information behind this is chilling upon closer examination. Sengoku slowly sat back in his chair, rubbing his throbbing temples, his voice heavier than ever before. Golden light, blue light, treasure hunting disaster, sea stone vein, and Jin's new form, which seems to be a mythical beast, the white tiger. Connecting these clues, a chilling conclusion came to mind. He looked up at Garp, his eyes filled with shock. That Ron's treasure hunting probably involves more than just digging up underground minerals and treasures. The golden light he unearthed is very likely a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. And the fact that he can grant Ian new abilities, the implications behind this are probably far more astonishing than we imagine. Just then, an intelligence officer hurriedly knocked on the door and entered, bringing the latest news report. Fleet Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp? According to reports from external surveillance units, the Beast's pirates fleet, after arriving in the waters near Future Island Eghard, did not land as expected. Instead, it suddenly changed course and entered a complex sea area nearby filled with unusual magnetic fields. Currently, its exact location has been lost, changed course, disappeared without a trace. Upon hearing this, Sengoku frowned even more deeply and waved for the intelligence officer to leave. A brief silence fell over the office. That old BD Kaido. Garp crossed his arms, his voice tinged with seriousness. Instead of indulging in drinking and running wild in his Wano country stronghold, he ran away with all his belongings and is now sneaking away and disappearing. What is he trying to do? Do they really want to unleash another world-shaking wave on this ocean? Sengoku tapped his index finger heavily on the sea chart spread out on the table. The area around Future Island, marked as dangerous and with a chaotic magnetic field, seemed like a huge mystery. His unease grew stronger. The Beast's pirates have just gained an unimaginable advantage, a new natural disaster, the Seastone Mine, and King's suspected mythical Zoan ability. Any unusual action they take now must contain a huge scheme. Something unusual must be going on. Zhang Guo said in a deep voice, his gaze seemingly piercing through the sea chart. Kaido is not one to speak without reason. His decision to forego a direct landing on Future Island and instead conceal his whereabouts, there must be a plan behind this that we are yet to discover. I looked up and gazed out the window at the magnificent harbor of Marineford. Passed down the order, with the highest priority, to remind all warships patrolling or carrying out missions in the New World, especially along the routes surrounding Future Island. Be on high alert, report immediately upon discovering any trace of the Beast's pirates. Under no circumstances should you engage them rashly. At the same time, notify the Science Unit and CP to increase surveillance of Future Island and the surrounding area. I need to know what Kaido is up to. The order was quickly relayed, but the huge weight in Sengoku's heart did not lift. Faced with the Beast Pirates, who possess a natural calamity for treasure hunting, even the Fleet Admiral of the Marines felt an unprecedented pressure and sense of loss of control. The balance of this ocean seems to be quietly being broken by an invisible hand. Garp, seemingly unconcerned about Sengoku's concerns, waved his hand dismissively, picked up another senbei, rice cracker, and popped it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. Oh dear, Sengoku, you're overthinking it. Aside from our regular patrols, the ships heading to that area are just a few supply ships delivering supplies to Future Island. Besides food, fresh water, and some experimental supplies, what else could those ships have? Did that old BD Kaido go crazy with poverty and lead his entire crew to rob cabbages and potatoes? Ha ha ha, there's also research funding. TCH, that's fine too. He took a sip of tea, poured the senbei over it, and, with absolute trust in his subordinate's abilities, added the most crucial sentence. Don't forget, the person in charge of this escort mission is that kid Akainu? With that stubborn, cough, with that tough-minded admiral personally overseeing things, what could possibly go wrong? Akainu. Sengoku was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but then he realized what was going on. Indeed, according to the duty roster, the supply fleet heading towards Future Island recently was escorted by Admiral Sakazuki. Given Akainu's extreme adherence to absolute justice and his formidable strength, coupled with the fact that the fleet itself was not a main combat formation and the target was not large, it should theoretically have been foolproof. Akainu's presence acted like a shot in the arm, allowing Sengoku's tense nerves to relax slightly. He nodded, and whispered as if convincing himself. You're right. With Sakazuki around, I suppose, there shouldn't be any major problems. He sat back down in his chair, his gaze still fixed on the sea chart. Deep down, the faint sense of unease he felt hadn't completely dissipated because of Akainu's name. Kaido. Ron, the treasure scourge, what is your true objective in hiding your whereabouts? The azure waters of Future Island. A large warship flying a naval flag is sailing smoothly. On deck, however, the atmosphere was far from relaxed. Admiral Sakazuki Akainu, clad in a naval justice cloak, stood expressionless at the bow of the ship, arms crossed. His expression was tense, his face long, full of boredom and impatience. Such a grand mobilization, even assigning a general to escort supplies. Akainu's voice was low and dissatisfied, like a suppressed volcano. It's a complete waste of our fighting strength. Lieutenant General Storoberry, keenly sensing his superior's mood, stepped forward and explained respectfully. General Sakazuki, please understand. The supplies we are escorting this time are of utmost importance. He lowered his voice. What's on board is a massive 15 billion berries, the funding needed for Dr. Vegapunk's next phase of research, as well as all the food and crucial experimental materials to keep Future Island running for a month. Storobelly paused, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter. If anything goes wrong with these supplies, causing research on Future Island to stall, the 5 elders will definitely not let us off easily. That's why headquarters is being so cautious and specifically asked you to personally handle this to ensure everything goes smoothly. Upon hearing the words 15 billion Pele and the 5 elders, Akaina's brow furrowed even more, not out of worry, but because he was astonished that such a trivial matter had involved an admiral. His sense of justice lies in eradicating evil, not in acting as a transport captain. No. Akaina spat out 2 words through gritted teeth, clearly dissatisfied with the explanation, but unable to refute it. He then turned around, his coat of justice fluttering in the sea breeze. I'm going back to my cabin to rest. Unless there's an emergency, don't disturb me. Yes, Admiral Sakazuki? Rest assured, I'll keep watch here. Strawberry immediately bowed and replied, watching Akaina's figure disappear into the cabin entrance. Com returned to the deck, with only the sound of waves and sails billowing. Strawberry breathed a slight sigh of relief and continued to perform his guard duty. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the seemingly calm sea, several greedy eyes had already locked onto their warship. Inside the cabin, Akaina, who was resting with his eyes closed, had no idea that the critical situation he spoke of was quietly approaching. The warship smoothly carved a white wake on the sea. Strawberry dutifully surveyed the sea, and everything seemed normal. However, just as the warship was about to enter a relatively open area of water, a sudden change occurred. The seawater in front seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible force. A massive, menacing-looking pirate ship, flying the Beast's pirate's flag, appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, blocking the way. What? Strawberry's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock. When he saw the pirate flag that represented one of the New World's overlords, a chill instantly shot from the solace of his feet to the top of his head, and the immense fear almost suffocated him. The Beast's pirates? The 4 emperors. Kaido, shocked, his face turned deathly pale. What a joke? What are the 4 emperors doing here? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to start a full-scale war with the Navy? This sudden situation was completely beyond his expectations and his ability to handle. When facing a power on par with the 4 emperors, any hesitation is fatal. Quickly, inform General Sakazuki immediately. Quickly. Strawberry practically roared the orders to the messenger, while simultaneously shouting at the top of his lungs to the entire ship, high alert, prepare for battle. Repeat, prepare for battle. A piercing alarm instantly blared throughout the entire warship, instantly erasing the previously relaxed atmosphere and replacing it with a somber mood as if a formidable enemy was imminent. Although the well-trained naval soldiers were panicked, they quickly rushed to their respective battle stations, turning their cannons toward the pirate ship blocking their way. Inside the cabin, Akaino, who was resting with his eyes closed, was startled awake by urgent knocking and a piercing alarm. He opened his eyes abruptly, a flash of displeasure at being disturbed in them. What's going on? He opened the hatch. Admiral, it's the Beast's pirates. Kaido's ship suddenly appeared in front of us. The messenger's voice trembled uncontrollably. Kaido. Akaina's brows furrowed instantly, a look of surprise on his face. He strode onto the deck, ignoring Storobelly who saluted him, his gaze piercing through space and fixed firmly on the Beast's flagship blocking his way. Having recognized the flag and the familiar yet repulsive aura of dominance emanating from the ship, Akaina's face hardened with frost, but his eyes held more bewilderment than anything else. Kaido, this guy, why isn't he staying in his Wano country stronghold? How did he suddenly appear in a place like this? He muttered to himself, a magma-like power beginning to stir within him. How strange. Something unusual must be going on. Akaino instantly realized that this was no coincidence. Faced with a formidable enemy like Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, even an admiral must follow procedure and immediately request instructions from the supreme commander via an encrypted Den Mushi. Click. The Den Mushi connects, mimicking the serious expression of the Sengoku period. Sakazuki, what's up? Sengoku's voice came through, but the background noise seemed a bit chaotic, clearly indicating that he was also closely monitoring the situation. Marshal of the Warring States period. Akaina's voice was cold and hard as iron, without any pleasantries. He cut straight to the heart of the matter. We encountered Kaido and his fleet near Future Island. Requesting instructions, are we permitted to launch a preemptive strike? Kaido? You've encountered Kaido. Sengoku clearly hadn't expected that Kaido's target after concealing his whereabouts would actually be the supply ship escorted by Akaina. This is insane. After a brief, suffocating silence, Sengoku's voice rang out again. Sakazuki, confirm their intentions? Did they launch an attack? Or, are they after these supplies? He took a deep breath. As Marshal, he had to consider the overall situation, but at this moment, retreating would mean the Navy losing face and handing over this crucial batch of supplies to others. Listen, Sakazuki, provided the supplies are secure, if the other side engages in any hostile actions, or if you determine that conflict is unavoidable, I authorize you to exercise the power of justice. If necessary, you may take action. Akaina chuckled, having been waiting for this for a long time. Clear. Without further ado, Akainu hung up the den mushi. He raised his head, his eyes burning with absolute justice piercing through space, fixed on the demon-like figure at the bow of the beast's flagship Kaido. The authorization granted during the Warring States period was like unlocking the final shackles. On the other side, Akainu twisted his neck, making a cracking sound, and magma-like power began to slowly surge and condense in his right arm, filling the air with the pungent smell of sulfur. Kaido, since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, don't blame me for utterly melting you down. Under the tense gazes of the naval soldiers, the massive beast's pirate ship, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, slowly approached. Oh! A deafening burst of wild, arrogant laughter erupted from the opposite ship, instantly drowning out the sound of the waves and the wind. Immediately afterwards, before everyone's horrified eyes, a gigantic azure figure soared into the sky. A long, slender body covered in scales weaves through the clouds, its ferocious dragon head looking down. This is none other than Kaido, the governor of the beast's pirates and one of the 4 emperors, in his azure dragon form. Akainu still stood at the bow of the warship, his justice coat fluttering wildly in the sea breeze. His face remained expressionless, he simply gazed coldly upwards at the azure dragon that blotted out the sky. Kaido, suspended in the air, swept his enormous dragon eyes across the warships waiting in battle below, his gaze easily locking onto the figure exuding a dangerous aura. Kaido's laughter subsided slightly, and an undisguised contempt flashed in his dragon eyes. No wonder he didn't turn and run like a startled rabbit. There was a little devil standing on the deck, lighting candles? Interesting. The insulting term filled all the naval soldiers with humiliation, but no one dared to utter a word in rebuttal. Akainu's face instantly darkened, and the heat emanating from his body caused the air to distort. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. You've intercepted a marine headquarters warship without cause. What are your intentions? What is your intention? Kaido seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He. Is that even a question? I'm a pirate? What can a pirate do when he encounters the marines? The dragon's claws pointed towards the warship below. It's robbery, of course. Hand over all the belly and supplies on your ship. Akainu's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. As expected, that's how it is. The right arm had been completely elementalized, and the billowing black smoke had transformed into churning, boiling, dark red magma exuding an aura of destruction. It seems that justice today must be washed away with lava. A bunch of nonsense, utterly meaningless. Heat. Without the slightest hesitation, Kaido abruptly tilted his massive dragon head back. It then unleashed a thick, dazzling pillar of fire, containing destructive power, like a divine punishment, tearing through the air and crashing down upon the warship with a terrifying force capable of incinerating everything. This sudden and devastating attack caused all the naval soldiers' faces to change drastically. The scorching heat had already reached their skin. You're asking for it. Akainu's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Facing the dragon's breath, which was enough to instantly vaporize a large warship, he neither dodged nor evaded. He stomped his feet hard on the air, creating a muffled sonic boom, and used moonwalk to soar into the sky. At the same time, his fully elemental right arm expanded, condensed, and transformed into an enormous fist made of dark red magma. A massive fireball? Boom! A giant, crimson magma fist clashed violently with a fiery, red pillar of destruction in midair. The deafening explosion resounded through the sky, as if a hole had been punched through it. The extreme heat and violent shockwaves spread wildly in a spherical shape, creating a huge depression on the sea surface and churning up towering waves. Even 2 ships far apart were rocked violently. The energy of magma and fire intertwined in the air, devouring and annihilating each other, like an apocalyptic scene. Akainu hovered steadily in midair using moonwalk, his giant magma fist firmly resisting the pillar of heat. The dark red lava seemed to be alive, constantly writhing and forcibly resisting, decomposing, and melting the incoming flame energy. After a brief stalemate, the energy exploded completely, blasting both of them backward a distance. Kaido hovered in the sky, a hint of surprise mixed with even more excitement flashing in his dragon eyes. You've improved a bit, you little candle-lighting brat. Akainu landed back on the top of the warship's mast, his magma-turned arm slowly returning to normal, his face as cold as iron, but in his heart he had gained a clearer understanding of Kaido's power. Until this point, the naval soldiers on the warship finally recovered from the extreme shock, bursting into screams of relief and uncontrollable fear. Blocked. Admiral Sakazuki blocked the attack of one of the 4 emperors. That's terrifying. Is that the power of a Yonko? Just one breath, and it felt like the end of the world. If it weren't for the general, we would have already. Lieutenant General Storoberry, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, gripped his sword hilt tightly, his voice hoarse. Is this the battle at the pinnacle of the world? The battle has only just begun, yet its destructive power has already terrified all onlookers. The devastating energy shock in the air had just subsided. Kaido's enormous blue dragon body rapidly shrank and transformed within the clouds, accompanied by the cracking of bones and the expansion of muscles, instantly transforming into an even more imposing human beast form. Dark blue scales covered his bulging muscles, his dragon horns were curved and ferocious, and in his huge palm, the fearsome spiked club, the 8 precepts, was already wrapped with chilling black and red lightning, and Conqueror's haki was wrapped around it. Descending 3 times to summon Naruko, Kaido roared, his voice shaking the surrounding area, and his massive body swooped down from the sky like a meteor. All power, domineering aura, and weight were concentrated on the 8 precepts, transforming into a black and red streak that tore through the heavens and earth, striking Akainu, who had just fallen back to the top of the mast, with a devastating blow. This strike contained the power to shatter mountains and split seas. Akainu's pupils suddenly contracted, sensing a threat far more concentrated and deadly than the heat breath he had just felt. He roared, daring not to hold back in the slightest. His arms instantly transformed into 2 enormous magma arms, which crossed above his head to block. The dark red magma boiled and roared as he pushed his armament haki to its limit. Underworld dog rampage. Defense, huh? When did you become so cautious, kid? Too bad, you chose the wrong one. Boom! The 8 precepts collided violently with the magma barrier. This time, the sound was no longer an explosion, but a duller, more muffled impact. It was like 2 stars colliding. Akainu's magma barrier, powerful enough to withstand most attacks, shattered like glass struck by a hammer before the 8th guardian, who was imbued with Conqueror's haki. The terrifying impact was transmitted downwards without reservation. Akainu let out a muffled groan as his blocking arms were forcefully pressed down. It was as if I had been hit head-on by a high-speed train at sea, and was slammed down from the top of the mast at an even faster speed than when I was ascending, piercing through the superstructure of the deck like a cannonball. Bang! Crash! Wood chips flew everywhere, dust filled the air, and Akainu's figure disappeared into the gaping hole. Kaido, with his invincible aura, landed in the center of the warship's deck like a demon god descending. He held the 8 precepts in one hand, casually slung them over his shoulder, his dark blue body standing like an iron tower, with the white lunaria flame burning silently behind him. His domineering gaze swept across the entire room, creating an oppressive atmosphere that almost froze the air. General Sakazuki. Mr. Akainu. The naval soldiers screamed in terror. Back off! Everyone back off! Don't come any closer! Lieutenant General Storoberry commanded hoarsely, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He drew his twin swords, his back soaked with cold sweat, but dared not advance rashly. All the Marines retreated to the stern and sides of the ship like a tide, leaving a large open space in the center of the deck. Everyone looked at the descending demon with fear in their eyes. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, stepped onto a navy warship in the most domineering way. Inside the damaged cabins below deck, Akainu pushed aside the splinters of wood and twisted metal that were pressing down on him and stood up somewhat disheveled. He raised his hand and fiercely wiped away the trickle of blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his cold eyes burning with the anger that had been repelled and an even more intense killing intent. I was careless. This old guy doesn't play by the rules. However, when he looked up and his gaze locked onto the figure on the deck again, the anger on his face was instantly replaced by astonishment. What is that? Akainu's pupils contracted as he stared intently at Kaido. Behind Kaido, a ball of white flame was burning. The shape of the flames was so similar to the fiery red divine fire of the blazing inferno in his memory, only the color was different. What alarmed him even more was that the curved horn on Kaido's head, even at its base and part of its body, had an eerie, slightly white hue, creating a stark contrast to its original dark color. This is definitely not Kaido's original form. Is it a new ability? Or some kind of evolution? No wonder this guy always seemed to have some kind of superhuman strength. The secret report from the former Warring States Marshal. Akainu's mind raced, instantly recalling information about King's mutated ability. The color of his flames changed, and his form transformed into a white tiger. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now, witnessing this similar yet different change in Kaido, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be that so-called treasure-hunting calamity, Ron, has abilities beyond just discovering treasures? He can even tap into and transfer the physique or power of a specific race. Of course, it's also possible to unlock devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, how did Yin's abilities change? Akainu thought of many things in an instant, and attributed them all to the new treasure-digging disaster. So King gained a new mythical Zoan type, while Kaido gained King's divine fire and traits belonging to the Lunaria race. If this conjecture is correct, the threat level of this treasure-hunting disaster will then rise to an immeasurable level. He is fundamentally reshaping the composition of the Beast's pirate's top combat power. Damn it! Akainu spat out the word through gritted teeth, his face horribly grim. He realized that Kaido before him might not only be the invincible strongest creature in the world that he knew, but also a monster with a special physique. The difficulty of this battle likely far exceeded his initial expectations. But these are all just guesses and need to be verified. Just as Kaido descended upon the warship's deck like a demon, his aura overwhelming the entire area, Vice Admiral Strawberry, his face deathly pale, suppressed his fear and issued a stern order. All soldiers, aim at the target, fire. His voice trembled, but the command was crystal clear. Despite facing the 4 emperors, who seemed to have stepped out of mythology, and with their hands trembling slightly as they gripped their guns, the naval soldiers gritted their teeth and reflexively raised their flintlock muskets. Fire. A barrage of gunfire erupted like popping beans, and countless lead bullets instantly formed a deadly metal storm, engulfing Kaido, who stood exposed in the center of the deck. However, Kaido didn't even blink at the bullets. He, you think you can hurt me with this toy? He stood there, seemingly enjoying a tiny raindrop. Not far away, Akainu, who had just leaped back onto the deck through the hole, frowned deeply upon seeing this scene. This guy, even if he's arrogant and overconfident, shouldn't he at least use armament haki to cover his body for defense when facing concentrated fire? He could clearly sense that there was no sign of any haki flowing around Kaido. No domineering power was used. He simply wanted to withstand these bullets with his bare body. Kaido, you really don't take the Marines seriously at all. Even if your physical strength is the strongest in the world, such arrogance will still make you vulnerable to these sea stones. He instinctively thought it was a sea stone bullet, but then realized that the warship was equipped with ordinary lead bullets. However, this is for the best. Akaino's eyes were sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on the spot where Kaido had been shot. This is a perfect opportunity to verify my hypothesis. What kind of defensive power do your inexplicably appearing divine fire and ever-changing horns bring? All eyes were focused on Kaido, awaiting the dull thud of the lead bullet striking flesh, and, perhaps the splatter of blood. Facing the onrushing storm of metal, Kaido grinned, and the white divine fire behind him burned even more fiercely and intensely. The next moment, a dense barrage of lead bullets rained down on his dark blue body, which was devoid of any imposing aura. However, the anticipated scene of carnage and bloodshed did not materialize. The impact was not the dull thud of a bullet entering flesh, but rather like hitting fine steel, sending up a series of dazzling sparks. The clanging and BG sounds were incessant. All the bullets, upon contact with Kaido's skin, were either deflected and twisted to fall to the ground, or crushed into flat metal pieces. When the smoke from that volley of fire cleared, Kaido remained standing in the same spot, completely unharmed. He even casually raised his hand and dusted off the spot on his chest where he had been hit by a bullet. Not a single white mark remained. Only the bluish-black skin shimmered with a metallic sheen under the white divine fire. Dead silence? A deathly silence fell over the entire deck of the warship. All the naval soldiers who fired stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if petrified. Monster, monster. How is this possible? Not even a scratch. No need for domineering aura, just use your body. Lieutenant General Storoberry's hand gripping the hilt of his sword trembled violently, cold sweat soaked his back, and his throat was dry. Even Akainu had a furrowed brow and a face so dark it was almost dripping with water. His eyes were fixed on the leaping white flame behind Kaido and his perfectly intact body. This is impossible. Even with his demonic physique, without the defense of domineering aura, it's absolutely impossible for him to withstand so many lead bullets so easily and without a scratch. The facts before him completely confirmed his worst-case scenario. As expected, the divine fire physique of the Lunaria race. Akainu clenched his teeth, a storm raging in his heart. That white flame, it represents that legendary absolute defense. He was now almost certain that the white divine fire burning behind Kaido granted him terrifying defensive power. However, the flames of the Lunaria race are white. Confused? Then Akainu looked at Kaido. Outrageous. How did that Ron manage to do that? He actually managed to steal such a racial talent and bestow it upon someone else. Even Vegapunk couldn't do that. However, exploring the underlying principles at this point is pointless. The reality is that, facing Kaido, whose defense has skyrocketed and who is virtually invincible, Akainu's attacks will likely be much less effective, or even ineffective. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness spread through his heart. That damned guy. Seeing that the bullets were ineffective, Akainu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his burning killing intent almost tangible. Haunted dog. He roared, and without further hesitation, his entire body transformed into a dark red streak of light, lunging at Kaido once more. The boiling magma fist, carrying temperatures high enough to melt steel and devastating impact, slammed into Kaido's chest. However, faced with a full-force attack from an admiral that would strike fear into the hearts of even the greatest pirates, Kaido maintained his smile, even spreading his arms wide, neither dodging nor evading, and making no move to block or retaliate. And just like that, he took Akainu's magma punch head-on with his own body. Boom! The lava exploded, releasing intense heat that sent scorching waves of air blasting away nearby sailors who could barely stand. But Kaido's massive body didn't even budge. Akainu's pupils contracted, but his attack did not stop. A dog gnaws at a red lotus. In an instant, his arm transformed into a multi-headed lava hound, frantically tearing at Kaido's neck, abdomen, and limbs from different angles. Smash, smash, smash. The sound of dense lava explosions rang out like the beating of drums, and Kaido was enveloped in dark red magma and scorching steam. But when the lava dissipated, Kaido remained standing in the same spot, his mocking smile even more pronounced. He even casually picked at his ear, as if it had just been a painless massage. How is that possible? Akainu was shocked, but he refused to believe it and pushed the power of his magma fruit and armament haki to their limits, unleashing a barrage of punches on Kaido like a storm. Thud, 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 thud. Every punch is enough to shatter a fortress, every strike contains the will to melt away everything. However, all the attacks that landed on Kaido felt like hitting cotton. That seemingly invisible defense perfectly neutralized all his power. The raging magma couldn't even scorch a single scale of Kaido's armor, and his terrifying strength couldn't even make him take a single step back. Akainu unleashed dozens of punches in one go, eventually having to stop, panting. He stared intently at the grinning Kaido, feeling the opponent's defensive strength. A chill instantly shot from his tailbone to the top of his head, making his scalp tingle. Damn it, it didn't cause any real damage at all. This realization dampened some of his fighting spirit, bringing an unprecedented sense of solemnity and a touch of powerlessness. Kaido glanced at Akainu, who had stopped attacking, patted his chest which had been relentlessly attacked and brushed away non-existent dust. His booming voice carried endless sarcasm. He, you little devil lighting candles, haven't you eaten yet? What else can you do besides get me covered in dust? You think you're too weak to even scratch my itch? Akainu's face also darkened. Kaido, you. Before he could finish speaking, Kaido interrupted him. Tired of fighting? Now, it's my turn. Suddenly, the white divine fire behind Kaido went out. The instant it went out, an extreme speed erupted. A deafening explosion rang out, and the deck where Kaido had been standing shattered. Wow, so fast. Akainu's pupils contracted sharply, and he only had time to cover his arms with armament haki and cross them in front of him to protect himself. The next moment, Kaido's giant fist, wreathed in Conqueror's haki, seemed to have transcended space, slamming heavily into his defenses. Boom! A terrifying force, far exceeding anything seen before, surged forth. Akainu felt as if he had been hit head-on by a sky island flying at full speed. The sound of bones cracking echoed from his crossed arms as he tried to block. Completely unable to resist, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several layers of ship bulkheads before finally managing to stop. Cough. Akainu felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. However, Kaido's pursuit has arrived. It's not over yet. With the divine fire extinguished, Kaido maximized his speed and attack power, relentlessly pursuing Akainu. His 8 guardian spirits, wreathed in black and red lightning, and his heavy punches rained down on Akainu like a storm. Bang, bang, thud, boom. Akainu could only rely on his combat experience and haki to maneuver and parry, but he was still beaten so badly by the violent power that his blood was churning, his head was buzzing, and his body was constantly bombarded by Conqueror's haki that he was in a very sorry state. A hole. Akainu roared and seized a tiny opening in Kaido's attack, unleashing a massive magma fist aimed straight for Kaido's wide-open chest. This time, without the divine fire defense, the magma fist finally succeeded in scorching Kaido's skin, leaving a charred mark. Kaido frowned slightly, took a half step back, glanced at the wound on his chest, and then grinned maliciously. But a glint flashed in Akainu's eyes. Flaw? He instantly realized the weakness of this strange constitution. The defense of the Lunaria race originates from the same source as that white divine fire. When the divine fire burns, its defensive power is virtually invincible, but when it actively extinguishes the divine fire and directs its power towards speed and attack, that absolute defensive power will also decrease significantly. This is the only chance to hurt him. This discovery greatly boosted Akainu's spirits. However, Kaido was clearly aware of the nature of his own abilities. You found it? Too bad, it's too late. He didn't give Akainu a chance to exploit this weakness. He completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. As Akainu charged forward with full force, the white divine fire on Kaido's back instantly ignited, and he once again entered a state of absolute defense, rendering all attacks ineffective. And when Akainu finished his fierce attack and his strength was slightly exhausted, in that instant when he needed to recover, Kaido immediately extinguished his divine fire, transforming his defense into ghostly speed and ferocious attacks. He relentlessly pursued Akainu like a leech, keeping him constantly on the defensive and unable to mount a sustained offensive that exploited Akainu's weaknesses: burning, defense, invincibility, extinguish, attack, speed up. Kaido used it to its fullest potential, switching between offensive and defensive modes with unparalleled fluidity, perfectly maximizing his strengths and minimizing his weaknesses. Despite his keen insight into discovering the weakness, Akainu was relentlessly suppressed under Kaido's control of the game, finding himself in an unprecedentedly difficult battle. This was also the first time he had ever felt the frustration of being helpless in a direct battle. Just then, the Beast's pirate's flagship had completely closed in, the heavy hull colliding with the warship with a dull thud, sending splinters flying. Roar dash. With a roar like a mammoth, its massive form charged forward with astonishing speed that seemed completely disproportionate to its size, crashing heavily onto the warship's deck. It was none other than Jack the Drought, who also possessed the physical constitution of the Lunaria race. A white divine fire was also burning behind it. It's Drought Jack. Stop him. Wait. What's burning behind this guy is white flames. The naval soldiers shouted in terror and tried to organize a defensive line. Jack completely ignored the ordinary lead bullets fired at him. They struck his body, sending sparks flying but leaving not a single mark. His gaze swept quickly across the deck, soon locking onto the cargo warehouses on the warship. There. Jack roared and charged towards the warehouse, stomping his feet on the ground. The naval soldiers blocking his way were easily knocked away, the sounds of cracking bones and screams filling the air, instantly clearing a large area. BD, don't even think about it. Lieutenant General Strawberry's eyes widened in fury. He knew what was in the warehouse. With his twin swords drawn, he flashed forward, unleashing 2 sharp flying slashes that struck Jack's broad back with pinpoint accuracy. Screech, screech. The slash hit, but only left 2 shallow white marks on Jack's fur-covered back, without even drawing blood. Jack's charge showed no signs of slowing down, braving Strawberry's attacks. Ha, didn't you eat, Navy? Jack laughed wildly, not even bothering to turn around and pay attention to Strawberry's harassment. he swung his huge trunk, which was wrapped in armament haki, like a battering ram. With a loud bang, he smashed the heavy metal door of the warehouse, twisting it and sending it flying. Inside the warehouse, mountains of Pele cash boxes and sealed precious supplies were exposed to everyone. Men, move it for me. Jack stood blocking the entrance to the broken warehouse, his massive body completely obstructing the view, while a steady white divine fire burned behind him. Yes, Lord Jack. The beast pirates roared with excitement and began frantically carrying belly and supplies from the warehouse back to their own ships. Shoot! Stop them! Take back the warehouse! Damn it, why can't I hurt this guy? Strawberry and the naval soldiers were enraged, and bullets and swords rained down on Jack's body. Bang bang bang! Clang clang! Sparks kept flying, but Jack remained unmoved, even letting out comfortable groans, as if enjoying a massage. Ha ha ha, that's great. Again? Harder. Jack jogged deflected all the attacks, creating an absolutely safe environment for the transport workers behind him. They watched helplessly as the enemy, unscathed from the attack, looted vital supplies right before their eyes. All the sailors were so angry they were almost spitting blood. A deep sense of powerlessness and humiliation permeated everyone's hearts. Boom! The 8 guardians, imbued with Conqueror's haki, once again descended with unparalleled force. The magma barrier that Akainu had painstakingly built shattered once again, and the terrifying impact sent him flying. His back slammed against the broken ship's side, and a sweet taste rose in his throat. He finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Akainu couldn't help but curse inwardly. This was truly frustrating. They have the ability, but know where to use it. He was breathing heavily, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the chaotic scene on the other side of the deck. The massive mammoth-like body of Jack the Drought stood firmly blocking the warehouse entrance, like an indestructible fortress, while the white divine fire burning behind him was particularly dazzling. How is this possible? Another one. Akainu's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints, and a monstrous storm raged within him. The fact that Kaido possesses a divine fire physique similar to King's is already terrifying enough. Now, even Jack the Drought, one of the 3 calamities, possesses it. This is no coincidence. This is definitely the work of that treasure-hunting scourge, Ron. His abilities, he can actually mass-produce these monsters with top-tier defense. The extreme shock even temporarily overshadowed the physical pain. Akainu abruptly looked up, staring intently at Kaido, who was closing in step by step. Kaido? What on earth is going on? Why is even Jack? Could it be that the core members of your beast pirates all possess the divine fire constitution of the Lunaria race? The implications behind this are terrifying. If the beast's pirates' top combatants were all equipped with this kind of defense, what kind of terrifying pirate crew would the Navy face in the future? Oh. Kaido burst into wild laughter, feeling a surge of satisfaction at seeing Akainu's shocked and anxious expression. Why should I tell you, you Navy brat? He pointed his spiked club at Akainu, his tone mocking. Want to know the answer? Go ask Yama, the king of hell, when you're in hell. His dragon-like eyes blazed with killing intent, and his aura surged once more. Now, fight like a fool. Perhaps, you will become a page in history, the first admiral to die by my hand? He. A fool's dream. Akainu forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, struggled to stand up, and dark red magma surged out from his body once again. Despite his serious injuries and dire situation, how could he have died here? You want to kill me, Sakazuki? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice icy. Then show me what you've got. Let's see if you, the so-called strongest in the world, have the ability to take my head. The dignity of a general and absolute justice must not be desecrated. Even in the face of the most unbelievable situation, he would never back down. The magma boiled again. The final battle is about to begin. Then let's go. Boom! The two clashed again. The ensuing battle became almost entirely Kaido's entertainment. Having incorporated the physical characteristics of the Lunaria race, he perfectly controlled the rhythm of offense and defense. Akainu's fierce attack was easily blocked by the defense, and when Akainu was exhausted and trying to recover, he had to face Kaido's counterattack. He could only devote most of his energy to defense and elemental evasion, leaving him in a sorry state, with his injuries accumulating. Kaido fought with ease, laughing wildly incessantly. However, he also discovered that despite his overwhelming advantage, completely eliminating the general who was focused on defense was by no means an easy task. Akainu is like a stubborn, hard rock, impossible to break completely. Akainu's heart was even colder. He clearly realized that, given the opponent's abnormal defense and ability to switch between powers, it was impossible for him to defeat Kaido. If the fight continues, the consequences could be dire if I exhaust myself or make a major mistake. All he can do now is to do his best, play defensively, stall for time, and minimize his own losses. In the midst of this strange stalemate, the commotion on the other side of the deck reached its peak. All done? Lord Jack, we've taken everything, the beast pirate's henchman roared excitedly. Jack finally moved away from the warehouse doorway, looked at the empty warehouse, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, well done. Quinn, who had been monitoring the situation through the Den Mushi, was overjoyed and exclaimed. We're rich, Boss Kaido. A preliminary count shows we have over 10 billion berries in cash alone, plus tons of rare materials and research data on Future Island. We'll never be short of money again. Ha ha ha, Upon hearing this number, even Kaido was overjoyed. He slammed his staff back, forcing Akainu back, and his massive body soared into the air. He. Thank God for this gift. Thank you, Naval Headquarters. Amidst maniacal laughter, Kaido ignored Akainu below, who was about to devour him. His blue dragon form circled once in the air, and he boomed an order. Men, mission accomplished. Navy brats, let's go. The Beast's pirates' ships quickly separated from the warships, carrying away the enormous wealth and supplies they had plundered, and sped away, soon disappearing into the mist on the sea. The deck of the warship was a scene of chaos, filled with smoke, and the groans of the wounded echoed throughout. Akainu stood alone in the center of the shattered deck, his clenched fists trembling slightly, his eyes fixed on the direction where the beast pirates had disappeared, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. He is Admiral Sakazuki, the Marine Admiral Akainu who upholds absolute justice. Today, right before his eyes, the enemy easily seized vital supplies, and he could only watch helplessly as they drove away. This crushing defeat and humiliation were more unbearable for him than the physical pain. Kaido, Ron, the beast's pirates. He spat out these names through clenched teeth, each word laced with overwhelming killing intent. This matter will not end here. The sea breeze, carrying the salty smell and the stench of gunpowder, rustled the tattered banner of justice, as if telling the story of the heavy blow the Navy had suffered that day. Marineford, Naval Headquarters Building. The atmosphere in Marshal Sengoku's office was so heavy it was almost palpable. Having just ended his encrypted communication with Akainu, Sengoku slowly put down the den mushi in his hand, his expression one of disbelief, and even a hint of bewilderment that was barely perceptible. He remained silent, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table, making a dull thud. Sitting opposite him, Garp, who had been munching on senbei, rice crackers, had stopped eating. His usually laughing face was now filled with astonishment, and he didn't even notice the senbei falling onto his pants. After a brief silence, Garp broke it first, his voice hoarse. What did you say? Sengoku? That kid Sakazuki, lost? He suffered a huge loss at Kaido's hands. This news was like a thunderbolt. Akainu, one of the Navy's top combatants, was actually defeated in a direct confrontation. However, what Sengoku said next was the bombshell that truly pushed the understanding of the two men, and even the entire Navy headquarters, to the brink of collapse. It's not just a defeat. Sengoku's voice was hoarse. He raised his head, his eyes still showing shock. Sakazuki personally confirmed that Kaido and Jack the Drought both possess physical characteristics similar to King the Wildfire of the Lunaria race. Kaido's back was engulfed in white divine flames, causing his defense to surge dramatically. He could even withstand Sakazuki's full-force attack without sustaining a scratch. Jack was the same. Thanks to his defense, he moved through the warship as if it were empty, forcibly taking away all the supplies. According to Sakazuki's assessment, that defense, under the influence of divine fire, is almost unsolvable. The office fell into a deathly silence once again. Garp opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something in rebuttal, but seeing Sengoku's expression, which was definitely not joking, and with Akainu's personal confirmation, all the words stuck in his throat. The Lunaria race, that legendary race, their physique can actually appear in both Kaido and Jack? This completely defies common sense. One person like King possessing this physique could be considered a racial talent, but Kaido and Jack also possess it simultaneously? This is no coincidence. That treasure-hunting calamity, Ron, could his abilities really be so terrifying as to be able to copy and transfer such top-tier racial talents? If that's true, what does that mean? This means that the core combatants of the Beast's pirates may gradually acquire this invincible defense? This means that the Navy may be facing a monster pirate crew whose members all possess godlike physiques in the future? Just imagining that scene sent a chill down their spines and made their scalps tingle as Sengoku and Garp, who had weathered countless storms, shuddered at the thought. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, rubbing his throbbing temples. This is really serious trouble. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the limited inner circle of the Navy headquarters top brass, bringing with it collective shock and a chilling sense of dread. The Beast's pirates are no longer the Beast's pirates they knew. A heavy sense of powerlessness permeated the office. For a long time, Jean Kuakei forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, rubbed his throbbing temples, and issued the command as calmly as possible. Sakazuki, lead the fleet to Future Island to garrison it. As for necessary food supplies, have Borsalino deliver them. You must hold Future Island. After ending the call, he let out a long sigh, his voice filled with exhaustion. The research funding of 15 billion berries, plus the crucial supplies for Future Island, is too heavy a loss to bear. It is enough to enrage the world government and make matters worse for the Navy's already strained finances. Garp crossed his arms, his eyebrows furrowed, and his face, unusually, lost its smile. According to Sakazuki, he discovered a weakness in that constitution. When the divine fire is extinguished and the focus shifts to speed and attack, defense decreases significantly. Cap paused, his tone anything but relaxed. Instead, it grew even more serious. However, knowing a weakness and being able to exploit that weakness and defeat your opponent are two completely different things. Especially against a veteran Yonko like Kaido, whose combat experience is extremely rich, his control over his own abilities and his grasp of the rhythm of battle are top-notch. To deliver a fatal blow the instant he switches forms is virtually impossible. It's like knowing that a beast's throat is its weak point, yet being completely unable to break through its waving claws and solid skull. Sengoku nodded heavily. Garp's analysis was exactly what he had in mind. Unless you defeat it head-on during the attack, there is no other way. Sengoku stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the bustling yet orderly Marinfondo Square. His gaze seemed to pierce through space and land on that turbulent new world. All the variables point to the same person. Sengoku began slowly, that suddenly appearing the treasure-hunting calamity, Ron. The mutation of King's abilities, Kaido, and Jack acquiring the Lunar Spectre's physique, and even the strange phenomena and seastone mines in Wano country, all these incredible events are likely inseparable from this man's abilities. He whirled around, his gaze sharp as he looked at Garp and the others, including Lieutenant General Tsuru, who had rushed to the scene. His tone was resolute. We must adjust our strategy immediately. Our actions against the beast pirates must be elevated to the highest priority. Use every available resource CP0, the Underworld's intelligence network, spare no expense to investigate everything about this treasure-hunting calamity, Ron. His origins, his personality, the specific rules and limitations of his abilities. He is the core of the beast's pirates' strengthening, and perhaps, the key to their downfall. The next day, as newsbirds fly to every corner of the world, the latest issue of the World Economic News is like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating towering waves across the entire ocean. The front page headline, printed in bold, large, and alarming font, featured a shocking title. The 4 emperors are in action. All the beasts have set sail to attack the navy. Billions of berries have been stolen, and Admiral Akainu has suffered a crushing defeat. The accompanying photo is a blurry image taken from a distance, but you can still feel the horrific scene. A naval warship that has been completely looted, and the arrogant beast pirate's flag flying in the background. The report exaggerated the details of the incident. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, personally led the main fleet of the beast's pirates in a blatant attack on a key supply fleet of the marine headquarters in the waters near Future Island, plundering a huge amount of funds and supplies worth tens of billions of berries. Even more shockingly, Admiral Sakazuki Akainu, who was in charge of escorting the ship, fought valiantly but was ultimately no match for Kaido and was forced to retreat, suffering heavy losses. This news swept the world like a storm, causing a huge uproar and shock wherever it went. Are you kidding me? Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the beasts, actually left Wano country and launched an attack, robbing the navy, and with billions of berries. This is a blatant provocation against the world government. Admiral Akainu, the navy's top combat force, has actually been defeated. Just how strong has Kaido become now? Is this fake? In taverns, on the streets, on various islands, and in kingdoms, people eagerly passed around newspapers, their faces filled with disbelief. Every major action taken by the 4 emperors affects the nerves of the entire world. This time, the beast's pirates displayed an aggression, a clear objective, and astonishing results that far exceeded their usual standards. What on earth has Kaido gone mad about? This was the first thought that flashed through the minds of all the leaders of the various factions after they saw the newspaper. They couldn't understand why Kaido, who had always been based in Wano country and whose main goal was to build a Zoan-type army, would suddenly set sail so openly to rob people. Are they short of money? There must be some unknown reason behind this. New World. An island with a pleasant climate. This is the red-haired pirate's temporary base. The familiar Redfords was anchored in the Azure Bay. On the open ground by the shore, the embers of the campfire were still burning, and barrels of wine were casually placed, creating an atmosphere of leisure. However, this tranquility was shattered by a newly delivered newspaper. First Mate Ben Beckman leaned against a rock, the cigarette between his teeth half-burned, wisps of smoke rising from it, but his gaze remained fixed on the newspaper in his hand. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, breaking the silence. Boss, it seems the balance of the new world is about to be broken. His judgment was not unfounded. The 4 emperors maintain a delicate balance of power, checking and balancing each other. It is rare for them to be so high-profile as to directly attack the Navy's important supply lines, as this would be tantamount to actively provoking a larger-scale conflict. Kaido's move, by deliberately leaving his lair, allowed him to begin displaying his fangs with unrestrained fury. This will inevitably provoke a fierce backlash from the Navy and even the world government, thereby disrupting the entire situation in the New World. Sitting opposite him, Shanks leaned against the barrel, his face tense and serious. The same newspaper was spread out in front of him. Shanks paused for a moment after hearing Beckman's words. Ah, indeed. Kaido, that guy, although crazy, is definitely not a fool who speaks without reason. While billions of berries is certainly an astonishing fortune, is it truly worthwhile for him to go to such lengths, even risking a direct confrontation with a marine admiral? This is inconsistent with his usual approach of slowly building his Zoan-type pirate crew. Shanks unconsciously tapped the wooden lid of the barrel, making a soft, tinkling sound. His motives are probably more than just money. This report vaguely mentions that Kaido and Jack seem to have undergone unusual changes. Even Akainu suffered a loss. There must be something we don't know about behind this. Lucky Roo, gnawing on a leg of meat, mumbled indistinctly, has that BD Kaido found some new way to get stronger? This is never going to end. Usopp wiped his beloved gun and remarked, a transformation that could even put Akainu at a disadvantage. That sounds really bad. Beckman stubbed out his cigarette and concluded, regardless, Kaido has taken the initiative and flexed his muscles. New waves are about to rise over this sea. We need to be even more vigilant. Shanks finally stood up, his face regaining its usual composure. Pass the word down, everyone be on high alert, a storm is coming, and we need to know exactly where the eye of this storm is. He had a vague feeling that behind Kaido's unusual actions lay a variable that could change the world order. New world. In stark contrast to the solemnity of the naval headquarters and the shock from all sides of the world, the Beast's pirates' fleet was filled with jubilation, a scene of festive fervor. The deck, the cabins, and even the masts were covered with excitedly howling pirates. The crates of pewter looted from the navy were opened, revealing piles of brand new banknotes that gleamed enticingly in the sunlight. The pirates surrounded the mountains of money, their eyes gleaming, and erupted in deafening cheers, as if pouring all the pent-up frustration of the past few days and their yearning for the future into it. Wow, I'm rich, I'm really rich. Quinn's small eyes sparkled as he grabbed 2 large handfuls of banknotes, inhaling the delightful scent of ink. A whopping 15 billion. Look at the quality. Look at the thickness. Those bastards in the world government are really rolling in money. Although Jack wasn't as exaggerated as Quinn, his face was still full of satisfaction. He weighed a high-purity metal ingot he had pulled out from the supplies. The value of this money and supplies is equivalent to the total amount Wano country has painstakingly mined for 10 years. These words ignited the passion of the entire group. 10 years? In a single operation, they plundered 10 years' worth of wealth accumulated by Wano country? Is there any faster way to get rich? He, you're right. Kaido sat on his highest throne, carrying a large gourd of sake, and looked at the bountiful harvest before him with great satisfaction. He. Looks like if we want to accumulate wealth quickly, we still have to go back to our old pirate ways and rob people. It's much faster than guarding this crappy island and mining. The entire fleet was immersed in the ecstasy of sudden wealth and the worship of Kaido. However, amidst this frenzy, a calm voice rang out, slightly cooling down the heated minds of the crowd. Ron had somehow appeared beneath Kaido's throne. Mr. Kaido, although we succeeded this time, it probably won't be so easy next time. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of Kaido and the other top officers. Several people also looked over and listened carefully. The Navy isn't stupid. After this, they will definitely strengthen security along all important supply lines, and may even send more admiral-level forces to escort them. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Even if they present another seemingly opportune moment, it's highly likely to be a carefully laid trap, waiting for us to fall into it. These words were like a cool night breeze, causing the fervor on Quinn and Jack's faces to subside slightly, revealing thoughtful expressions. I have to admit, Ron has a point. The Navy suffered a great loss this time and will certainly not let it go. Upon hearing this, Kaido nodded in agreement, then downed a large gulp of sake and nonchalantly waved his hand. You're right, Ron. Those cunning guys in the Navy really know how to play tricks. But the smile on his face didn't fade at all. However, those are things to consider later. Today, we won. We seized enough wealth to strengthen our forces. Next time, we'll have even less to fear. He suddenly stood up, raised his wine gourd high, and his voice echoed throughout the boat. My lords? For victory? For wealth? For the Beast's pirates' treasure-hunting calamity, let's feast. Oh, long live Governor Kaido. Long live Lord Ron. Ron nodded slightly, agreeing. With money, one could continue to grow stronger. Faced with absolute power, all schemes and tricks are utterly worthless. If that's the case, then what is there to worry about? Let's have a banquet. The atmosphere of the banquet reached its climax with Quinn singing, dancing, and rapping. His off-key yet passionate singing drew roars of laughter from the crowd. Even Kaido slapped his thigh and laughed so hard he almost fell over. As soon as the performance ended, Quinn then picked up a wine glass bigger than his head, swayed over to Ron in the corner, and said with a fawning smile, Brother Ron, I'd like to raise a glass to you. This fortune is all thanks to your brilliant strategy. My admiration for you is... Before he could finish his flowery flattery, he eagerly cut to the chase, glancing with his small eyes at Jin, who was silently drinking not far away, and rubbing his hands together. He said, Look, now that we've got the money, shouldn't we get down to business? Please, Brother Ember, oh no, I mean, could you please dedicate yourself one more time to help me improve my physique? Pfft. Upon hearing this, Jin, who was drinking, almost spat out his drink. He slammed down his glass and glared at Quinn. Although the mask concealed his expression, the fiery glint in his eyes still sent a chill down Quinn's spine. Quinn, you BD, can't you let me rest for a bit? You do the math yourself? How much of the past week have I been lying in bed? I've just recovered a bit, and you're already thinking about digging me up again? Even the donkeys in the production team can't take this kind of torture. Just thinking about the extreme weakness he felt after his body was stripped of its essence, as if his body had been hollowed out and he didn't even want to move a finger, made Jin feel dizzy. This mighty beast lord, the flying white tiger, is probably being seen as a sick tiger by his subordinates lately. Ha ha ha, even Lord Jin has met his end. Lord Quinn, please spare Lord Yin. Seeing Jin's ashen face, as if he'd eaten a dead rat, and hearing his indignant accusations, the crowd erupted into an even louder burst of laughter. Even Kaido laughed so hard he slammed his fist on the table, spilling drinks all over the floor. Quinn chuckled, then said with a look of exasperation, Jin, your awareness needs improvement. Who am I doing this for? I'm doing this for the overall strength of our beasts pirates. He turned around and addressed the reveling crowd with passionate words. Look at this. Boss Kaido has an invincible defense. Jack has it too. Only I, Quinn, am still stuck in the same place. I'm so anxious. I really want to improve. What's wrong with sacrificing some rest time for the sake of progress? He acted with an air of I'm weak, therefore I'm right, I'm anxious, therefore I'm glorious, which drew laughter from the entire audience. Ron watched the farce unfold and shook his head helplessly. After Quinn relentlessly pursued him, using all sorts of tactics, including citing the future of the beasts and the need for sacrifices in scientific progress. Exhausted both physically and mentally, Jin finally lost his temper and waved his hand resignedly. All right, stop crying, I agree, okay. He felt that if he didn't agree, that fat Quinn would cling to his leg and cry until dawn. To get some peace and quiet, he had no choice but to sacrifice his own interests once again. Upon hearing this, Quinn instantly beamed with joy, his chubby face squeezing into a chrysanthemum shape. He grabbed Yin's hand, but Yin shook him off with a look of disgust, eager to find Ron. Great, Yin, you really are my brother. Ron, quick, let's get started. However, just as Ron put down his glass and stood up, before he could even speak, pop, click. A bell rang from Ron's arms. He took out a timed den mushi, a type of electric scooter, pressed the button, and the ringing stopped. Then, under Quinn's blank stare, Ron said with a hint of apology, I'm so sorry, great scientist Quinn. It's time to leave work. Quinn's expression froze instantly, as if struck by lightning, his entire body petrified on the spot, only his lips trembling slightly. Several seconds passed before he came to his senses and pleaded in a tearful voice. No, brother Ron, Lord Ron, just a little while, just a quick dig. It'll be quick, I'm begging you, can you work overtime? I'll pay you overtime. Double? No? Triple? Ron shook his head at this, his tone calm. Working overtime is impossible, absolutely impossible in my life. Then, seeing that Quinn was on the verge of collapse, he comforted him. Relax, Mr. Quinn. You've waited so many days, what's one more night? Work-life balance is key to higher efficiency. We'll start work on time tomorrow. After saying that, he nodded politely to everyone, then turned around without hesitation and walked towards his cabin, leaving Quinn with a dashing yet ruthless back view. Tomorrow. Quinn stared in the direction Ron had disappeared, then slumped to the ground with a thud. He picked up a wine barrel that was about half his height and buried his face in it. My divine fire constitution. I'll have to wait another night. Ha. Quinn, you've finally met your match. Lord Ron is such a principled man. Let Lord Ron rest, we absolutely mustn't let him get tired. That's right. Lord Ron is our future. The crowd burst into laughter again at Quinn's comical fall from grace. Jack chuckled and walked over to pat Quinn on the shoulder. Stop howling, drink. After saying that, he shoved an even larger barrel into Quinn's arms. Quinn glanced at Jack, then at the enormous barrel of liquor in his arms, and roared in despair, drink. He then tilted his head back and chugged the alcohol, trying to drown his sorrows and praying that tomorrow would come soon. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten, and only a faint glimmer of white appeared on the horizon. An anxious figure had already appeared on the deck of the Beast's Pirates flagship. Quinn paced back and forth on the deck with his hands behind his back, his heavy footsteps making the wooden planks creak. His face was full of impatience, his small eyes kept glancing towards the cabin entrance, and he would raise his wrist to check his watch. Good morning, Lord Quinn, a gifted man who was sweeping the deck early in the morning greeted him cautiously. Good morning. Quinn waved absent-mindedly, his steps never faltering, his gaze still fixed on the direction of the cabin. After a while, a sleepy-eyed Jack rubbed his head and came out of the rest pod, yawning. Seeing the figure swaying back and forth on the deck, he complained. Brother Quinn, you're pacing back and forth on the deck again so early in the morning. You were the one pacing back and forth last night, keeping me up all night. Quinn stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, looking at his watch with an excited tone. Almost there? Jack, don't interrupt. There's just 1 minute left. 1 minute. Jack, puzzled, scratched his head. What, 1 minute? Quinn had no time to pay him any attention, her entire focus was on the countdown. He stared intently at the second hand, muttering to himself. 57, 58, 59, 60. 9 o'clock sharp. The instant the pointer precisely points to the 9 o'clock position, Quinn dashed to Ron's cabin door in one stride. Brother Ron, time for work. It's 9 o'clock, time to go to work on time. The sound instantly echoed throughout the entire pirate ship, startling even the seagulls on the mast into fluttering away. The cabin door creaked open from the inside. Ron rubbed his still sleepy eyes, straightened his clothes, and slowly walked out. He looked at Quinn, who was practically lunging at him through the doorway, and sighed helplessly. Here he comes. Quinn, you're way too punctual. It's even more accurate than an alarm clock. When Quinn saw Ron, his face instantly lit up with a fawning and eager smile, and he rubbed his hands together, saying, I can't help it, Brother Ron. I'm just too eager to improve. I can't wait a second longer. Jack, watching from the side, finally understood what that 1 minute meant. He couldn't help but shake his head and mutter, "This fat guy's gone mad." But he couldn't be bothered to care anymore and went off to find somewhere to clear his head. A new day officially began, filled with Quinn's intense anticipation. Just then, a tiger's roar echoed from the sky, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A streak of silvery white light streaked across the sky. The flying white tiger that Jin had transformed into spread its enormous silver wings, which flowed like moonlight, and was engulfed in white divine fire. With an astonishing aura, it landed steadily in the center of the deck. The violent and oppressive aura made even the ordinary crew members present feel a chill run down their spines. Upon landing, the white tiger form quickly reverted to its human beast form. Yin looked at Ron, nodded slightly as a greeting, and spoke with a hint of familiarity. "Good morning, Ron." However, before his greeting had even finished, Quinn, as if seeing a savior, rushed forward and grabbed Yin's arm. "Yin, my good brother, you're finally here? Hurry, let Ron get started. I've been waiting forever. Do you know how I've spent this whole night?" Jin also felt a sense of disgust, but couldn't break free. Just then, a burst of laughter came from the direction of the cabin. "He, Quinn, you good for nothing." Kaido approached, his eyes full of amusement. "Looks like the 15 billion berries I stole are still sitting in your hands? You're already eager to spend them." Kaido's arrival made the atmosphere on the deck even more exciting. The Flying Six also appeared around the deck one after another. They looked at the big shots in the core circle, especially King and Jack, whose backs were burning with white divine flames, their eyes filled with undisguised envy and longing. Fort Ford stepped forward, his tone respectful, but his purpose clear. "Governor Kaido, Lord Ron. Seeing the rapid improvement in the strength of you gentlemen, we, the Flying Six, are sincerely happy for the growth of the Beast's pirates. I wonder, when will it be our turn to contribute to the team's progress and have the opportunity to become stronger?" That's a nice way of putting it, but the meaning is quite clear. We want better physiques too. We want to become stronger. Before Kaido and Ron could even respond, King's face instantly darkened, becoming even darker than the color of his mask. "You guys wait for me. I'm not some inexhaustible treasure trove of regenerative physiques. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll be bedridden until next year. Want a physique? Get in line. Wait for me to catch my breath first." The thought of being visited by these ravenous bastards in turn made Jin feel dizzy, as if he could already see his dark and hopeless life in a hospital bed. The Flying Six were taken aback by Jin's sudden outburst of anger. They looked at each other, not daring to say anything more, but the desire in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Under Quinn's almost burning gaze, the familiar process started again. The large box of berries transformed into fuel according to the rules, and Ron's transparent hands precisely probed into Jin's body. Jin closed his eyes, resignedly enduring the familiar feeling of weakness peeling away. Soon, Ron carefully extracted the white orb containing the primal power of the Lunaria race. Then, under the intense gazes of everyone, it was slowly pressed into Quinn's excited body. Buzz dash. A strange energy fluctuation instantly enveloped Quinn, and his body visibly trembled slightly. Every cell in his body seemed to be cheering. Behind them, in the empty space, a blazing white divine fire suddenly ignited, pulsating steadily and powerfully. His originally somewhat bulky and comical body, under the glow of the white divine fire, suddenly gained a sense of majesty. A surge of power washed over his entire body, a power completely different from the one he had gained through technological modifications. It's a success. I have it too. I, Lord Quinn, also possess the physique of a god. Ha ha ha. Quinn felt an unprecedented fullness within him, and shouted with ecstasy, the divine fire behind him flickering. After the initial euphoria came the eager anticipation of the test. With a thought, the white divine fire behind him suddenly went out. The next moment, his body seemed to instantly break free from the constraints of gravity, darting left and right across the deck at an astonishing speed completely disproportionate to his size, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Wow, this speed is several times faster. That's amazing. Quinn screamed with excitement, feeling the exhilarating rush of speed. This is especially beneficial for a non-speed-oriented athlete like him. After testing his speed, he was even more eager to test the defensive capabilities of this new physique. His gaze swept over everyone present, first landing on the strongest, Kaido, but he immediately shuddered and shook his head violently. "No way, Kaido, forget it. If you hit me with that punch, I'm afraid my new physique wouldn't even have had time to warm up before I'm off to meet the King of Hell." He knew his own limitations perfectly well. After circling around, his gaze finally settled on Jack. "Jack? Hey bro, come on. Give me a punch here. Test my defenses now." Upon hearing this, Jack didn't hesitate. "Okay." Jack's face showed a hint of seriousness in response to Quinn's invitation. With a low growl, he transformed into orc form. His right foot stepped back slightly, and all his muscles tensed. The newly acquired power of the lunar ray seemed to surge within him, pushing his armament haki to its limit. Then, a full-force attack? A gigantic fist, powerful enough to shatter city walls, slammed solidly into Quinn's obese chest, which was ablaze with white divine fire, like a cannonball fired from a gun. Boom! A deafeningly loud bang exploded. Quinn's smile froze instantly, replaced by a look of astonishment. He felt as if he had been hit head-on by a giant warship traveling at full speed. The terrifying impact was completely beyond his body's capacity to withstand inertia. "Eio? Wait a minute." He only had time to let out a short cry of surprise before he was sent flying backward. Thud, thud, thud. The impact sent dozens of Beast's Pirates crew members, who couldn't dodge in time, sprawling and falling, their screams and cries filling the air. They carved out a vacuum zone on the deck. Just as he was about to land face first on the ground, dazed and confused, an enormous, patterned hand reached out from the side and caught Quinn steadily. It was the barbarian demon. The shockwave caused the two demons' massive bodies to sway slightly. Quinn, caught in the air, touched his chest where he had been hit, then quickly moved his limbs. The shock on his face was quickly replaced by an extreme joy. "You're okay? Ha ha ha. Really, I'm okay. It doesn't hurt at all. Aside from the impact being a bit strong, Jack, UBD's punch didn't even break my skin. Super strong defense? Invincible? Ha ha ha." The physique of the Lunaria race certainly didn't disappoint him. The defensive test was a resounding success, and Quinn was completely overwhelmed with excitement. He leaped abruptly from the two demons' grasp, his obese body rapidly expanded and deformed upon landing. Brachiosaurus, form. With a roar, the massive body of a Brachiosaurus appeared on the deck, its thick skin and long neck. Behind his dinosaur head, a pure white divine fire was burning fiercely. Then, under the curious gaze of everyone, Quinn's mind stirred again. The white divine fire behind him suddenly went out. "Watch me." The next moment, the massive Brachiosaurus body seemed to instantly break free from all weight, unleashing an unbelievable and terrifying speed. Like a yellow lightning bolt, it darted wildly through the limited space of the deck, changing direction and creating sonic booms and howling winds. That's not all. At the same time, the technologically modified mechanical devices inside his body also activated simultaneously, spewing out scorching energy streams from his joints, providing an even stronger boost to his already increased speed. Swish, swish, swish. In Brachiosaurus form, Quinn was so fast that she was almost just a blur. His body made an incredibly agile sudden stop and change of direction, then he appeared like a ghost in another location. It perfectly combines power, speed, and technology. Ha 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 ha, too strong, that speed, that defense. Who else can stop Lord Quinn? Overwhelmed with excitement, Quinn let out a triumphant laugh, the sharp sound mingling with the whooshing sound of his high-speed movement, echoing across the deck. Everyone was amazed by Quinn's new form, which combined offense and defense and allowed him to switch between stillness and movement with ease. With the possession of the Lunaria physique, Quinn's threat level and troublesomeness have clearly reached a whole new level. The 6 members of the Flying Six watched longingly, their hearts filled with envy. Just then, a soft exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. It was Yin, whose physique had just been rediscovered. He stretched his arms, then carefully sensed his internal state. His brow furrowed slightly beneath the mask, and his tone carried a hint of strangeness. "Strange, the weakness I felt after having my physical constitution stripped away this time seems to have lessened considerably." Feeling the vitality within him recovering at a rate far exceeding what it had been before, Jin added incredulously. "At this rate of recovery, I reckon I won't need to stay in bed taking supplements like the previous 2 times. I'll probably be fully recovered by tomorrow morning." These words were like heavenly music, instantly igniting the eyes of everyone present who yearned for power. Especially the Flying Six, whose eyes were originally just filled with envy, suddenly burst forth with a burning light. A faster recovery means a higher turnover rate of the body's reserves. Wouldn't their chances of gaining power increase dramatically? Oh lol. Kaido laughed excitedly, slamming his massive hand down on King's shoulder, causing King to stumble. "Yin, you're not addicted to being dug up, are you? Already thinking about recovering so quickly for the next time?" Jin's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, even the mask couldn't hide the intense resentment emanating from him. "Mr. Kaido, please don't joke like that. Who the hell likes that feeling of being completely drained?" Just as Yin was about to go berserk again, Ron spoke up at the right moment, offering a reasonable explanation. "Mr. Jin's recovery speed has increased, which could be due to 2 reasons. Firstly, it's similar to the principle of drug resistance. After experiencing the same physical stress repeatedly, the body begins to spontaneously adapt and improve its recovery mechanisms. This is a form of self-protection and evolution in living organisms." He paused, thinking of Jin's flying white tiger form, and continued. "Secondly, it could also be the newly acquired mythical beast species, the white tiger form, whose inherent immense vitality and super regenerative ability are at play. Mythical Zoan abilities are incredibly diverse, so it's not surprising that they possess powerful regenerative abilities. It's highly likely that the power of the white tiger fruit accelerated the recovery after the body was separated." Upon hearing this, Jin carefully sensed the white tiger power flowing through his body like a warm current, repairing his weakness, and nodded thoughtfully. "The Ron brothers' analysis makes sense. I also feel a new power helping me recover quickly. It seems, it really is a benefit of the white tiger form." This conclusion brought a sigh of relief to everyone, followed by ecstatic joy. This means that the cooldown time has been greatly reduced. The time it takes for all the top members of the Beast's Pirates to acquire godlike physiques has been shortened once again. The Flying Six exchanged glances, each seeing barely suppressed excitement in the other's eyes. It's almost here? Their turn seems to be just around the corner. Seeing this scene, Kaido's ambition burned even brighter. It possesses treasure-hunting natural disasters, rapidly recovering physiques, and a continuous flow of funds. He could almost see the day when the beast's pirates would sweep across the seas and reach the pinnacle of the world. He. Good. Excellent. It seems that Lao Tzu's era is truly about to begin. Just then, Quinn immediately started calculating again. He leaned closer to Ron, rubbing his hands together, and said, Ron, look, Yin needs rest and recovery, that's a good thing. We won't bother him, but we can try to poach Jack. He pointed to Jack, who was still stretching his wrists after testing Quinn's defense, and said eagerly, extract Jack's merman physique and fuse it into the physique of each of our core members. That way, even if we accidentally fall into this dim ocean, we won't be afraid. Eeho, at worst, we can just soak down there a little longer and wait for the people on the ship to rescue us. This solves our biggest weakness as ability users. His suggestion was indeed very tempting. For the core members of the Beast's pirates, whose majority are devil fruit users, the sea is their only, and most fatal, weakness. If we could acquire the fishman's unique ability to survive in the sea, it would be like making up for the last weakness. Upon hearing this, Jack paused for a moment, then glared at Quinn with his bull-like eyes. You, Quinn, you've got your eye on me now. Although he was honest and straightforward, he understood that the period of weakness after his physical constitution was stripped away was not pleasant. Quinn spoke with righteous indignation. Jack, you need to catch up with this level of awareness? I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. Besides, he changed the subject, looking respectfully at Ron, his tone solemn. First, we must let Brother Law go first. Brother Law is the foundation of our Beast's pirates. His safety is paramount. We must prioritize ensuring that Brother Law can protect himself even if he falls into the water. These words were spoken with sincerity and earnestness, which drew nods of agreement from everyone present. Ron's value certainly warrants any priority protection. However, Ron shook his head, calmly declining the right to priority. No, you guys go first. You are the team's main fighting force, and you have more opportunities to face risks directly. You are the ones who most need to address this weakness. He remained clear-headed, knowing that while he was important, the real attack and defense still depended on Kaido and these other top-tier commanders. Kaido's gaze swept over Ron, and he spoke in a booming voice, sealing the deal. Ron, don't refuse this time. He looked at Ron, a meaningful glint in his eyes. Although you absorb some primal power each time you dig for treasure, that scattered absorption is far less fast and effective than directly fusing with a complete physique. Your improvement is equally crucial. Only when you are stronger and safer can we unearth more and more powerful treasures. Therefore, you will be the first to undergo this fish-human physique test. That's right. Lord Ron, please go first. Mr. Kaido is right. Yin, Quinn, and Jack all expressed their agreement. On this point, everyone was surprisingly in agreement. Seeing the concerned looks on everyone's faces, Ron knew he couldn't refuse this time, and a warmth touched his heart. These lawless pirates, however, showed a rare unity when it came to matters concerning the fundamental interests of their crew. He smiled helplessly and finally nodded. All right, since everyone insists, then I'll gladly accept. The process has restarted. As Jack's bounty of 1 billion berries was sacrificed and transformed into fuel for the rules, Ron's transparent hands, like the most precise surgical instruments, slowly probed into Jack's body. In his perception, the situation within Jack's body was clearly presented. One is a cluster of light representing the ancient Zoan-type mammoth, exuding a savage aura. The other is a cluster of light resembling the deep blue of the ocean, containing powerful vitality and aquatic adaptability, the physique of a fishman race. Ron composed himself, his goal clear. He carefully manipulated his ability, avoiding the devil fruit energy and precisely touching the ball of pale blue fishman's physical form. Just like he had stripped Ash of his physique before, he slowly dug this primal power, representing the ability to survive underwater, out of Jack's lifeblood. As the ball of light left his body, Jack groaned, a wave of weakness washing over him. It really wasn't pleasant. And at the very moment that pale blue light was completely extracted, I don't know if it's because of the increased number of treasure hunts or the growth of my own strength. Ron noticed something different, or rather, he saw things in greater detail. Where the light cluster of that entity was originally rooted, there was not nothingness, but rather some extremely fine, pale blue light threads, like a neural network. They seemed to possess life, slowly but surely drawing upon Jack's life energy, gradually regenerating and spreading. Is this regeneration? Ron's heart skipped a beat. So the body's recovery isn't due to a lack of roots, but rather because these remaining roots are repairing and rebuilding themselves. This discovery instantly sparked a brilliant idea in his mind. Since the body's light clusters can regenerate using the remaining root system, so, what about the devil fruit's orb of light? An unprecedented idea took shape in his mind. If, when excavating a devil fruit, I don't completely peel it away, but instead deliberately preserve its core roots, like excavating a body's structure. So, will the abilities of these devil fruits, like physical constitution, slowly regenerate within the host's body? This idea is absolutely astonishing. If feasible, it would completely break the ironclad rule that a devil fruit can only have one devil fruit. This means that, theoretically, it's possible to possess the same devil fruit ability simultaneously. Even Ron felt his heart race at the thought. However, he quickly calmed down. While the idea is tempting, the risks are unknown. The rules of devil fruits are profound and unpredictable. Will forcibly retaining the roots trigger an energy outburst? Will it cause irreversible harm to the person being excavated? These are all unknowns. This is a matter of great importance. We cannot attempt it rashly. Ron immediately suppressed the urge to conduct the experiment on the spot. Let's discuss this in detail with Mr. Kaido and King after it's over, and then decide whether to proceed. He then guided the azure orb of merfolk-like energy in his hand to slowly press it against his chest. The most urgent task is to complete this physical integration. In an instant, a cool yet powerful energy, like a gentle ocean current, instantly surged through his entire body. He could clearly feel that his muscle fibers had become tougher and denser, and his bones seemed heavier and more solid, with his overall physical attributes being strengthened in every way. Even more amazing is that an indescribable sense of belonging and close connection to the ocean arises spontaneously. In his perception, the seawater had become a warm and comfortable place to rely on. He instinctively knew that even if he fell into the deep sea right now, he could breathe freely. The sea is no longer a graveyard, but has become another space where we can live. Even if you unfortunately fall into the water, you will not drown and will have ample time to wait for rescue. The fusion process was successfully completed. Ron slowly opened his eyes and nodded to everyone around him. It's a success. Great. EEO. Long live Lord Ron. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. This means that one of their biggest weaknesses is about to be addressed one by one. Jack, whose fish-human body had just been stripped away, shook his large head, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. I'm going to rest now. After saying that, he staggered towards the lounge inside the cabin. If he didn't move soon, he felt like he could fall asleep the moment he lay down. On the deck, all eyes turned to Ron once again. Ron looked at Kaido, King, Queen, and other core members, and solemnly said, Mr. Kaido, everyone, while examining Jack's physique just now, I made a new discovery. All eyes immediately turned to him, filled with curiosity. Ron organized his thoughts and clearly stated, in my perception, whether it's Mr. Jin's lunar physique or Jack's fishman physique just now, after they are stripped away, the places where they were originally rooted are not empty, but rather retain energy veins like roots. It is these root systems that slowly draw upon the host's life energy, prompting the body to regenerate and recover. This detail about the principle of physical recovery made everyone nod slightly, finding it reasonable. But Ron's next words were like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, instantly shattering everyone's understanding. From this, I came to a conjecture. His gaze swept over the crowd, and then, as if to say something earth-shattering, since the physical light clusters possess root systems and can regenerate, then, do the devil fruit light clusters within us also possess similar root systems? The scene instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply, their brains frantically processing the possibilities behind that statement. Quinn's sunglasses had slipped down to the tip of his nose, and he exclaimed in shock. Ron. Brother Ron? You mean, if devil fruits also have roots, then can't we dig them up? And like digging up a body, leave the roots so they can grow again? In that case, the voice beneath the mask trembled like never before. Doesn't that mean, we might, possibly possess the same abilities? Imagine what a sight it would be if Kaido's azure dragon fruit power could be extracted and given to King, Queen, Jack. Ugh. Kaido's massive body shuddered violently, and his eyes flashed with a scorching light. My breathing quickened, as if I could already see that scene. If it really works, then our beasts pirates will forge a true, divine army composed entirely of mythical Zoan species. This prospect is too tempting, too crazy, enough to suffocate anyone. Ron continued speaking. Everyone, calm down. This is just my speculation. The rules of devil fruits are incredibly profound, and the fact that there is only one of each type of devil fruit is a universally acknowledged ironclad rule. We cannot be certain what will happen if we forcibly preserve the root system, whether it will result in successful regeneration or trigger an energy collapse. Will it cause irreversible harm to the person being excavated? These are all enormous, unknown risks. Ron looked at Kaido, his tone solemn. These all need to be verified through experiments. Pulled back to reality from their extreme fervor, the crowd's excitement subsided slightly, but the wildfire that had been ignited in their eyes could no longer be extinguished. Quinn adjusted his sunglasses and offered his opinion. Everyone, I actually do some research on devil fruits. As is well known, devil fruits contain a unique will. Once consumed, their abilities become deeply integrated with the user's bloodline, aura, and even life essence, becoming almost inseparable. This is why the abilities only randomly regenerate after the user's death. He changed the subject, looking at Ron, then pointing to himself and Yin, Jack. But, Brother Ron's abilities have defied common sense. He extracted the Lunaria bloodline from Yin and bestowed it upon us. We do not possess the bloodline of the Lunaria race, but now we do indeed share the same physical characteristics and defensive capabilities. What does this tell us? This suggests that Ron's abilities, and the rules he unearthed and bestowed upon them, may transcend the limitations of racial bloodlines. It took away a certain quality. Quinn became increasingly agitated as he spoke, his voice growing sharper. And so on. While the abilities of devil fruits are deeply intertwined with bloodlines, aren't they essentially a type of trait that can be explored and bestowed upon? If physical constitution allows it, why can't devil fruits? I feel, it definitely will work. Quinn's analogical reasoning, which incorporated his own experiences, was like a ray of sunshine breaking through the clouds, making everything that had seemed vague and uncertain suddenly clear to everyone. Yes, the transplant has been successful, which in itself is a miracle that has broken down racial barriers. Therefore, applying the same logic to devil fruit abilities doesn't seem entirely impossible. This fact-based inference greatly enhances the feasibility of the devil fruit regeneration concept. It made the light in everyone's eyes even more intense. Kaido listened to Queen's analysis, completely bewildered. What was all this about? He couldn't understand a word of it. Already lacking patience, I'm even less inclined to dwell on it now. Why worry so much? Just find a few gifters to try it out, and everything will become clear. Simple, direct, and effective. Experiments will be conducted on gifted individuals who already possess ordinary Zoan-type abilities. Success will usher in a new era. Failure is possible, but the losses are within an acceptable range. Absolutely. Execute immediately. Quinn was extremely efficient. Soon, several anxious gifters were brought to the core area of the deck. These are all members who successfully ate the artificial devil fruit smile and gained Zoan-type abilities. As for those who failed and only laughed gleefully, they weren't even qualified to board this flagship. They had long been relegated to the mines of Rabbit Village to direct mining operations. The eyes of the gifted individuals were filled with fervor. Although they didn't know why they were here, it was an honor to be seen in front of such important figures. Ron's gaze swept over the gifted individuals, finally settling on one of them who was small in stature and had some monkey-like features. What is your bounty? The monkey gifted was clearly unprepared to be questioned personally by Lord Calamity, and stammered nervously, A bounty? Reporting to Lord Ron. I don't have a bounty. He was just a low-level leader with average strength, and the Navy would never set a bounty for him. No. Ron was clearly taken aback when he heard this. This was completely unexpected. All his previous actions, whether it was treasure hunting or physique transplantation, were accompanied by huge sacrifices of belly, which made him subconsciously believe that the bounty was an absolute prerequisite for activating his ability. No bounty, will this work? Ron wondered to himself. He had never used this kind of primal mining ability on targets without bounties before. After all, even the worst target, Jack, had a bounty of 1 billion. Never mind, let's give it a try. With a try-it-out mentality, Ron focused again and stretched out his hands. However, this time, it was still a sacrifice for Bailey, but because the bounty was 0, the money in the box didn't decrease. He even felt that this step could be omitted. Then, driven by his will, his hands became transparent again, like invisible crystals, and reached directly towards the chest of the monkey giver. The next moment, something happened that shocked even Ron. His hands passed right through the other person's body without any resistance, as if passing through a curtain of water, and once again entered that wondrous internal perspective. Ron's pupils suddenly contracted, and a huge wave of emotions surged within him. It worked? You can mine directly without sacrificing belly? Holy crap! Could it be? I've been falling into a cognitive trap all along. A startling idea exploded in his mind. The rule of sacrificing Bailey might only apply to targets within the bounty system. For those who aren't even wanted by the world government, my ability can be activated directly. This discovery is extremely important. Does this mean that his limitations are entirely self-imposed? That's outrageous. He can bypass the sacrifice requirement and directly manipulate the 7 warlords of the sea, the Navy, or those belonging to member states of the world government? It seems. I still know too little about my own abilities. Ron was filled with shock and a hint of excitement. The boundaries of our capabilities have been expanded once again, and the scope for future operations has become even greater. Awesome. And around. Kaido, King, Queen, and the others, who had been watching the whole thing intently, all had their pupils suddenly contract. Although they couldn't see the internal scene Ron was perceiving, they could clearly see that Ron activated his amazing digging ability without sacrificing any belly. After a brief silence, Kaido snapped out of it and burst into laughter. He. You can dig like that? You don't even need Pele to do it? What does this sudden rule-breaking mean? This means that the biggest bottleneck they were previously worried about, the funding issue that limited the large-scale transplantation of physical attributes and fruit abilities, does not exist at all for the sake of the underlying goals. This is practically a godsend tailor-made for the Beast's pirates. They possess a vast number of gifted individuals, and in reality, these individuals generally have low or even no bounties, making them perfect testing grounds and reserves for abilities. It seems, our Beast's pirates are destined to become the undisputed #1 on this sea. Eewoo, that's awesome. Quinn was so excited that his whole body trembled, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This means the cost of experimentation will be greatly reduced. We can conduct more tests, and we're sure to succeed. Even the usually composed Jin let out a shocked and excited voice from behind his mask. In this way, there are no more obstacles ahead. Everyone understood that this unexpected discovery was the most crucial path for them to reach the point where all members could be mythical beasts. Under the breathless gaze of everyone, Ron focused his mind, his transparent hands precisely locating the orb of light representing the Zoan-type monkey fruit power within the monkey giver's body. According to the previous plan, he carefully controlled his strength, not uprooting it, but carefully peeling away the light cluster as if picking fruit, leaving the roots at the core. As most of the energy was stripped away, the monkey giver groaned, and most of the monkey-like features on his body instantly faded. A strong sense of weakness washed over him, but he still maintained basic consciousness and form, and did not become completely limp as when his physical body was completely stripped away. This initially demonstrates the feasibility of the root-preserving approach. Ron held a ball of light in his hand. It was the power of the monkey fruit. Immediately afterwards, he directed this ball of energy toward the ordinary Beast Pirates members next to him who had not consumed any devil fruits. The moment energy merges, the ordinary crew member began to tremble violently, his body shape changed, his body hair grew excessively, and his face began to resemble that of a monkey. He had transformed into a monkey form that was almost identical to the previous monkey giver. Success! Quick! Test their abilities! Quinn yelled, giving orders. The group immediately conducted a simple test on the newly born monkey ability user. Its jumping ability, climbing ability, and the strength of its claw strikes, all the qualities it exhibits are exactly the same as those of the original monkey giver. There is no essential difference. Same abilities? Completely the same, the officer in charge of the test reported excitedly. The first step, the transplantation of the devil fruit power, was a success. Although this is just a very ordinary artificial Zoan-type devil fruit, its significance is epic-making. Oh, Kaido laughed wildly, his laughter shaking the clouds. It worked? It really worked? Ha 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 ha. The others were also very excited. We did it! We're going to break the ironclad rules. The era of the Beast's Pirates' invincibility has arrived. Quinn roared excitedly, and Yin's breathing became heavy beneath his mask. Jack clenched his fists, and all the members' faces were filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. However, this is only the first step. All eyes turned to the original monkey giver who had been stripped of his abilities and was now weakly panting. Next comes the most crucial step in validating the entire concept. Let's observe the remaining roots within his body to see if they can truly allow the devil fruit's power to regenerate. If they could be reborn, that would be the true rise of the Beast's Pirates. After the initial joy of success subsided, Ron once again sensed the need for. The sentence is incomplete and lacks context. It appears to be referring to a specific type of energy orb. Something feels off. The shape, size, and energy fluctuations of this ball of light are exactly the same as the original, enough to fool anyone. But Ron vaguely sensed a fundamental difference. Emptiness? Concentrate and think. A moment later, he suddenly awoke, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. So that's it. It's willpower, he muttered to himself, a hint of realization in his voice. The extracted power orb lacked the unique willpower inherent in the devil fruit itself. That's right. It's willpower. The reason why natural devil fruits are so magical and unique lies not only in the abilities they grant, but also in the unique will they contain. This will may be closely related to the awakening of abilities, or even to some deeper mysteries. While the ability replicas created by Ron through excavation and transplantation perfectly replicated the form and effects of the energy, they lacked this elusive will. Having figured this out, Ron immediately shared his findings and speculations with Kaido and the others. The will of the devil fruit is missing. Quinn adjusted his sunglasses. As a scientist, he immediately grasped the key point. What does this mean? Will it affect the use of the ability? Or? Ron shook his head, then nodded, offering his assessment. As things stand, the use of the ability remains completely unaffected. However, I speculate that this kind of copying ability without willpower will likely make it extremely difficult, if not impossible, for the fruit to awaken in the future. He laid out the most likely consequences. However, to Ron's surprise, upon hearing this flaw, Kaido was not disappointed. Instead, he laughed loudly again. He. Awakening? Ron, what are you thinking, you little brat? What do you think devil fruit awakening is? Like cabbage. That was a once-in-a-million opportunity? Strength, opportunity, and destiny all are indispensable? Awakening, especially for Zoan-type users, is even more difficult. In all my years, I can count the number of awakened individuals I've seen on my fingers. He waved his hand. For us, being able to consistently obtain the same powerful devil fruit abilities is already a miracle in itself. What more could you want? Awakening? That's icing on the cake. It's fine if you don't have it. With this power, we can sweep across the ocean. The others also had no illusions about awakening. It wasn't something they should even be thinking about. Mr. Kaido is right. Being able to reliably acquire abilities is already invincible. Awakening is too elusive and unrealistic. Yin, Quinn, Jack, and others chimed in. At their level, they are even more aware of the difficulty and randomness of awakening. They traded the inability to awaken their powers for the tangible benefit of consistently replicating their strength. This deal is absolutely fantastic. This small flaw is insignificant. The crucial devil fruit regeneration experiment has completed its first step. Now, it's time for patient observation. The monkey gifted was kept under tight protection, with a research team personally arranged by Quinn monitoring him around the clock, recording all his physiological data and signs of ability recovery. Everyone understood that if the power roots within him could truly regrow a complete devil fruit ability, it would completely confirm Ron's vision and usher in a new era. Time slipped by quietly amidst this expectant observation. The next morning, just as Jin sensed, the silvery white divine fire behind him stabilized, and the weakness caused by the continuous exploitation of his physique had completely disappeared, restoring him to his peak condition. This means the cooling off period for body transplantation is over. Almost at the same time that Yin announced his recovery, the Flying Six, who had been eagerly waiting, swarmed around him like sharks smelling blood. They looked at Jin, their eyes burning with an almost tangible desire. Previously, they had to suppress their desires because Jin needed to recover. Now that the treasure vault has been refreshed, how can we possibly hold back any longer? Lord Jin, you've finally recovered. It's my turn now. I, Sasaki, am willing to give everything for the beast's pirates. In terms of merit and strength, I, Fort Fred, should have priority. Wah, me too. I want that immune to punishment physique too. Xiaopei, hurry and shout it out for me. Sis, it's not like whoever shouts the loudest gets priority. The 6 members of the Flying Six were eager to express their demands, and there were even signs of a potential argument. Everyone knows that the sooner you acquire this invincible defense, the greater your advantage will be in future battles and competition for status. Page 1 was pushed forward by his sister Ultai, while Sasaki remained silent, clutching his sword, his eyes equally intense. The Black Maria smiled charmingly, but her words were firm and unyielding. Fursford was even more blunt, practically wearing "I'm the most qualified" on his sleeve. The scene became chaotic and tense for a moment. As Jin watched his subordinates pounce on him like hungry wolves, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly beneath his mask, as if he already foresaw his tragic fate of frequent sacrifices in the future. But he also knew that improving the team's overall strength was essential. Seeing that the Flying Six were about to fight amongst themselves over priority, Kaido glared and roared. Quiet down, all of you. One at a time, everyone has a chance, what's with all the fighting? His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on the sharp-looking Fort Ford. Phosphor, you go first. Yes, Mr. Kaido. Whose face instantly lit up with excitement. He glanced defiantly at his other competitors, stepped forward, and straightened his back. This is the moment he's been waiting for. What? Why did he go first? Runty immediately objected. She wasn't afraid of Kaido at all. Stomping her foot, she pointed at him and angrily yelled, "Idiot Kaido, you're biased? Why didn't you let me go first?" Before she could finish speaking, her younger brother Page 1, pale with fright, quickly covered his sister's mouth from behind, urgently pleading in a low voice, "Sis, don't say it. That's Kaido, the Governor General." Runty's mouth was covered, and she was still struggling unwillingly, making muffled protest sounds. However, Runty's eyes lit up, and she immediately changed her strategy. She broke free from Pagevan and ran to Ron. Her previously angry face instantly turned pitiful. She tugged at Ron's sleeve and said in a spoiled tone, "Brother Ron, Lord Ron, you're the best. Let that stinky who's too great fool step aside. Let me go first, okay? I promise I'll listen to you from now on. Please." Her sudden display of coquettishness caught everyone around her off guard, giving them goosebumps. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was cursing Kaido one second and pleading with him the next, Ron felt a headache and helplessness. He shook his head with a wry smile, his gaze fixed on Kaido. He. Kaido, watching this comical scene, was not angry at all, but instead burst into laughter. With a wave of his hand, he directly tossed the difficult problem back to him. "I don't care anymore. Ron, you decide the order. You deal with them yourself." By handing the decision-making power over to Ron, he was both acknowledging Ron's status and also showing a hint of enjoying the drama. Instantly, all the pressure fell on Ron. Ron frowned. Kaido had already personally chosen who's who for the first time. If he rashly changed his mind, wouldn't he be slapping Kaido in the face? But Runty is so persistent and insists on refusing. Given her personality, she'll probably make an even bigger scene. Just as Ron was weighing his options, who's Phosphord, who had been singled out, witnessed everything. He glanced at Runty, who was still acting coquettishly towards Ron, and at Page 1, who looked extremely nervous beside her, and cursed inwardly, these two annoying siblings. But he was, after all, an elite member of the original CP9, and was well versed in human relationships. He immediately realized that this was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his value to Ron and win his favor. Making the treasure hunting disaster difficult just to determine the order of body transplantation is absolutely foolish. The road ahead is long, and many more great treasures await discovery. We must not let small gains lead to big losses. Thinking of this, Fursford took a deep breath, suppressing his competitive spirit, and with a carefree smile, stepped forward, bowed slightly to Ron, and said respectfully, "Lord Ron, since Runty is so eager, and I, Fort, as one of the Flying Six, should also have some magnanimity, I will give her this opportunity, so as not to put you in a difficult position." His words were eloquent and appropriate, both smoothly rescuing Ron from his predicament and showcasing his own magnanimity, a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Ron glanced at Phosphor with some surprise, instantly understanding the other's intention. His opinion of Fursford rose a few points. This guy was not only quite strong, but also had high emotional intelligence. He then spoke up and offered compensation. "Very well. Fursuv, I understand your intentions. In that case, you will be the first to perform the next transplant of Jack's fishman physique. This compensation is just right." The value of the fishman race's physique in compensating for the weaknesses of ability users is also attractive. A flicker of joy flashed in Fursford's eyes, and he immediately bowed. "Thank you, Lord Ron." This result was even better than he had expected. Runty, who had been whining, immediately stopped objecting when she heard that she could be the first to receive the defensive physique transplant. Her little face lit up with a smile, and she released Ron's sleeve, proudly raising her chin at Fort Fru. Humph, that's more like it. The order is set, and there is no further dispute. Under Runty's excited gaze, the familiar process started again. As a sacrifice to Bailey, Ron's transparent hands reached into Yin's body, once again stripping away the light clusters of the Lunaria race's constitution. Jin suddenly felt weak, but he already had a numb expression, as if he was used to it. The moment the ball of light merged into Runty's petite body, a sudden change occurred. She seemed to be bathed in an invisible radiance, and her already delicate face seemed to have gained an indescribable sense of holiness. Most strikingly, a blazing white divine fire suddenly erupted behind her, leaping steadily, complementing her calm expression and exuding an aloof and unapproachable aura. Several of the male members of the Flying Six, such as Sasaki and Who's Who, all showed a hint of amazement in their eyes. Even Page 1 blinked, feeling that his older sister seemed to have suddenly become a little different. Runty slowly lowered her head, looked at the divine fire burning behind her, and felt a completely new and powerful sensation. However, her brief moment of aloofness was shattered the instant she opened her mouth. Haha, now I'm someone with divine fire? See that? You stinky fuzz. If you ever dare to steal anything from me again, I'll stand right here and let you beat me. I'll tire you out. Ha ha ha. His smug and somewhat childish demeanor contrasted sharply with the white divine fire behind him. What aloof goddess. She doesn't exist. She's clearly a grumpy little witch. Everyone. Ron sighed and rubbed his forehead. I thought she had become aloof for a moment, but I was just overthinking it. Kaido laughed loudly. He. This brat, still the same as always. Runty didn't care what others thought. She was completely immersed in the joy of gaining new power and began to try switching divine fire, experiencing the feeling of increased speed. She darted around on the deck, leaving behind a series of noisy figures shouting and yelling. After Yin entered his recovery period again, Ron did not stop his research. His primary concern was the gifter whose monkey fruit powers had been stripped away. He once again focused his senses on the gifter's body, carefully examining the roots of the devil fruit. This time, he clearly captured a state completely different from the previous day. Those roots, which were originally so faint as to be almost imperceptible, are now growing and spreading slowly and noticeably, just like vines that have absorbed nutrients. Although it was still a long way from reforming into a complete ball of light, the undeniable signs of regeneration exploded in Ron's mind like a thunderclap. It's really recovering. His prediction was confirmed. The power of devil fruits can indeed regenerate within the host's body by retaining its roots. This discovery sent shockwaves through his mind, leaving him utterly astonished. He understood better than anyone else what this meant. This means that the potential and extraordinary nature of his treasure-digging fruit ability far exceeds his initial imagination. A matter is accomplished in secrecy, and ruined by leaks. It must not be leaked until it is 100% successful. Thinking of this, Ron quickly regained his composure, his face returning to its usual calm. The ship sailed on the vast and magnificent sea. Ron strolled to the main deck, where Kaido and Queen were drinking heartily, the smell of alcohol mingling with the sea breeze. Upon seeing Ron, Kaido took a swig of sake and asked in a booming voice, Ron, we've got Future Island up ahead. How about we go ashore and pull off a heist? We may have robbed the supply ship, but there might still be some good stuff Vegapunk has hidden on the island. Upon hearing this, Ron was about to shake his head. In his understanding, the core area of Future Island was protected by an energy shield, and a direct attack would be too risky. Moreover, he had already scanned the area before and had not found any particularly dazzling light. He was about to speak, saying that he hadn't yet seen any treasure worth digging for, but before he could finish his sentence, boom, a beam of light suddenly burst forth in his field of vision without warning, but it wasn't any color he had ever seen before. It's not the gold representing devil fruits, not the blue representing mineral resources, nor the strange glow representing other treasures. It was an extreme depth, a pitch blackness that seemed capable of swallowing all light. Like a pillar of ink supporting the heavens and the earth, it soared into the sky from the direction of Future Island. Its scale was enormous and its momentum was terrifying, as if it would submerge the entire Future Island and devour it in the endless darkness. Ron's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints, and he froze on the spot, his face filled with shock. What level of treasure is this? He had never seen such a color, such a scale. I never even imagined it. Kaido and Queen were waiting for Ron's answer when they saw his expression suddenly change drastically. He stared intently in the direction of Future Island, as if he had seen something utterly unbelievable. Ron, what's wrong? Kaido put down his gourd, his eyes filled with suspicion. Quinn turned his head, his small eyes full of question marks. Brother Ron, what did you see? Could it be treasure? They couldn't see the soaring black light, but judging from Ron's intense reaction, they could only guess that his amazing treasure-digging ability must have discovered something incredible again. Ron took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and slowly raised his hand, pointing in the direction of the dark pillar of light. His voice was solemn. There's something in that direction, a treasure I've never seen before. His tone made Kaido and Queen instantly realize that what they had discovered this time was no ordinary item. Ron suppressed his shock, his gaze still fixed on the dark beam of light that only he could see. He took a deep breath and turned to Kaido and Queen. Mr. Kaido, Queen, I previously unearthed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit in Wano country, its light a dazzling gold. Later, I discovered a sea stone vein in Udon, its light a deep blue. These colors seem to correspond to the type and value of the treasure. He paused, then pointed in the direction of Future Island. But just now, in that direction, a light suddenly burst forth. It was black, pitch black, as if it could devour everything. I've never seen such a precious light before, and I have absolutely no idea what it means. Black. Kaido was puzzled, and even Queen adjusted his sunglasses. In their minds, treasures are always associated with glittering gold and sparkling jewels. Black? That doesn't sound like a good omen. Seeing their reactions, Ron voiced his concerns. My treasure-digging fruit ability is theoretically to dig up anything of value in the world, but the definition of value is not only positive. Some things may contain immense energy or secrets, making them veritable treasures, but their very existence may be accompanied by equal danger and disaster. He surveyed the surrounding sea, his tone carrying a hint of warning. I can't be sure whether behind this black light lies another form of unparalleled treasure, or a trap capable of devouring us. You can't believe it, Quinn exclaimed. Digging for treasure can lead to disaster. Kaido frowned as well. Clearly, this possibility was beyond his previous expectations. Ron nodded solemnly, acknowledging this uncertainty. He looked at Kaido, returning the final decision-making power to him. So, faced with this unknown black treasure, should we still head to Future Island to dig for it? Should we take the plunge and uncover this unprecedented dark secret, or err on the side of caution and temporarily avoid this unknown risk? The moment of decision has arrived. Upon hearing Ron's warning about the unknown risks that might accompany the black treasure, Quinn quickly calmed down and began a more realistic analysis. Ron's concerns are not unfounded. And don't forget, Future Island is Vegapunk's stronghold, a high-tech base where the world government has invested heavily in resources. He counted them on his fingers. We just robbed them of a huge amount of supplies and had a fierce battle with Admiral Akainu, making the Navy lose face. Given Sengoku's personality and the world government's style, the alert level around Future Island is definitely at its highest right now. Perhaps more than one of our generals is nearby, waiting for us to walk right into their trap. He looked at Kaido cautiously and said, So, in my opinion, we should leave now. We've already got the money and supplies, and the brothers need to digest their new strength. Let's leave this black stuff buried on the island for now. Once we've fully digested these gains and our strength has reached a new level, once our beast pirates are powerful enough to be fearless, it won't be too late to dig this black thing out and take a look. At that time, no matter how powerful a general or monster may be, they will all be nothing but trash in the face of absolute power. Ron nodded in agreement. Quinn's analysis hit the nail on the head. Given the unclear enemy situation, their own less-than-perfect condition, and the possibility of a large naval ambush, it was indeed unwise to rashly venture into an unknown treasure with uncertain prospects. Kaido listened to Queen's analysis, his eyes gleaming. Although he is unrestrained and domineering, and enjoys challenging the strong, he is by no means a mindless brute. To become one of the 4 emperors, one must also understand how to assess the situation, knowing when to launch a fierce attack and when to temporarily retreat and conserve strength. He hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. Quinn is right. Ron's caution is also valid. I'm not stupid. Pass down the order, turn around, bypass Future Island, and continue forward. He looked towards the ship's hold, where the stolen enormous amounts of Pyre coins and supplies were piled up. Let's digest this gain completely first. Let's all become stronger. When we're strong enough, we'll settle the score. He. Rational decision-making ultimately prevailed. The Beast's pirates' ship traced a huge arc, avoiding Future Island, and sailed towards the wider ocean. The next day, Jack, stripped of his fishman body, awoke from his dazed state of recovery. Although the weakness was still obvious, it was much better than when he was first dug out. He shook his huge head and was about to get up and stretch his limbs when he heard his subordinate report, Lord Jin has gone to rest again. Upon hearing this, Jack was taken aback for a moment, then felt a sense of shared misfortune. I now completely understand the pain Brother Jin went through the past few days. He sighed to Queen, who had come to visit him. This feeling of being unable to do anything but lie in bed staring at the ceiling, it's so boring. It's worse than getting hit by Kaido's club. Especially for these combat-obsessed individuals who are used to action, this extreme weakness and idleness is nothing short of mental torture. Quinn clicked his tongue, offered a perfunctory word of comfort, but his mind was already on the important business ahead. Soon, having recovered some of his strength, Jack once again generously offered his life, and Ron skillfully extracted the merman-type physique from his body. This time, as previously agreed, this ball of light, containing the ability to survive in the sea, was integrated into Force Fern's body. The moment the energy merged, Ford clearly felt a cool power flowing through his body, his muscle lines seemed to become smoother, and a natural affinity for the water element arose spontaneously. He clenched his fist tightly, a flicker of barely suppressed excitement crossing his face. Walking to the ship's side, I put my hand into the icy seawater. The seawater that once made those with abilities feel powerless now seemed like a welcoming medium. He took a deep breath, feeling the new, instinctive underwater breathing ability within him. Who turned around, looked at Kaido and Ron, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented confidence, and said in a deep voice, "That way, even if you fall into the sea, you won't drown." From now on, you can unleash your full potential in battle without worrying about falling into the water, Jack. Several strong gifters carefully lifted the exhausted Jack, preparing to take him back to his cabin to rest. Just as they passed through the hatch, they ran into Jin, who looked refreshed and whose divine fire burned steadily behind him. He had clearly recovered completely and was preparing to return to the deck. Lying on the stretcher, Jack saw Ash and his bull-like eyes widened in surprise. Brother Jin, you recovered so quickly? I remember you were just yesterday afternoon. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Isn't your recovery speed a bit outrageous? Jin stopped and looked down at Jack, who was slumped on the stretcher, looking utterly dejected. You'll get used to it. The more times you get dug up, the faster you'll recover. Jack, lying on the stretcher, instantly looked even worse, his face even turning a bit green. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Is this supposed to be comforting? This is clearly a foreshadowing of his future, bleak career filled with frequent acts of service. Is Jack going to become like Yin, a walking, talking power bank for the team? The thought of having to experience this feeling of utter weakness and being unable to do anything but lie there every few days made Jack feel dizzy. Seeing Jack's frustrated expression, as if he'd swallowed a fly, Jin seemed to realize his attempt to comfort him might have backfired. He paused, then unusually added, "Have a good rest." After saying that, he didn't linger. With steady steps, he brushed past Jack's stretcher and walked towards the sunlit deck, leaving Jack alone and bewildered on the stretcher. The caretakers carrying the stretcher tried their best to keep their faces straight and suppress their laughter, afraid of upsetting the not-so-good-tempered headman. On the other side, having successfully integrated with the merfolk physique and broken free from the curse of the sea, Fuzfa felt the surging new power within him and his gaze involuntarily fell upon Yin, who was walking towards him. Once upon a time, replacing Yin and becoming the new head of the company is the burning ambition deep within his heart, and the goal he strives for. But at this moment, the weight of this goal in his heart has quietly changed. Who's Who looked at King, then at Kaido, then at the unfathomable Ron beside him, and then recalled the beast's pirate strength skyrocketing like a rocket in recent times. Mythical Zoan species appearing out of nowhere, top-tier racial physiques readily available, and even the devil fruit regeneration technology currently being tested, a technology capable of overturning the ironclad laws of the world. All of this has long since transcended the competition for a prime spot on a billboard. The beast's pirates are after the entire world. In the face of such a sweeping, all-encompassing wave, what does the position of a large billboard truly represent? It's just one step on the ladder of power. True ambition should be set on that higher, unattainable peak. Thinking of this, the competitive fire in Forsworth's eyes gradually transformed into a thirst for absolute power. He doesn't care about positions right now, he just wants to become stronger. Strong enough to secure a place in this coming new era dominated by beasts. Seemingly sensing the change in Who's Who's gaze, Jin turned his head, his eyes meeting Jin's beneath the silver mask. Jin seemed to have read his mind and did not issue a warning as usual. Don't rush. His gaze then swept past Phosphor and landed on Ron, who was standing to the side, his tone urgent. Ron, that monkey-gifted one, seems to have recovered. These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn back. What grand plan, what ambition, all seem insignificant in the face of this historic moment that could potentially prove the regeneration of devil fruits. Real. Quick, go check it out. This is the most crucial step. Kaido, Queen, Who's Who, and everyone else's eyes lit up with surprise. They almost simultaneously rushed towards the makeshift observation chamber. The moment has arrived to test whether devil fruits can regenerate. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, who held their breath and could almost hear each other's heartbeats, Ron carefully inserted his transparent hands into the body of the monkey giver once again. His consciousness quickly locked onto the location of the roots. The next moment, Ron felt a surge of joy. It's really recovered? There, the roots had regrown and grown stronger, once again coalescing into a complete ball of monkey fruit power. Its size, shape, and energy intensity are almost identical to those before it was stripped away. Although it is an artificial fruit, and the light itself appears somewhat dim and mixed, its completeness and regeneration are real. Ron slowly withdrew his hand, suppressing his inner excitement, and nodded heavily under the almost burning gazes of the crowd. Restored. Ability, full regeneration. Although it was expected, the moment the facts were confirmed in person, the enormous shock still left everyone present in a state of extreme astonishment. Kaido's massive body jolted violently, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Quinn's sunglasses slipped completely off, and his jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock. The silvery white divine fire behind Jin surged uncontrollably upwards. Forsford clenched his fists tightly. It was true. He could become stronger again. The deathly silence lasted only a moment, followed by shouts of ecstatic joy. We did it! We did it! We really did it! Wow! We did it! Quinn was the first to scream. Devil fruits, can they really regenerate? King's deep voice trembled slightly, a thrill born from witnessing history and rules being broken. Kaido also laughed heartily. He. Our beast's pirates will one day be filled with azure dragons, white tigers, and top-tier mythical Zoan abilities. His palm slammed hard against the ship's side, and the hard wood shattered with a crack. Invincible? This is true invincibility. Everyone is a mythical Zoan? This previously distant ultimate goal has now, thanks to Ron's incredible abilities, truly revealed a path to godhood. The future of the Beast's pirates is now synonymous with invincibility. The euphoria of the confirmation of devil fruit regeneration subsided slightly. A more realistic, more alluring, and yet chilling question naturally arises in everyone's mind. So, whose top-tier mythical beast ability should be copied first? Almost simultaneously, all eyes turned to the strongest devil fruit user present, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Those gazes, so tangible, seemed to see right through him, inside and out. Kaido felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by the race of people. Hey, you bunch of bastards. What are you staring at me for? He also pointed to the embers beside him. Isn't Jin's ability also a top-tier mythical Zoan? White tiger form? Attack power increased 100-fold? Why aren't you all going to see him? He tried to divert attention away from the trouble and shift everyone's focus to Yin, who was standing nearby. Yin, suddenly called out, froze instantly, completely stunned. I felt like the white divine fire behind me almost went out. No way, not again. It's bad enough that physical attributes are being exploited like a public resource, but now even the abilities of mythical beasts, which haven't even had a chance to be fully utilized, are being targeted. Is his flying white tiger destined to become a public resource library? Silently, she took half a step back, wishing she could immediately transform into a white tiger, spread her wings, and fly away to escape this place. On the deck, Queen rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for power, and leaned close to Kaido, speaking the thoughts of everyone present. Boss Kaido? Actually, what I really want is your mythical Zoan form. Azure Dragon form. It can fly, breathe fire, and control wind and thunder. Its abilities are so comprehensive. If I had it, I would definitely become stronger. For science, no. For the future of the beast pirates? Kaido looked at Queen, who was practically drooling, and was speechless. He knew, of course, how powerful and alluring his Azure Dragon form was, but... Kaido didn't refuse directly, but asked in a deep voice, Quinn, how many berries do we have left? Upon hearing this, Quinn immediately pulled out his notebook, quickly did some calculations, and replied, reporting to the boss, of the 15 billion we plundered earlier, after these rounds of body transplants, we now have approximately 11 billion left. Kaido nodded, then announced his bounty, a figure that could shake the seas. Laozi's bounty is 4,611.1 million berries. Kaido looked around at everyone, his tone becoming serious. This means that trying to extract my abilities would consume nearly half of my working capital in one go. And after losing most of my abilities, I don't know how many days I'll be weakened. A hint of concern flashed in his eyes. In this new world, if we lose our top-tier combat power and are caught by the Navy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ron nodded in agreement and added, Mr. Kaido's considerations are very thorough. Such a huge expenditure, coupled with the potential period of weakness, is indeed a problem that cannot be ignored. Until we find a stable source of funding, or have more adequate preparations, it seems we need to lie low for a while. The fervent atmosphere was slightly cooled by the real risks and enormous costs. Everyone realized that the path to having all members be of the mythical beast type required not only extraordinary abilities, but also enormous funds and security guarantees. The wealth plundered was plentiful, but it was not inexhaustible. Kaido's eyes also gleamed as he made his decision. In that case, the fleet shall continue forward. All of you, stay alert and avoid all naval patrol routes. Keep digging up my mythical beast species, but until I'm back to my full strength, don't bother those annoying flies. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Ron walked to the sea chart, his gaze falling on the coordinates of the new world, and looked up at Kaido. Mr. Kaido, according to the log pose and our course, our next stop should be Elbaf, right? Upon hearing this, Kaido nodded, a flash of reminiscence in his eyes. That's right, it's Elbaf? I haven't been to that land of giants in ages. His tone was complex, suggesting he had many memories from that place. Ron calmly analyzed. Elbaf is a vast and complex land, and the giants themselves are powerful and relatively isolated. We can use the terrain there to hide. The area is large enough that most forces wouldn't dare to venture deep enough, and it would be difficult for them to pinpoint our location. It's the perfect base for us to lie in wait and consolidate our strength. His suggestion was reasonable. Elbaf's powerful local forces act as a natural barrier, and its vast territory provides ample room for maneuver, making it a suitable place to temporarily avoid naval surveillance and develop in peace. Kaido was satisfied after hearing this. This kid Ron not only has incredible abilities, but he's also incredibly shrewd. All right, do as you say. He waved his hand, target, Elbaf, full speed ahead. Oh, the massive beast's pirates fleet adjusted its course and, carrying the enormous wealth it had plundered, quietly sailed towards Elbaf, the land inhabited by giants. Despite deciding to lie low, the pace of improving strength has not stopped. On the voyage to Elbaf, Quinn was the first to be operated on. Under Quinn's watchful, tense yet expectant gaze, Ron activated his ability. Queen's bounty of 1.32 billion berries vanished instantly, his enormous wealth seemingly swallowed by an invisible black hole. Immediately afterwards, Ron's transparent hands reached into Quinn's body and precisely located the energy orb representing the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit in its Brachiosaurus form. Uproot it completely? The process went smoothly, but Quinn, stripped of his core abilities, instantly felt a strong sense of weakness. His obese body swayed, and he almost collapsed to the ground, his face turning pale. In Ron's hand, however, was a ball of ancient energy. Without hesitation, Ron pressed the ball of energy directly onto the apple that had been prepared beforehand. A strange light flowed, and the apple rapidly twisted and deformed, eventually transforming into a devil fruit covered in spiral patterns. Zoan type dragon fruit, ancient Zoan type, Brachiosaurus form? With the Brachiosaurus fruit successfully retrieved, the real main event was just beginning. All eyes were on Kaido. Ron took a deep breath and, facing Kaido's terrifying bounty of 4.6111 billion berries, activated the sacrifice once again. Boom! It was as if one could hear the invisible roar of gold coins collapsing and melting. The mountains of peels were rapidly evaporating at a visible speed. That's almost half of the team's working capital. Even those accustomed to wealth couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines and a pang of heartache. This money, it's FG worthless. Jack growled, echoing everyone's sentiments. After the sacrifice was completed, Ron's expression became extremely solemn. His transparent hands slowly reached into Kaido's body, carefully touching the ball of light in the mythical Zoan type, azure dragon form of the fish fruit. This was Ron's first time excavating a mythical beast, and he was extremely careful. Completely focused, with even fine beads of sweat on his forehead, he meticulously followed the plan, digging and preserving the most primordial roots. When the azure dragon orb was extracted, Kaido's massive body swayed slightly, letting out a suppressed groan. The light in his eyes dimmed considerably, clearly indicating a significant sense of weakness. Without delay, Ron immediately injected the phantom beast into the weakened Quinn's body. Buzz dash. The moment the energy merged, Quinn trembled violently. The weakness that had been caused by the stripping of his abilities vanished instantly. A power far more domineering than that of the Brachiosaurus form erupted within him. He suddenly opened his eyes, filled with ecstatic joy. Yo! He felt the terrifying power surging within him, and he was so excited that he couldn't even finish his sentence. The beast's pirates have produced their second azure dragon devil fruit user. Feeling the power of the azure dragon surging and flowing within his body, Quinn could no longer contain his ecstatic joy, his body trembling with excitement. I feel it. This is the power of the azure dragon. With his roar, an astonishing change occurred within him. Its body rapidly expanded and elongated, its skin covered in hard, bluish-yellow dragon scales, ferocious dragon horns sprouted from its head, and its limbs transformed into sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, a yellow dragon, slightly smaller than Kaido but equally magnificent and exuding a terrifying aura, soared into the sky and circled above the pirate ship. Roar! The roar of the dragon echoed across the sea and sky. It's a success. It's really a success. The second one is the azure dragon. This is so amazing. The people on the deck looked up at the yellow dragon shadow swimming in the sky, their hearts filled with awe. Witnessing the successful transfer of a top-tier mythical beast's power firsthand was an unparalleled experience. After adjusting to his new form in the air, Quinn shook his massive yellow dragon head and muttered somewhat uncomfortably. Ugh. Eehoo. It's so itchy. My head. It feels like I've grown a brain. This strange feeling flashed by, replaced by an instinctive awareness of the power within my body. A sudden inspiration struck him, and the enormous dragon's mouth opened wide. Heat. A smaller pillar of fire, but equally destructive, erupted, blasting towering waves into the distant sea. Immediately afterwards, he swung his dragon body, creating a violent surge of air around him. Bad wind? Countless incredibly sharp air blades shot out in all directions, cutting through the air with a piercing shriek. He even tried to manipulate celestial phenomena, with faint flashes of lightning around him. Although he was far less skilled than Kaido, it was indeed the rudimentary form of lightning power. This time, even Kaido's eyes widened, and King, Jack, and the others were completely dumbfounded. Combo moves can be inherited too. This has completely exceeded their expectations. They originally thought that after gaining the ability, they would need a long period of exploration and training to master these signature skills, but unexpectedly, they could use them directly as if it were instinct. Ron looked at the yellow dragon unleashing its power in the sky, a knowing glint in his eyes. It seems that he transferred not only the power, but also, to some extent, Kaido's experience and skills in developing and utilizing that power. The potential of the treasure-digging fruit has once again exceeded everyone's expectations. The yellow dragon stretched freely in the air, and after getting used to its new power, it contentedly withdrew its aura. Its massive body spiraled down, and as it approached the deck, a flash of light appeared, and it transformed back into Quinn's obese human form. He landed back on the deck, his face still showing extreme excitement. He glanced at the dejected Kaido beside him, then looked around at the still shocked crowd, and excitedly announced his momentous discovery. Everyone, this is amazing, and it's not just the devil fruit power itself. He emphasized, even the powerful techniques developed by Kaido, heat breath, bad wind, even the tricks to summoning lightning are as if they're engraved in my mind. I can do them instantly. It's like the methods and experience of using these techniques were also taken over along with the abilities. These words struck like another heavy hammer blow to everyone's hearts. If acquiring the abilities of a top-tier mythical beast is like obtaining a divine weapon, then inheriting the experience and signature techniques of predecessors along with it is simply unbelievable. Starting from the shoulders of giants. Fort exclaimed in disbelief. This means they don't need to go through the long learning period that the original ability users went through, and can directly unleash the powerful combat capabilities of this ability. The time saved and the immediate boost in combat power are immeasurable. This ability is just too overpowered, Jack exclaimed, looking at Ron as if he were a god. Even the weakened Kaido couldn't help but lift his eyelids slightly. The feeling was rather subtle, as his techniques, which he had painstakingly honed, were so easily copied. But more than anything, there's the anticipation for an even more terrifying future for the Beast's pirates. Yin looked at the excited Quinn, then at the unfathomable Ron. This means that any top-tier abilities we acquire in the future can form the strongest fighting force in a very short time. Ron, your abilities have repeatedly exceeded our expectations. This is no longer just treasure hunting, it's creating legends and mass-producing monsters. The path to becoming a fully mythical beast has become both smoother and more terrifying due to the added benefit of move experience. Great. Even though I'm weak right now and need to rest for a few days, with Queen around, our Beast's pirates aren't exactly defenseless. Let's see who dares to mess with us. Upon hearing this, Quinn immediately puffed out his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, Boss Kaido, everyone's safety is in my hands. Anyone who dares to come near, I'll just give them a heat breath and send them to feed the fish at the bottom of the sea." Just as the atmosphere was getting lively, Ford stepped forward, his gaze first falling on Yin, then respectfully turning to Ron. "Lord Ron, now, it's my turn, isn't it? I've thought about it, and this is a good opportunity to develop and replace both my physical constitution and devil fruit abilities." He explained his plan. "My own ability is the Zoan-type cat fruit, ancient Zoan, saber-toothed tiger form. Lord Jin's ability is the Zoan-type cat fruit, mythical Zoan, white tiger form. Both belong to the cat fruit category." He looked at Ron and stated his reasoning. "In this case, is it possible to combine the two operations during the excavation and transplantation process, to strip me of my saber-toothed tiger abilities in one go, while simultaneously bestowing upon me Lord Jin's white tiger abilities and the Lunaria race's physique? In this way, not only can abilities be switched perfectly, but perhaps, it can also save the cost of a sacrifice?" Ron was visibly taken aback upon hearing this. Yin, who was called out, was first stunned, and then a gasp came from behind his mask. Looking at Ford's "I'm such a genius, I can even save you money" expression, a nameless anger mixed with a sense of absurdity surged to his head. "Fine, for Sov, you." Jin's voice was filled with suppressed anger. "You've tried to scheme against me, haven't you? You think you've made a profit by emptying my pockets all at once? You think you've saved money?" He felt increasingly stifled being the White Tiger treasure trove. Not only are they demanding physical contributions, but now even their abilities are being targeted. The people on deck were stunned by Ford's meticulously calculated suggestion, and then burst into laughter. "This guy, no wonder he's a former CP9 member. His scheming ability is absolutely amazing." After the burst of laughter subsided, Quinn quickly tallied the remaining wealth. "Report? We now have approximately 5 billion berries left." The group quickly calculated. First, removing whose Phosphos saber-toothed tiger abilities would require his bounty of 546 million berries. Next, we need to excavate and transfer Yin's white tiger ability and physique, which requires Yin's bounty of 1.39 billion berries. The two combined total less than 2 billion berries, which is well within an acceptable range. Sufficient funds? Let's begin. Kaido, though weakened, still made the decision. Process initiated. The first step involved sacrificing 546 million berries. Ron precisely extracted the energy orb representing the ancient Zoan saber-toothed tiger form from whose body and attached it to the apple, transforming it into a brand new devil fruit. Ford groaned, a familiar feeling of weakness washing over him. There was no stopping. The second step, sacrifice 1.39 billion berries. Ron's hands once again probed into Jin's body. This time, he tried to simultaneously lock onto the pure white ball of light representing the Lunaria race's physique, and the ball of energy emanating a holy and murderous aura in the form of a white tiger, a mythical beast. Okay. Ron's heart skipped a beat. Under his control, the two powerful primordial energies were carefully extracted together. Jin's body trembled violently, and the silver-white divine fire on his back dimmed to almost extinguish. A feeling of emptiness far greater than before made him almost unable to stand, and he could only lean against the seat to support his body. His face beneath the mask was pale, and only one thought occupied his mind, Phosphord, UBD. Ron didn't dare to delay and immediately guided the ball of light in his hand, which fused the power of the white tiger and the divine fire physique, into the weakened body of Ford. Boom. The moment the energy was poured in, Ford trembled violently. The initial feeling of weakness caused by the stripping of his abilities was instantly dispelled by an even more powerful surge of energy. Behind him, a pure white divine fire roared up, steady and blazing. His body swelled slightly, his muscle lines became smoother and more explosive, his nails became sharp, and sharp fangs were faintly visible in his mouth. His overall demeanor, in addition to his original fierceness, gained a sense of holiness and ferocity derived from the King of Beasts. Especially his eyes, with their vertical pupils flashing a cold, tiger-like light, filled with a powerful sense of oppression. Fusion complete. The Beast's pirates have a second white tiger. Feeling the completely different power of the white tiger within him, which possessed both sacred majesty and extreme killing intent, Fort Ford could no longer restrain himself and let out a deep tiger roar. His body swelled dramatically, covered in a magnificent silver-white fur, his muscles bulging with explosive power, and his limbs transformed into sharp claws, gleaming with a cold light. Its head resembles the majestic head of a white tiger, with sharp lines on its forehead and vertical pupils exuding a cold, predatory aura, while a blazing silver-white divine fire burns fiercely behind it. Flying white tiger Fort Frev. Appearance? Its fierce aura was like a peerless, deadly blade that had just been drawn from its sheath. A weakened Kaido leaned against his throne, watching the birth of the second white tiger and the transformed second-generation Azure Dragon Queen beside him. Despite his exhaustion, he still laughed loudly. He, see that? This is my beasts pirates. His gaze swept over his core combat forces. 4 mythical beasts? 2 dragons? 2 tigers? What other force on this vast ocean could boast such a formidable lineup? But this is far from enough. In the near future, we will become even stronger. Strong enough to make the entire world tremble before our power. Just then, a slightly aggrieved voice came from beside Kaido's throne. Lord Kaido. Jack had somehow appeared beside the throne, looking up at the weakened Kaido, and said bluntly, I also want your Azure Dragon form. Kaido's face instantly darkened. He looked down at his stubborn subordinate and growled impatiently. Jack? You BD? Can't you let me rest for a bit? He was just dug out and is still weak, and this guy can't wait to get in line. Jack shrank back, startled by the shout. I really want it, and I think it's perfectly reasonable to bring it up now. This simple and honest scene immediately made everyone on the deck burst into laughter. After the successful transplant at Phosphor, Ron carefully examined the condition of all the members who had undergone ability transplants and confirmed a key difference. These abilities acquired through transplantation do not internally generate the kind of regenerative root system. Ron explained his discovery to everyone. This is the most fundamental difference between this and the original, or the ability to retain roots like Mr. Ember or Jack. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. This means that the transplanted abilities are one-time use and cannot be regenerated and reused like the original host. While this limits the unlimited replication of capabilities, it also requires the team to be more cautious in allocating resources and choosing goals. The ship continued sailing on the vast ocean, heading towards Elbaf. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 3 days, Kaido's partially stripped Azure Dragon power, relying on his powerful ONI physique and the regenerative abilities inherent in the mythical Zoan species, was finally fully restored. They regained their vigor and power, and their imposing aura once again enveloped the entire ship. Meanwhile, the others were not idle either during these 3 days. With the goal of improving the core members' survival skills as quickly as possible, Jack once again played the role of selfless dedication. He was excavated twice, and his precious fishman physique was transplanted to Kaido and King respectively. In this way, all 4 top-tier mythical Zoan-type devil fruit users of the Beasts Pirates have overcome their fatal weakness of fearing seawater, becoming true all-rounders. However, this series of intensive reinforcement operations also brings about a real problem. Quinn, looking dejected, arrived with a nearly empty treasure chest to report. Boss Kaido, Brother Ron, our total assets are almost depleted. Of the 15 billion we plundered, after all these rounds of fighting, we're now down to only about 1 billion berries. The enormous wealth rapidly dwindled due to the sacrifices. While the Beasts Pirates experienced a surge in strength, they also faced a financial crisis. During the 3-day voyage, Quinn, having just acquired the power of the Azure Dragon, was having a blast. He would transform into a yellow dragon almost whenever he had a spare moment, roaring as he soared into the sky, circling and gliding freely in the sea and sky surrounding the fleet. Occasionally, it would spew out a controlled burst of heat, creating a spectacular column of water on the sea surface, stirring up bad winds, cutting through the clouds. They even tried to attract weak lightning, though it often failed to ignite, but they still enjoyed it immensely. The contrast between human and dragon forms, along with the dragon roar rap, truly shocked and amused the crew. On the other side, Fursworth, on the other hand, appeared much more composed, but he would often transform into his white tiger form, pacing on the deck or gliding briefly at low altitudes, getting familiar with this new power. It was during the demonstration of the white tiger form that everyone was astonished to discover that the silvery white tiger's body also possessed a pair of enormous wings. Huh? Forsford's white tiger has wings too. EIO? I thought Lord Jin could fly because he's a Lunaria and has wings. So, the white tiger form inherently comes with wings. This discovery cleared up a previous misunderstanding. It was originally thought that Yin's ability to fly as a white tiger was a special form achieved by combining the wings of his own race with the power of the white tiger. Now it seems. The Zoan-type cat fruit, mythical Zoan-type, white tiger form, grants the user the ability to fly. No wonder it's called the flying white tiger, Jack remarked. Looking at the yellow dragon soaring in the sky and the white tiger spreading its silver wings on the deck, the other cotters who had not yet obtained top-level abilities all revealed deep envy in their eyes. It can fly, it can fight, and its abilities are so cool and stylish. This is the power they're pursuing? These 3 days. The journey passed quietly in this atmosphere of both familiarizing themselves with the new power and feeling envious. The Beasts Pirates' top combatants are rapidly mastering their surging power. Seeing Queen swaggering through the air these past few days, Kaido's blood began to boil, and he shouted at Queen in a booming voice. Quinn, you haven't fought me, a fellow Azure Dragon in form, have you? Come on. Let me test your mettle as a second-generation Azure Dragon. Queen, who was just looking forward to a chance to unleash his full power, immediately wriggled excitedly upon hearing this, responding sharply, I couldn't be happier, Lord Kaido. Come on. The next moment, the two of them transformed into giant dragons almost simultaneously. Two enormous creatures, one green and one yellow, suddenly collided. Boom! Claw against claw, tail against tail. The collision of pure physical strength and the dragon's form erupted with a muffled, thunderous roar, and the shockwave instantly created huge ripples on the sea surface. Queen instinctively activated the white divine fire on his back, entering a state of absolute defense to withstand Kaido's claw attack. Humph! Kaido cursed, feeling the unwavering defense. Damn Quinn, who told you to use Yin's constitution? Put it away right now. His enormous dragon eyes glared at Quinn. Use the physical strength granted by your devil fruit power. Fight me to the death with your Azure Dragon body? Let me see just how much control you've achieved over this form. Quinn shrank back after being scolded, let out a soft "oh," and quickly extinguished the divine fire on his back and withdrew his armament haki. Now, he could only rely on the physical strength granted by his Azure Dragon form to clash with Kaido. Thump, thump, thud. Without the support of top-tier defense, Quinn immediately felt the enormous gap between himself and the original. Each of Kaido's claw strikes and tail whips contained terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and seas, causing Kaido's scales to go numb and his blood to surge. Kaido, on the other hand, grew increasingly excited as the fight progressed, his massive blue dragon body showcasing superb combat skills and perfect control over his power. It pounced fiercely, forcing Quinn to retreat steadily, only able to hold on with the help of its equally powerful dragon body. The two colossal dragons clashed fiercely between the sky and the sea, each collision causing the entire flagship to shake violently, as if the earth itself were trembling. The wooden deck groaned under the weight, and the waves were constantly pushed back by the terrifying force of the impact. The crew members clung to the anchor, looking up with a mixture of fear and excitement. This is the domineering spirit that the beast's pirates should have. Every collision between those two enormous creatures in the sky sent shivers down the spines of the flying six below who were watching. That was a pure clash of ultimate power against power, a savage struggle between scales and muscles. Even from such a distance, the emanating vibrations still sent chills down their spines. Too powerful. Page 1 muttered to himself. Is this the power of a top-tier mythical beast? Black Maria's beautiful eyes gleamed with wonder, while she also sensed a tremendous gap in power. Sasaki gripped his knife tightly, remaining silent, but his tense body betrayed his inner turmoil. Having just acquired the power of the White Tiger, Phospha, watching the breathtaking battle in the sky and feeling the White Tiger power within him, which also belonged to the mythical beast species, stirring within him, ignited a fighting spirit in his eyes. He also wanted to find an opponent to properly test the flying White Tiger's sharp claws and killing power. However, just as the battle reached its climax and Kaido grew increasingly excited, a voice tinged with concern rang out from the deck. Stop fighting, Lord Kaido, Brother Queen. Jack pointed to the main ship beneath his feet and shouted. Once we get to Elbaf and land, you can have your fun. This ship, you're all going to dismantle it. Everyone then came to their senses and, upon closer inspection, noticed that the sturdy main ship deck had developed fine cracks, and some less robust components had been damaged in the earlier tremors. If the fighting continues, this ship might really have to be retired prematurely. Kaido also showed a hint of reluctance. He was in the middle of a fierce fight and hadn't had enough fun yet. But looking down at the pirate ship, he knew Jack was right. Ugh, what a disappointment, he growled, his enormous azure dragon body slowly shrinking back into human form, landing on the wrecked deck, his face still bearing the sullen disappointment of not having had enough. Meanwhile, Quinn practically tumbled and crawled back into human form, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily, his body feeling like it was falling apart. He wiped away a cold sweat and cried out in a voice trembling with emotion. I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. Boss Kaido, you're too strong. I'm better off doing my research, or singing, dancing, and rapping. This kind of head-on battle is too exciting. I can't take it anymore. He was such a coward that everyone burst into laughter. The Beast's pirates continue their journey towards Elbaf. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Marshal Sengoku put down the intelligence documents in his hand, his brows relaxing slightly. Intelligence indicates that after arriving near Future Island, the Beast's pirates fleet did not attempt a forced landing as expected, but instead bypassed the island and left directly. They didn't land on the island. Sengoku muttered to himself, a sigh of relief in his heart. While it's unclear what Kaido's true intentions are, the safety of Future Island and Vegapunk is undoubtedly the top priority. As long as they do not attack important research bases, the Navy will not need to face the worst-case scenario for the time being. Sitting opposite him, Garp, who was munching on senbei, rice crackers, also scratched his head in confusion. Tisk, that madman Kaido led his entire crew out, robbed money, beat up Sakazuki, and then didn't even go to their destination? What are they trying to do? Could it be, they're just short of money and want to rob someone and run? This guess is simple and straightforward, but it doesn't seem to explain Kaido's large-scale mobilization. Upon hearing this, Zhangguo frowned again. He also wondered why the beast's pirates' actions seemed so clearly purposeful, yet their subsequent movements appeared rather anticlimactic. There must be reasons behind this that they are unaware of. To confirm the situation on Future Island, he immediately contacted Kizaru, who had already arrived, via an encrypted Den Den Mushi. Moshi, this is Borsalino. The Den Den Mushi mimicked Kizaru's expression and tone. Barusalino, what's the situation on Future Island? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Oh, I didn't see the beast's pirates. Kizaru's tone remained leisurely, but the content of his report was very clear. I've met with Sakazuki. The new food supplies have arrived safely, and the researchers on the island are all safe. No anomalies have been detected so far. Upon hearing Kizaru's confirmation, Sengoku finally felt relieved. Very good. Stay alert. He didn't say anything more and hung up the call immediately. Silence fell again in the office. The unusual movements of the beast's pirates, like a dark cloud, still hung over Sengoku's mind. Was their decision to abandon the attack on Future Island a temporary retreat, or did they have other motives? 2 days later. On the vast ocean, the beast's pirates' fleet continues to cut through the waves. Sudden. With a tremendous splash, a colossal object, as large as a small mountain, was violently hurled into the sea. Bang! A deep, muffled thud slammed heavily onto the deck of the main ship, causing the hull to shake violently. That was none other than a sea king of enormous size. Its hard skull had several deep, penetrating wounds that revealed the bone, as if it had been instantly pierced by something extremely sharp, and was already dead. Immediately afterwards, a silver-white figure descended from the sky, landing lightly beside the sea king's corpse. Its massive size slowly shrank, revealing it to be Husfaz, now back in human form. Looking at the enormous trophy at his feet, he made no attempt to hide his excitement. Whoosh, he exhaled softly. White tiger form truly lives up to its name as a force of destruction. Its attack power is practically invincible. He pointed to the wound on the Sea King's head and explained to the crowd that had gathered around him. A Sea King of this level lurks deep in the ocean. In the past, dealing with it would have required considerable effort, and one might even have been dragged into the sea by it. But now, a sharp smile played on his lips. I merely used a few thrusts of my tooth gun in midair to kill him right out of the water. I clenched my fist slightly, feeling the surging power within me. I feel my pure offensive power has increased at least tenfold compared to before. Moreover, this power seems to be continuously increasing as I adapt. Attack power increased tenfold? And it's still growing. These words caused the 6 members of the Flying Six and other cotters present to gasp in shock, their gazes toward Fort Ford filled with astonishment. 10 times. Are you kidding me? Is there really such a big difference between ancient species and mythical Zoan species? Eek! This is terrifying. Runty couldn't help but mimic Quinn's exclamation. Pairs of eyes were fixed on First Ford, their envy, jealousy, and even a hint of resentment almost tangible. They could clearly sense the fierce and murderous aura emanating from Fort Ford. It was the oppressive presence of a top predator. When will it be our turn for such a transformative leap forward? This idea was growing wildly in the minds of every member of the Flying Six. Seeing whose Phospho, whose strength was once roughly equal to Phospho's, suddenly become someone to be looked up to was a shock far stronger than any words could express. However, the harsh reality quickly extinguished their burning desire. Money? It's all about money. It's a pity we're out of money. Maria in black exhaled a smoke ring, a hint of helplessness on her beautiful face. Why are we so poor? Paget Vaughn crossed his arms and muttered to himself, if we had more money, we might be. Even the usually calm Sasaki couldn't help but grip the hilt of his sword, his gaze sweeping over the empty box that had once been filled with belly. An unprecedented, extreme desire for wealth ignited within Fei Liubeo's heart. They never truly grasped Pele's importance. At this moment, this piece of paper was far more alluring to them than any stunning beauty or divine weapon. Then Quinn walked over and easily lifted the mountain-sized Sea King. Finally, some decent ingredients? We've been eating nothing but dry rations and canned food for days. Our mouths are practically boiling with stale air. Today we'll have this fresh Sea King barbecue. Let's have a feast. This suggestion eased the oppressive atmosphere on deck. For pirates, good food and good wine are always a morale booster. Kaido, temporarily setting aside his financial worries, laughed loudly. He, you're right. Let's have a feast. But the wine on my ship is almost gone. When will Elbaf finally arrive? That's the land of giants. It must hide some fine wines. They're said to be aged in huge wooden barrels. The taste, tisk. Even Kaido was getting impatient just thinking about the giant's treasured brew. On the other side, Yin and Jack finally recovered completely from the weakness caused by their continuous sacrifices. Feeling the surge of power within them, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. I'm finally alive. Jin stretched his limbs, a low sigh escaping from beneath his mask. He never wanted to experience that feeling of being drained of power again. Jack nodded heavily in agreement, adding, yeah, it's been incredibly tough. It is precisely because of the recent shortage of funds and the lack of new mining projects that these 2 core donors have been able to get a precious respite and allow their bodies to recover to their peak condition. The feeling of weakness was truly agonizing, just as the atmosphere of the banquet was gradually heating up, and the aroma of roasted meat and wine filled the deck. Ron, who had been gazing into the distance from the railing, suddenly focused his gaze. He gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky, and amidst the white clouds, a vast, blurry outline, seemingly connecting heaven and earth, slowly emerged. Jin, who also sensed something amiss, exchanged a glance with him, and both saw confirmation in each other's eyes. Ron turned around and faced the revelers. Everyone, ahead, we can already see the outline of Elbaf. The noise fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned to the direction Ron was pointing. Although it is still very far away, the majestic shadow, as vast as a continent, heralds that the end is near. Oh, we're almost there. Is that where the giants live? It's huge. I've never been here before, I'm really looking forward to it. Kaido, carrying his sake jug, also looked over, then muttered somewhat discontentedly. It looks quite close, why does it take so long? Another day. Upon hearing this, Ron smiled helplessly and explained. Mr. Kaido, Elbaf is enormous, far exceeding the size of ordinary islands. The saying looking for an island means the ship will run itself ragged isn't entirely unfounded. What looks close to us is actually quite far away. At our current speed, it will indeed take about a day's journey. Upon hearing that they would have to wait another day, Kaido pursed his lips, then burst into laughter, raising his sake jug high in the air. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's continue the feast. Let's finish off all the remaining food and wine. Once we get to that island, we'll go resupply. Ha ha ha, you're right. For the sake of Elbaf's fine wine. Cheers. After the brief interlude, the celebratory atmosphere on deck became even more enthusiastic. Now that the destination is ahead, this final leg of the journey before arrival should naturally be filled with a feast and fine wine. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the atmosphere of the banquet gradually calmed down. Kaido downed the last sip of sake, his slightly tipsy state fueled by a lingering fighting spirit. His gaze immediately locked onto Queen, who was sneaking away. Ugh. Kaido let out a loud burp, the sound like muffled thunder. Quinn, you little brat, almost recovered, huh? Don't even think about running away. Come on, let's have another spar. We didn't get enough of a fight on the ship. Quinn, who was standing on tiptoe, felt his scalp tingle and his body stiffen upon hearing the death knell. He quickly turned around, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Io, Boss Kaido, please spare me. It's not that I don't want to keep you entertained, it's just that I have too much research data on my head. I've been studying and digesting the experimental data and information I seized from the naval supply ship these past few days, working through the night. This is a major event concerning the future development of our technology. We can't afford to delay even for a moment. He gestured as he spoke. I need to get back to the lab right away. If I don't get back to my research soon, this inspiration will slip away. For the sake of scientific progress. Kaido watched Queen's dedication to science. Although he knew the fat man was probably making excuses, the reason made it difficult for him to forcibly stop him. He waved his hand impatiently. All right, get lost, don't get in my way. Although her tone was harsh, she ultimately let him go. Yes, I'll get going right now. Quinn, as if granted a pardon, bowed and scraped. He darted back into the cabin in a flash, afraid that Kaido might change his mind. Watching Queen's disappearing figure, Kaido snorted in frustration and could only turn his attention to the others, looking for a new sparring partner. Seeing this, the others on deck all lowered their heads, looked up at the sky, and prepared their weapons, pretending to be very busy. Just as I was feeling disappointed, a voice filled with fighting spirit rang out. Mr. Kaido, if you haven't had enough, I'd like to fight you. Everyone looked over and saw it was Fursworth, who had obtained the power of the White Tiger and was eager to test his own strength. His eyes burned with undisguised desire. Kaido's eyes lit up, his gaze falling on Who's Who, sensing the same yet different killing intent as King. He burst into laughter, patting Who's Who on the shoulder with satisfaction. He, not bad, you've got guts? You're the one then, kid. Let me see just how sharp your claws really are, you newborn white tiger. Seeing that the two were about to start fighting again, Jack quickly reminded them. Boss Kaido, Who's Who, you two better watch your hands. Don't you dare tear this ship apart. Kaido waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Although warlike, he also understood the importance of a pirate ship. Before he finished speaking, his enormous body had already begun to change. Dark blue scales quickly covered his bulging muscles, his horns curved and menacing, and his tail swung behind him, instantly transforming him into a dragon-human form that combined power, speed, and dominance. On the other side, Fursworth was equally unyielding, letting out a low roar as his aura surged. Silvery white fur and luxurious coat instantly covered his body, his muscles bulged, his tiger claws were sharp, his tiger head was majestic, and silvery white divine fire burned fiercely on his back. He was clearly in the form of a white tiger human. This is the ultimate fighting stance of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, perfectly combining human strength with beast-like power, allowing them to reach peak combat strength. One in blue, one in white, one a dragon, one a tiger, the two strongest human-beast forms of mythical Zoan-type ability users confronted each other on the deck. Their immense power collided with a deafening roar. Even before a fight broke out, the invisible pressure seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Seeing the two powerful mythical beast beings about to spar in their strongest human beast forms on the deck, the crew members, who were originally drinking and eating meat, were not afraid at all. On the contrary, the atmosphere became even more excited. For them, seeing a performance of this caliber at a banquet was an unparalleled honor. Oh, it's starting. Dragon versus tiger? Fantastic. Go for it, Lord Fursford. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the two people in the center of the deck moved. There were no fancy long-range attacks, no unpredictable moves, the two engaged in close quarters hand-to-hand combat. Boom! The giant fist covered in dark blue dragon scales clashed violently with the tiger claw wreathed in silvery divine fire. The sheer force of the flesh erupted with a dull, drum-like sound, and the shockwave sent empty wine barrels from nearby tables rolling to the ground. Bang! Bang! Thump! The two figures crisscrossed and collided rapidly within the limited space of the deck. Every exchange was a brutal, bone-crunching affair. Kaido unleashed a powerful sweeping attack with his dragon tail, carrying the terrifying power to shatter mountains. Ford neither dodged nor evaded, but let out a low growl, exerted his strength in his waist, and forcefully blocked the attack with his thick tiger arms, causing the specially made deck planks beneath his feet to shatter instantly. Lord Kaido, watch out! Seizing the opportunity, whose sharp claws, like 5 silver lightning bolts, pierced straight for Kaido's chest. Kaido's dragon eyes glared, and his chest muscles, covered in scales, bulged, producing a metallic clang as he withstood the claw attack, sparks flying everywhere. The two were like primal behemoths, locked in combat. Muscles clashed, and bones creaked incessantly. It's full of primal, powerful beauty, stirring everyone's emotions and igniting their passion. Each clash made them realize the insignificance of their own power and yearn for the physique of top-tier mythical beasts. On the deck, the wind howled from fists, and the roars of dragons and tigers echoed endlessly. The fierce battle between Kaido and Who's Who has reached its climax. Both are mythical beasts and possess the top-tier defense of the Lunaria race, making their battles incredibly exhilarating. Their seemingly endless stamina sustained them through this extremely intense competition, without a trace of fatigue. Just as the two were locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle, a silver-white figure, accompanied by a deep tiger's roar, darted into the battle like lightning. It's Ash. Seeing this intense battle, even the bodyguards couldn't resist the urge to join in. In an instant, they transformed into 2 ferocious white tigers, besieging the even more violent azure dragon in the center. Well done. Instead of showing any fear, Kaido burst into an even more excited laugh, his dragon eyes burning with battle intent to the extreme. Even under the combined attack of 2 streaks of silver light, the dragon human form remained incredibly ferocious. With his fists flailing wildly and his dragon claws tearing through the air, he single-handedly confronted 2 equally powerful mythical beasts, holding his own without being at a disadvantage. Seeing this, a look of shock flashed in Ron's eyes. If Kaido's terrifying recovery and stamina were previously attributable to his mythical Zoan form, Azure Dragon, then, now, with both being mythical Zoan types and possessing the physique of the Lunar Fiend race, Kaido still displays an overwhelming advantage in physique and stamina, which can only mean one thing. It's a demon's constitution. Ron understood immediately, the key to being hailed as the foundation of the world's strongest creature lies likely in its demonic bloodline. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Unfortunately, last time I was so focused on exploring his phantom beast abilities that I didn't have time to investigate further, or even try to explore his demon race constitution. But he quickly calmed down. However, the situation was indeed tense at the time. Kaido's life force was as turbulent as the sea. If he were to be careless and damage it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then he looked at Kaido, who was fighting in the arena. Once I've mastered my abilities and my perception and control have reached a higher level, I'll find an opportunity to try it out. This treasure trove of the world's strongest creature's physique must not be wasted. A whole day, the deck of the main ship has been turned into the private arena of the 3 powerful mythical beast species. With the roar of dragons and the howl of tigers, and the surging wind of their fists, their powerful and vigorous stances seem to possess inexhaustible strength. Especially Jin, now that he's fully recovered, it seems he's releasing all the pent-up frustration from being forced to stay in bed for the past few days. Fighting spirit is at an all-time high. No longer as cold and silent as before, his offensive was even more ferocious than Who's Who's, and he fought Kaido to a standstill. This exhilarating battle didn't end until nightfall, though the fight seemed to be far from over. The next day, as the rising sun cast its golden rays upon the sea, a colossal island, seemingly supporting the heavens and the earth, finally came into clear view before the fleet. Elbaf? The land of giants. As the ship drew closer, everyone was awestruck by the sight before them. This island is huge. It's more like a small continent than an island. The coastline consists of towering, steep cliffs that seem to reach into the clouds, as if it were the edge of the world. What's even more amazing is the sky above the island. The enormous, canopy-like foliage almost completely blocked out the sky, with sunlight only filtering through the gaps in the branches and leaves, casting dappled light. The trunks of those trees were far thicker than imagined, as if they connected the earth and the sky. That's Adam the tree, an official exclaimed in surprise. Only such a legendary giant tree could create such a spectacular sight of the sky blocking out the sun. Kaido stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes sweeping over the ancient land. He took a deep breath of the air, thick with the scent of nature and vegetation, and turned to look at Ron. Ron, how's it going? Have you seen any treasures gleaming here? Ron focused intently, carefully scanning the area ahead, then shook his head after a moment. Not yet. However, such an ancient and vast kingdom, which has nurtured a powerful race like the giants, could not possibly be without treasure. It's probably coming soon. His words gave everyone a shot in the arm. There's definitely a baby here. Just wait. With a dull rustling sound, the massive pirate ship finally came to a steady stop on the shore of Elbaf, which was made of solid rock. Lower the gangway. Kaido and the core members of the Beast's pirates, along with a large number of crew members, eagerly set foot on this ancient land. It's still more reassuring to have your feet firmly on the ground. I was so cooped up on the ship. The solid, heavy feel beneath their feet made these pirates, who had been adrift at sea for so long, feel a deep sense of familiarity and reminisce. The turbulence and constraint of a long voyage are now released. Ron followed the crowd off the ship and onto the land of giants. I took a deep breath of the fresh air, which smelled of grass and trees, and felt my spirits lifted. At the same time, the Beast's pirates began to operate. Under Zhen Da's command, the gifters and barbarians dispersed and began exploring the area around the landing point. Those who had not yet acquired the ability were mainly responsible for setting up simple temporary camps on the shore, searching for fresh water resources, edible wild fruits or wild animals, and replenishing supplies for a possible sustained encampment. The entire coastline became lively and orderly. Just as the crew scattered to explore, busy establishing camps and searching for supplies, a sudden change occurred. Thump, thump, thump. A series of heavy sounds came from the primeval forest, and the earth trembled slightly in response. Immediately afterwards, to the horror of the crew, 4 or 5 enormous beasts, larger than anyone could imagine, crashed through the trees and burst forth from the forest. They resemble giant wolves, but are covered in rock-like armor, and their gaping maws are large enough to swallow a small sailboat whole. Roar! One of the giant beasts lowered its head and pecked at an astonishing speed, instantly swallowing 7 or 8 gifted ones who couldn't dodge in time, leaving them no time to even scream. A monster! A monster! Run! The other givers and waiters, seeing this, were terrified and turned to run away, causing chaos in the scene. At this critical moment, the 2, 3, and 5 tyrannical demons roared to the heavens. Instead of retreating, they charged head-on at those terrifying behemoths. Thud, thud, boom, the most savage struggle erupted in an instant. The barbarians clung tightly to the giant beast's neck, using their terrifying strength to slam it to the ground. The fist struck like a meteorite, making a dull thud as it hit the giant beast's carapace. After a clumsy struggle, the 3-headed tyrant finally used its superior brute force to kill the beast, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Huff, huff. The 2 demons panted heavily, then grinned and gestured to their subordinates, indicating that they should cut up the giant beasts to provide them with new meat. The crisis was over, but everyone was still shaken. Ron's calm voice rang out, reminding him, "Everyone, be careful. If I remember correctly, this area is the border region of Elbaf, known as the Underworld, inhabited by many powerful native beasts. Be careful." His tone was concerned. However, this simple reminder overwhelmed the surrounding crew members, who bowed deeply, their voices filled with gratitude and trepidation. "Yes, thank you for your concern, Lord Ron. We must be careful, must." This heartfelt gratitude was something I had never felt before. Unbeknownst to them, Ron's status in the hearts of these ordinary crew members had already surpassed that of ordinary officers. Just as Ron was about to wander around the camp to familiarize himself with the surroundings, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a faint golden light appearing in the sky towards the direction of the precious tree atom deep within the island. The light was initially extremely faint, as if it might dissipate at any moment. But Ron's pupils contracted instantly, and his heart skipped a beat. Keep your eyes glued to that direction. Really. As time passed second by second, the golden light did not disappear. Instead, it grew brighter and more dazzling, like the rising sun. Ultimately, it transformed into a crystal-clear, golden pillar of light that only he could see, firmly anchored at a certain location on the precious tree atom. This is... Ron's face instantly lit up with undisguised ecstasy. This familiar golden color is so similar to the light that shone when the mythical Zoan-type white tiger fruit was unearthed in Wano country. His unusual reaction immediately caught the attention of Jack, who was standing next to him. "Brother Ron, what's wrong? Did you find something?" Jack asked hurriedly, his eyes full of curiosity. Jack's question instantly drew the attention of everyone around him. The crew, still shaken from the giant beast attack, and the officers all turned their attention to Ron. "Brother Ron, is there some treasure?" Quinn asked cautiously. Under the intense gazes of the crowd, Ron nodded emphatically, pointed to the location of the golden pillar of light, and his voice clearly resonated throughout the entire area. "Got it? It's in that direction." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and at the end of their gaze was Adam, the precious tree that supported heaven and earth. He. Kaido laughed wildly, full of excitement. "What are you waiting for? Dig for me." The order was given directly, its sound echoing throughout the surrounding area. "All officers below the rank of Fei Liubeo, remain in place and guard the ships and camp. Everyone else, follow me." Give the order. With Kaido and Ron at the core, and King, Queen, Jack, Who's Who, and other top fighters, they immediately sped off towards the direction of the Atom Tree. The treasure hunt in Elbaf has officially begun. In the sky, the Azure Dragon and the Yellow Dragon rode side by side, their imposing presence terrifying. Meanwhile, Jin and Phospho transformed into two streaks of silver-white light, spreading their enormous tiger wings to protect each other on either side. Ron stood firmly atop Kaido's dragon head, his short black hair dancing in the gale, his gaze sharp, his finger pointing resolutely in the direction of the Atom Tree, guiding the team's course. The others stood on Quinn's dragon back, feeling the howling wind rushing past their ears, their hearts pounding as they headed straight for the legendary Tree of Atom. The colossal dragon and tiger stretched unabashedly across the sky of Elbaf, making it impossible to go unnoticed. At the same time, near another, relatively flat stretch of coastline in Elbaf, in a village with a relaxed atmosphere, members of the red-haired Shanks pirates were carrying supplies of fresh water and food. The crew members chatted and laughed as they exchanged supplies with the friendly villagers. However, at this very moment, what is that? Dragons? 2 of them. Wait, there's also a white tiger? A flying tiger. The screams shattered the village's tranquility. All the members of the red-haired pirates, including Ben Beckman, Yasop, Lucky Roo, and other core members, looked up in shock at the distant sky, that undisguised aura of ferocity, that iconic azure dragon. Shanks' relaxed expression froze instantly. Beneath his red hair, his eyes sharpened as he stared intently at the azure dragon shadow at the forefront of the sky. He spoke in a deep voice, his tone incredulous. That's Kaido. His gaze swept quickly over the yellow dragon beside him, and the 2 swirling silver tigers, his brow furrowing deeply. Who is that yellow dragon? And there's that white tiger, and more than one. What on earth is going on? An ominous premonition instantly enveloped the entire red-haired pirates. The ship's doctor, Hongo, strode forward, holding a recent intelligence document still smelling of fresh ink, and spoke in a grave tone. Gentlemen, I previously received intelligence about unusual changes within the Beast's pirates. However, due to the vagueness and difficulty in verification, I haven't been able to confirm it. He pointed to the 2 silver-white giant tiger figures in the sky, especially one of them. But now, seeing it with my own eyes, I can confirm it one of those 2 white tigers is none other than the original Flame Calamity, Jin. He took a deep breath and continued to drop even more startling information. Furthermore, based on the intelligence reports and their current state, the white divine fire burning behind them is the symbol of the legendary Lunaria race, one of the gods. It's one thing for Jin to possess it, but now they all. Hongo's words were like cold rain, pouring down on everyone's hearts. As Shanks listened to Hongo's report and looked at the 2 giant dragons and 2 white tigers flying side by side in the sky, even with his Yonko composure, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This can't be explained simply by changing abilities. It's not just that King's ability has changed. Now, they can actually create identical ability users? What on earth happened to the Beast Pirates? This kind of mass production of combat power was completely beyond his understanding of this world. Just as everyone was speechless from the shock of this horrific reality, First Mate Ben Beckman slowly exhaled a smoke ring, the swirling smoke seeming to see through everything. Boss, the root of everything probably points to that guy who suddenly appeared, Ron, the treasure-digging scourge. All the incredible changes in the Beast's pirates probably stem from this person. Sniper Yasop squinted, his gaze following the receding figures of the dragon and tiger in the sky, and calmly analyzed. Seeing how focused they are, heading straight for the treasure tree Atom at such a speed, are they going to dig for treasure now? Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why they suddenly appeared in Elbaf and rushed so urgently to that specific location. It seems that the treasure hunting disaster really did find something here. His analysis was reasonable, linking the beastman's unusual behavior to the latest treasure-digging disaster's abilities. After saying that, Yasop turned his gaze to his captain, awaiting a decision. The other officers, including Ben Beckman and Lucky Roo, also looked at Shanks. Shanks frowned, momentarily lost in thought. He knew, of course, that rushing after them would likely result in a direct confrontation with the Beast's pirates, whose strength had increased dramatically, a risky endeavor. But, Shanks' gaze swept across the village, taking in the villagers who were now somewhat uneasy because of the strange phenomenon in the sky. Are we to let Kaido and his men run rampant in Elbaf? Especially now that they possess such dangerous and unknown abilities? Shanks' gaze hardened instantly. He abruptly raised his head and issued the order in a deep voice. Let's go and see. We must not allow Kaido and his gang to run rampant here, threatening the peace of this village and the entire Elbaf. The belief in protecting others outweighed concerns about unknown risks. Learn. Let's go. We can't let them cause trouble. The members of the red-haired pirates acted immediately without the slightest hesitation. We are of one mind in protecting our partners and the vulnerable. Soon, the main force of the red-haired pirates left the supply village and quietly headed towards the direction of the Atom Tree. The aerial formation consisting of a dragon and a white tiger swept over Elbaf without any attempt to conceal its presence, naturally attracting the attention of the local residents. In the forest below, 2 giant warriors who were hunting heard the sounds of wind and thunder, as well as the roars of dragons and tigers, coming from the sky. They raised their huge heads and their eyes widened in shock. That's a dragon. A flying white tiger. There's still a little person standing up there? An outsider. For the Elbaf Titans, who revere strength and are somewhat xenophobic, such an arrogant intrusion into their airspace was nothing short of a provocation. One of the hot-tempered giant warriors, without a second thought, let out a deafening roar, grabbed a boulder as large as a small mountain, and hurled it with all his might at the most conspicuous yellow dragon in the air. Get out of Elbaf, outsiders. The boulder hurtled through the air with a piercing thud as it hurtled towards Quinn. Ron, standing atop Kaido's dragon head, frowned slightly. King and the white tiger transformed from Who's Who also noticed the flying boulder. Quinn, who was targeted, was also furious. Out of so many people, why was he the only one being attacked? You think I'm weak and easy to bully? That fool is courting death. He didn't dodge, the massive yellow dragon head suddenly spun around, its mouth opened, and destructive energy instantly coalesced. Heat. A pillar of fire, slightly smaller than the original Kaido but equally imbued with terrifying heat and destructive power, instantly spewed from the dragon's mouth. Boom! The flying boulder instantly vaporized and vanished before the heat breath, like ice and snow. The pillar of fire continued its relentless advance, precisely engulfing the giant warrior who had thrown the stone. Ugh! The giant warrior only had time to let out a scream before his massive body was struck, burst into flames, and crashed to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Another giant warrior who had also intended to attack was filled with fear when he saw the tragic state of his comrade, staring in terror at the giant yellow dragon in the sky, and the even larger cyan dragon and two menacing white tigers beside it. His body trembled uncontrollably. Monster! Monster! Forgetting all about warrior's honor, he turned and scrambled into the depths of the dense forest, leaving only the faint sound of his footsteps echoing on the ground. Queen snorted smugly, while Kaido laughed nonchalantly. He. Well done, Queen. That's more like the Azure Dragon. After easily dealing with the giant's harassment, the Beastmasters did not stop and continued to advance towards the golden light. However, Ron gestured for Kaido to pause for a moment. He leaped down from the dragon's head and came to the giant's corpse, which had been charred by Quinn's heat breath. It wasn't out of pity, but out of curiosity. Never seen it before, there shouldn't be a bounty. This means he can attempt to dig directly without offering sacrifices. The transparent hands reappeared, slowly reaching into the giant's massive, mangled body. He wanted to see if the giant's physique could be defined as a treasure and excavated, just like the Lunaria or the Fishman. After trying for a moment, Ron slowly withdrew his hand, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. No, it seems that not all special races possess an independent physique that can be discovered. He muttered to himself. This little incident didn't take much time. Ron returned to Kaido's head, shook his head, indicating that he hadn't gained anything. Kaido roared nonchalantly, his massive dragon body soaring into the air once more, leading his crew on their journey. For them, the golden treasure ahead is the only goal. With the dragon and white tiger flying at full speed, the precious tree that supports heaven and earth, Adam, is finally within sight. The closer you get, the more you can feel its unparalleled grandeur and ancient atmosphere. The thick trunk seems to be the core of the world itself, and the lush branches and leaves cover the entire sky. Near the roots of this legendary tree, the golden beam of light, visible only to Ron, had reached its zenith. A beam of light shot into the sky, even slightly overshadowing the sunlight filtering through the leaves, bathing the surrounding area in a magnificent golden glow. We're here. Ron stood atop Kaido's head, his gaze fixed intently on the very core of the golden light, his tone tinged with an incredulous delight. This luck, is it really that good? He carefully examined the color and nature of the light, repeatedly comparing it with his memory of his experience in Wano country, and finally confirmed it without a doubt. Gold, that's right. This light represents a devil fruit. This judgment, like the most intense flame, instantly ignited everyone's hearts. Devil fruit? Moreover, for it to appear in such a place, in such an astonishing form of radiant light, its quality must be extraordinary. Ron's heart raced, and an incredibly tempting thought surfaced in his mind. I just don't know, what kind exactly? What if another mythical beast species comes along? He. Kaido laughed wildly. A mythical Zoan? It has to be a mythical Zoan? I have a feeling this time I'm absolutely right. Quick, brother Ron, dig it out and let's see. Quinn said impatiently. All eyes were fixed on Ron, their faces full of anticipation. Just as Ron was about to start digging, Kaido, standing on the dragon's head, suddenly fixed his gaze on it and let out a cold snort. Without warning, he swung the 8 precepts in his hand, imbued with black and red overlord-colored lightning, and unleashed a fierce attack from afar towards the dense, ancient forest on his right. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! A terrifying shockwave crackling with lightning, like a destructive torrent, instantly tore the earth apart, shattered giant trees, and slammed into the forest. However, the anticipated scene of the forest being destroyed did not fully materialize. A condensed, dark red sword light, capable of slicing through anything, suddenly appeared, cleaving the shockwave with unparalleled precision. The energy of the sword energy and the shockwave violently annihilated in the air, unleashing a deafening roar and kicking up clouds of dust and wood chips. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, revealing the figure behind. Red-haired Shanks, holding Griffin in one hand and maintaining a sword-wielding stance, stood at the forefront of the group, his red hair fluttering in the aftershocks, his eyes sharp. Behind him, Ben Beckman, Yasop, Lucky Roo, and other core members of the red-haired pirates were all present, each with a solemn expression and an imposing aura. The red-haired pirates finally saw what was ahead and the state of Kaido and his men. Upon closer inspection, Even the red-haired pirates, with their vast experience, couldn't help but gasp in shock, their faces filled with utter astonishment. Kaido, King, Queen, Jack, who's who? These core members of the Beast's pirates each have a ball of white divine fire burning behind them? That's the divine fire of the Lunaria race. Are you kidding me? This legendary constitution, how come it's like cabbage? Everyone here has it. Rakula nearly dropped the meat leg he was biting, and Usopp froze completely in his tracks as he wiped his beloved gun. This mind-blowing scene was even more terrifying to them than seeing 2 dragons and 2 white tigers. Their gazes eventually passed over Kaido and landed unanimously on the black-haired youth. Red-haired Shanks' gaze turned grave as he slowly spoke, the treasure-digging catastrophe. Ron. All the anomalies, all the unbelievable origins, indeed, all lie with this person. Here, Queen, who's who, and the others were slightly surprised to see the red-haired pirates appear. The red-haired pirates? What are they doing here? Oh dear, what a small world. But their surprise was fleeting, a cold smile quickly spread across their faces. Now that their strength has increased dramatically, they are full of confidence and have no reason to fear their opponent. Why should I tell you? Ford said, arms crossed, his tone undisguisedly defiant. Kaido's gaze was fixed on Shanks, his brows furrowed, showing extreme impatience. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura erupted, crushing towards the red-haired group with a muffled thunderous sound. Red-haired brat? What brings you here to see this old man? The massive spiked club slammed down on the ground, creating a deep crater. Speak your mind? Get the hell out of here? Don't interfere with my business. The language was rude, and the contempt was undisguised. Shanks's face immediately darkened. He suppressed his anger, met Kaido's gaze without flinching, and said in a deep voice, Kaido, what you do in Elbaf is none of my business. But you and your men are allowed here, but you are absolutely not permitted to disrupt the peace of this village. Oh. Kaido seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, and he almost laughed until tears streamed down his face. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? His eyes flashed with a fierce light. What I want to do is none of your business, you brat. Shanks gripped the hilt of Griffin's sword tightly, his eyes cold, but his tone unusually firm. I'm just warning you, he said, slowly and deliberately. Whether you listen or not, whether you do it or not, is up to you. But you will also bear the consequences yourself. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point. The auras of the 2 Yonko clashed fiercely in the air. Although the Conqueror's haki was not fully released, the invisible pressure made the surrounding air seem to freeze, to fight or to make peace. The choice rests entirely with Kaido. Kaido glanced at Ron, who stood calmly beside him, and instantly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. A full-scale war with the red-haired gang would inevitably delay the excavation of the golden treasure before them, and might even create unforeseen complications. Right now, treasure hunting is the top priority. He suppressed the urge to act immediately and shouted impatiently, I have no interest in this damn village. Get your men out of here. Don't get in my way. This attitude made Shanks' expression even more unpleasant. But he also realized that Kaido's group had gathered here with a clear objective. They were really going to dig for treasure. Just as Shanks was weighing whether to continue interfering, First Mate Ben Beckman calmly stepped forward, exhaled a smoke ring, and spoke up for his captain with a sharp tone. Kaido, this doesn't seem to be your territory, does it? His gaze swept over the beast pirates, finally settling on Kaido. You can do your business here, so why can't we, the red-haired pirates, do it here? These words struck Kaido like a needle. The murderous glint in Kaido's dragon eyes instantly intensified. He laughed in fury, his face contorted with rage as he glared at the crowd. He. Good. Well said. 8 monks raised their spiked clubs, pointing them at the red-haired pirates. So you guys came here today specifically to see me. What a bunch of hypocrites. Pretending to care about the peace of the village? It's all bullshit. They just want an excuse to attack me. He was now convinced that the red-haired pirate's appearance was solely to prevent him from obtaining the treasure. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Kaido exuded a murderous aura, his 8 precepts entwined with black and red conqueror's haki lightning, his voice shaking the surrounding area. Red-haired brat? Since you yourselves refuse to leave, then I'll come and chase them away myself. Shanks' hand was also on Griffin at his waist, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. However, after a moment, Shanks relaxed and then composed himself, his gaze passing over Kaido and looking at the calm, black-haired youth. This must be Ron, the infamous treasure-hunting scourge who's recently become known throughout the New World. Shanks' voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the arena. Upon hearing this, Kaido's expression hardened slightly, and a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes. He considered Ron to be the beast's greatest secret and would not allow any outsider to covet it. What's it to you? Kaido interrupted rudely, his protective intent obvious. Red-haired brat, you're like a leech, I can't get rid of you. Shanks ignored Kaido's insults, realizing he was in the wrong. As Beckman said, this place does not belong to him, and it would be unreasonable for him to forcibly stop Kaido from digging for treasure. Moreover, the opponent's strength has increased mysteriously and suddenly. Once a full-scale conflict breaks out, the consequences are unpredictable, which is not what he wants to see. He gazed intently at Ron once more, as if trying to imprint the man's image in his mind. This seemingly ordinary young man is the one who stirred up the storm in the New World and caused such a dramatic change in the beast's pirates. Ultimately, Shanks made his decision. He said to his crew in a deep voice, "Let's go." Without further ado, the red-haired pirates remained on guard and slowly retreated, soon disappearing into the dense primeval forest. On a high ground far from the core area of the Atom Tree, the red-haired pirates stopped. Yasop immediately found a sniping position, raised his specially made long-barreled binoculars, and kept a close eye on the movements of Kaido and his crew in the distance. Shanks stood on the cliff edge, his robes fluttering, gazing in the direction of Atom the Tree. "Yasbumi, keep a close eye on them." "Don't worry, boss," Yasop replied calmly, "their every move is under my watchful eye. A temporary concession is not an abandonment." Red-haired Shanks chose a more cautious approach. He wanted to see for himself what kind of astonishing treasure this treasure-hunting calamity could unearth from beneath the world tree. Even after watching the red-haired pirates disappear into the depths of the forest, the tense atmosphere did not completely dissipate. Queen moved closer to Kaido, his small eyes filled with worry, and lowered his voice. "Lord Kaido, those guys, Shanks, and the others, won't leave easily. They're definitely watching us from afar. It seems Brother Ron's abilities and information have probably been exposed. This is indeed a problem that cannot be ignored. Once news of the incredible ability to discover treasures spreads, it will inevitably attract the covetous eyes of the entire world." However, upon hearing this, Kaido sneered disdainfully. Whatever. This kind of thing we'll find out sooner or later, it's just a matter of time." He paused, then said matter-of-factly, "Besides, if we want to develop and become stronger, we need a massive amount of Pele. Spending money like this is bound to attract attention." Having grasped this point, Kaido burst into even more excited, maniacal laughter. "He. Since that's the case, then we must speed things up even more, develop like mad. Before those fools realize what's happening and unite, we must become powerful enough that they won't even dare to covet us." He turned to look at Ron. "Ron, don't worry, I'll take care of things even if the sky falls. Let's keep digging, as long as that Shanks dares to be so tactless as to interfere. I'm itching for a fight. I haven't found a worthy opponent to test my newly acquired power on yet." Sensing Kaido's domineering presence, Ron nodded, feeling much more at ease. "Understood, Mr. Kaido." Without further hesitation, he turned his gaze once again to the spot where the golden light shone brightest. "All right, let's begin." Under everyone's gaze, Ron walked slowly to Atom, the enormous tree that resembled a mountain. Looking up at this legendary tree, said to be the most resilient in the world, its trunk is thick and its grain ancient, as if it has condensed the entire weight of time, and ordinary forces cannot harm it in the slightest. However, Ron showed no sign of embarrassment, calmly extending his hands and gently pressing them onto the bark, which was harder than steel. Then, a strange thing happened. A faint, almost imperceptible light emanated from his hands. The next moment, the Atom Tree trunk, which was strong enough to withstand the bombardment of giant cannons and the cleaving of divine soldiers, was as insignificant as water or air before his hands. His hand, without any hindrance, went straight into the inside of the tree trunk. Although it wasn't the first time they had witnessed Ron's digging abilities, the beastmen present were still utterly shocked to see that even the incredibly resilient Atom Tree couldn't stop him in the slightest. Even the Atom Tree. It seems that once something is defined as treasure, no matter where it's hidden or what kind of barriers are used, nothing can stop Brother Ron's hands. Everyone was genuinely amazed, and their gazes toward Ron were filled with awe. This ability to ignore material obstacles and directly target the core rules is simply a miracle. Quinn was even more excited and exclaimed, "Ron, you're awesome." Pointing to the tree trunk that was easily pierced, he spoke in an exaggerated tone. "This is the Atom Tree, the toughest wood in the world. Even the keel of a naval admiral's warship is made of this stuff. And now you've managed to dig me out like this? I, Quinn, have never admired many people in my life, but you're one of them?" He gave a big thumbs up. In the face of absolute miracles, all common sense is shattered. The members of the Beastmen were now absolutely certain that, following this treasure-hunting calamity, their future was limitless. On Ron's side, the instant both hands were completely submerged inside the treasure tree subtree. Boom! A blinding golden light suddenly burst forth from the point where his hands touched the tree trunk. The brilliance of this golden light far surpasses anything seen before. It was no longer a guiding light that only Ron could see, but had transformed into a tangible, dazzling pillar of light. Like a golden sword tearing through the heavens and earth, it instantly dispelled all the shadows under the canopy of the precious tree, illuminating the entire root area of the giant tree in a golden glow, as if it were a world forged from gold. The light even shot skyward, piercing through the layers of Atom's branches and leaves, forming a clearly visible golden pillar of light above Elbaf. This time, not only Ron, but everyone present, Kaido, King, Queen, Jack, Who's Who, and even Yasop and Shanks watching from afar all witnessed this miraculous golden pillar of light. Golden light? It's golden light. My god, this time even we can see it. So dazzling. The members of the Beasts Guild were so shocked by the sudden golden light that they were almost breathless, their faces filled with astonishment. "This commotion looks like something incredible," Quinn exclaimed, his small eyes gleaming in the golden light. "I just don't know what kind of devil fruit it will be." Who's Who muttered to himself. "I hope it's a mythical Zoan." Even Kaido stared intently at the source of the golden light, his eyes filled with anticipation. At the same time, In the dense primeval forest, the giant warrior who had previously escaped by sheer luck was fleeing for his life towards his village, still shaken. However, just as he turned around to check if there were any pursuers, he caught a glimpse of a huge golden pillar of light shooting into the sky in the distance. What was that light? He stopped abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. The golden light was so dazzling, it was incomprehensible, as if some treasure was about to be born. But then, he suddenly remembered the direction from which the light had erupted. That direction, that's where those outsiders are headed? That's the direction that terrifying yellow dragon and its accomplices are going. These powerful outsiders went there with a clear goal, and now such strange phenomena have emerged. Could it be that there's some incredible treasure there? Realizing this, the fear in my heart was instantly consumed by greed. The village must be notified immediately. Report what happened here. Without further hesitation, he burst into full speed and rushed desperately toward the village, his footsteps echoing through the forest. On the distant high ground, Aesop, who was closely observing the direction of the treasure tree atom through his sniper scope, gasped sharply and almost dropped the binoculars. Hey, look over there. He didn't even need to be reminded, because the enormous pillar of light that tore through the sky and seemed to dye the heavens and earth golden was so conspicuous that everyone could see it clearly without any tools. I see it. What on earth was emitting that light? That's amazing. The entire red-haired pirates crew, including Shanks and Ben Beckman, were so shocked by this sudden celestial phenomenon that they stood up, their faces filled with astonishment. Even from such a distance, I could still feel it clearly. This is no ordinary phenomenon? As expected, Kaido and his crew went to such lengths because they really found some incredible treasure here. Lucky Roo said gravely, taking a bite of meat, even the delicious food temporarily losing its appeal. I just wonder, what exactly is hidden inside that precious tree? Aesop raised the telescope again, trying to see the golden light, but the light was too intense to see through. Everyone was filled with curiosity. What on earth could cause such a strange phenomenon? Is it a legendary ancient weapon? Is it some kind of unknown treasure? Still, Shanks, with his one arm pinning Griffin down, stared intently at the towering golden pillar. It seems our initial assessment was correct. This treasure-hunting calamity's capabilities are even more astonishing than we imagined. Boss, should we go take a look? Yeah, there might really be some treasure. We must not let this opportunity slip away. That's right, especially someone like Kaido. Faced with the towering golden beam of light and the questioning gazes of his subordinates, the last trace of hesitation on Shanks' face vanished. With Kaido personally leading the operation and a clear objective, the value of this treasure is undoubtedly beyond imagination. What's there to hesitate about? Now that we've encountered this treasure, there's no reason for us to let that old BD Kaido have it. Redhead looked around at his companions, a familiar smile spreading across his face. Let's go see what it is that's causing Kaido such a commotion. That's exactly what I was waiting for, boss. Hehe, I've been wanting to go check it out for a while now. I'm also very curious about the treasure that could make Kaido personally set sail. Ben Beckman, Aesop, Rakitic, and the others also had smirks on their faces, their fighting spirit and curiosity ignited simultaneously. When has the red-haired pirates ever been afraid of trouble? Moreover, how could we just stand by and watch a treasure that could potentially reshape the world order fall into Kaido's hands? Once the decision is made, there is no more hesitation. The entire red-haired pirates instantly increased their speed, transforming into swift after-images, like arrows released from a bow, rushing directly towards the direction of the atom tree. This time, they made no attempt to conceal anything. Their powerful aura erupted without restraint, clearly demonstrating their stance. Even the red-haired pirates would fight for this treasure. They had to get there as soon as possible, fearing that if they were late, the treasure that caused the celestial phenomenon would be completely seized and divided up by Kaido and his crew. Just as the red-haired pirates were rushing towards them, beneath the atom tree, Ron slowly withdrew his hands from the tree trunk, and the dazzling golden beam of light gradually receded and dissipated, eventually gathering entirely into the object he held in his hands. A strangely shaped, dark green devil fruit covered in spiral patterns lay quietly in his palm. The fruit is a deep emerald color, yet it exudes an indescribable aura. Another devil fruit, Ron murmured, looking at the fruit in his hand. They're out. Quick, see what it is. Quinn, Jack, Fawcett, and the others immediately crowded around, craning their necks to stare at the dark green fruit. What kind of fruit is this? Its color is so strange. Is it a mythical Zoan? Brother Ron, tell us quickly. Everyone urged them on, their anxiety reaching its peak. Even Kaido held his breath nervously, staring intently at the fruit. But he was more composed than the others, and despite the surrounding clamor of questions, he suddenly glared at me. Shut up, all of you, be quiet, listen to Ron. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. All eyes were on Ron. The air seemed to freeze, with only the rustling of the wind through the leaves of the precious tree. Ron's gaze also fell upon the dark green devil fruit. The instant his mind made contact with it, precise information about the fruit appeared in his mind as clearly as if it were instinct. Even with Ron's composure, his pupils contracted sharply the instant he received this information, shocked once again. Another mythical beast? Zoan-type tortoise fruit, mythical Zoan-type, Genbu form? However, Ron's shock was far from over. An unbelievable connection flashed through his mind. Kaido's fish fruit, mythical Zoan-type, azure dragon? Jin's cat fruit, mythical Zoan type, white tiger mode? Now, the mythical Zoan type, Genbu form of the turtle fruit has appeared. Azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise. What's going on? Could it be that next time, a phoenix will appear? This thought suffocated him. Could it be that they're going to gather all 4 sacred beasts? That's incredibly amazing. Meeting the almost burning gazes of the crowd, Ron slowly calmed down from his shock, nodded firmly, and confirmed. That's right, it is indeed a mythical Zoan. Very good. As expected. I knew it. Despite being mentally prepared, Quinn, Jack, Fawcett, and the others couldn't help but erupt in huge cheers and excitement upon receiving Ron's confirmation, their faces beaming with joy. The beast's pirates will gain another mythical Zoan admiral? Kaido's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Suppressing his excitement, he asked the crucial question in a rapid voice. Ron, what kind of mythical beast is it?